From the first flicker of Snow White's song to the lanterns of Rapunzel, the frozen crown of Elsa, and the ocean calling of Moana tonight, we drift through 100 years of Disney princess lore, told softly, slowly, for sleep. Iara won The Golden Dream, 1937, 1959. Snow White, Cinderella, Aurora. Snow White's Song, 1937. The birth of the animated princess, innocence and hope. A girl in a patched dress sings by a wishing well. Doves flutter. Water turns a simple melody into a halo of echoes. With that image, a new medium found its heart. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs did more than introduce the first animated princess. It proved that animation could cradle a full-length story, hold emotion without blinking, and glow with a warmth audiences hadn't felt before. Innocence wasn't a weakness here. It was a beacon. Snow White's world is a choreography of comfort. When she tidies the dwarf's cottage, every dust mote is a partner in a gentle waltz. When she bakes, sweetness becomes a visual language. Steam curls like a lullaby. Birds tie ribbons, and the score twirls through domestic rhythms that feel like heartbeat and home. The villain's shadow is real. The witch's hands are claws of bitterness. But the film allows safety to exist alongside danger. Horror is framed not to shock, but to sharpen the light around the heroine's kindness. Technically, the film was a leap across a canyon. Hand-painted cells layered depth, light, and movement into a living tapestry. The faces are soft, eyes bright, gestures precise. Characters breathe and blink with human cadence. Forest shadows stretch with perspective. Candles pool their glow. Raindrops ring against stone. But technology is never the star. The feeling is. When Snow White sings, "Someday my prince will come," the camera doesn't rush or boast. It listens. It treats a dream like a sacred thing. The dwarfs, Doc, grumpy, happy, sleepy, bashful, sneezy, dopey, bring a folkloric chorus of humor and heart. Each is a miniature myth about human temperament, and together they behave like an adoptive family. Protective, exasperated, loyal. They kneel by the glass coffin not because a fairy tale demands it, but because love has rearranged their simple lives. That image, lamplight around sorrow, introduced a kind of cinematic tenderness that would become a Disney signature. Grief rendered gentle enough that a child can carry it. Hope braided into the ache. Snow White herself is often misunderstood. She isn't passive. She governs her little realm with steady, cheerful authority. She organizes, nurtures, sets rules, comforts fear, and assigns chores with a velvet-gloved firmness. The story honors traditionally feminine virtues without making them small. Courage here is quiet, keeping the bed made while your heart trembles, smiling at breakfast when the world is unsafe, offering pies instead of swords because pies can keep a household from falling apart. The queen is terror carved into angles, mirrors thorns a color palette of envy. As she descends into her laboratory, ingredients muttered like curses, we meet a different kind of magic, one that deforms. The witch disguise is ugliness, made external, and it teaches a gentle lesson. Beauty isn't virtue, and cruelty writes itself onto the face. Even the poisoned apple, perfect, gleaming, fragrant, shows how temptation often arrives dressed as a gift. What made millions return to the theater, reissue after reissue, wasn't only novelty. It was the comfort of a world where kindness matters, where friends sing your name through the woods if you're lost, where the animals understand, where a kiss means life because love clears the fog between worlds. At a time when reality would soon tear itself along the seams of war, Snow White gave audiences a soft, luminous room to breathe in. In the dark, a hand reached for another hand. On screen, the sun rose. The final procession, white horse, morning light, mountain palace like a cloud ship, doesn't simply end a story, it sets a standard. The Disney princess would become a carrier of hope, a melody that continues after the credits. She would be a keeper of hearths, a protector of tenderness, and a reminder that even the most ordinary kindness can bend fate. When Snow White rides away, The frame fills with gold, as if to say, the dream is not a lie, it is a lamp. Hold it. Walk. Cinderella's Midnight Wish, 1950. Rags to royalty, resilience through kindness, cinders on her cheek, a smile on her lips, and a job list longer than a winter night. Cinderella begins in a house that calls her unworthy. Every bell she answers, every bucket she carries, every ripped seam she mends is an act of survival performed in a whisper. That's the story's quiet revolution. It treats endurance as a form of bravery. The palace will arrive later. The heroism is already here. The step-family's cruelty is crisp and domestic. It isn't a dragon. It's pettiness, sharpened into ritual. Extra chores, stolen ribbons, new demands. The second an old task is done, they weaponize the ordinary. In response, Cinderella keeps her gentleness intact, not to surrender, but to refuse corruption. Her kindness isn't naivete, it's strategy. She will not let meanness redesign her soul. Music turns chores into charm. Bubbles reflect more than light. They mirror a wish and multiply it. A visual hymn to daydreams that keep a person upright. The mice, Jack and Gus, bustling, devoted, are friendship personified. Their tiny heroics matter because they validate Cinderella's reality. Goodness creates companions. Love looks small but does heavy lifting. While the world belittles her, the unseen world, animal friends, hummingbirds of hope, builds scaffolding around her dignity. Enter the fairy godmother with a twinkle and a mercy. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo isn't simply a novelty number. It's a theory of grace. You prepare as far as you can, mend the dress, do the work, stay kind, and then, at the thinnest hour, a gift meets you halfway. Pumpkins become carriages, not to deny hardship, but to reward perseverance. Even the time limit is wise. Magic teaches boundaries. Joy is a feast, but midnight calls you home. The ball is a study in cinematic longing. Wide-shot splendor, chandeliers soft as galaxies, a waltz that moves like the tide. Time stands still around two people who, for an evening, see each other without static. Cinderella's gown glints like moon water. Glass slippers catch the light as if they carry their own stars. The romance is tender but never frantic. It's an exhale. Midnight is the hinge. The spell breaks. Life's demands return. Cinders again dust the hem. Yet the memory of dignity stays. Once you have been seen, truly seen, by someone who recognizes your worth, the old insults lose their poison. The stepsisters can shred fabric, but they cannot unmake that slow turn on the marble floor, the look that said, you exist in a key higher than their contempt. The slipper test is justice disguised as ritual. Bureaucracy rummages through parlors and posh lounges, stumbling over pride and pedigree. The prince values evidence over titles. The shoe belongs to a foot that has known ash and polish both. When the stepmother shatters the glass, we learn something crucial. There will always be hands that prefer ruins to fairness. The answer is perseverance, not panic. Cinderella produces the second slipper, not to boast, but to say, truth keeps backups. The wedding, luminous as a dawn, is often remembered for the dress, the bells, the glittering exit. But its deepest triumph lies in sequence. Courage first, love next, elevation last. The order matters. Cinderella didn't become worthy by marrying a prince. The prince recognized a worth that was already there. The crown is not a makeover. It's a mirror. Culturally, the film arrived when the world needed permission to hope again. After years of rationing and grief, ordinary people wanted polish and possibility. Cinderella delivered both, yet anchored them in everyday labor. It told a generation that dreams were not shameful, that beauty could return, that a person could scrub floors and still remain radiant, that tenderness could survive in a house designed to humiliate it. Children absorbed a simpler lesson. Be kind, make friends, keep your heart bright, and if magic comes, meet it standing. Adults heard the subtext. Resilience is the most undervalued form of courage, and everyone, young or old, learned to listen for a bell striking 12, a reminder that time is precious precisely because joy ends and therefore matters. Aurora's Enchanted Sleep, 1959. Beauty, danger, and destiny entwine. If Snow White is a candle and Cinderella a polished lantern, Sleeping Beauty is a stained glass window lit from behind. The film's art direction carves the forest into geometry and gilds the sky with melody. Every branch is a line of poetry. Every castle wall feels like a tapestry that has learned how to breathe. The story takes place inside a painting you can walk through. Aurora herself is a melody before she is a monarch. Hidden in the woods as Briar Rose, she sings with birds, dances in sunlight that moves like lace on water, and dreams of a stranger she somehow knows by heart. Her life is a hush, not from lack but from protection. Fate pricked her at christening. Love tucks her away, not to erase her identity, but to let it ripen in safety. The three good fairies, Flora, Fauna, Merryweather, are the soul of the film's gentleness. They bake lopsided cakes, sew with arguments, and disagree about dress colors, yet they are ferociously competent when it matters. Their magic is maternal, practical, corrective, occasionally exasperated, and endlessly faithful. When they guide the prince later, they reveal the story's secret center. True love needs help, and courage often borrows a wand. Maleficent is elegance turned venom. Tall as a spire, cool as onyx, she wields darkness with dancer's grace. Her curse is not a tantrum. It is a thesis about bitterness. If I am not invited to joy, let joy bleed. Her dragon form is the world's rage made visible. Green fire, iron scales, a cathedral of smoke. And the finale frames heroism as a collaboration of gifts. Philip's bravado matters. The fairies' enchantments matter. Merryweather's last-minute mitigation matters. Victory is communal. Aurora's sleep is more than a nap forced by a spindle. It's a ritual pause that asks the whole kingdom to learn longing. Thorns weave around stone, flags droop, kitchens grow cold. The land mourns with a hush powerful enough to hold a girl's fate. Sleep here is not defeat, but a passage. In a bedtime frame, it becomes an image of trust. The body gives itself to darkness, knowing that morning exists. Once Upon a Dream threads the film together, a tune about recognition beyond context. The lovers meet in the forest, wearing names that aren't theirs, yet the melody says they belong. The kiss is tender and quick, not a conquest, but a key. Doors open, the world warms. The spell breaks, not merely because romance is magic, but because love aligns the kingdom's scattered music into one song. Visually, the film's precision feels ceremonial. The ballroom ending mirrors the opening procession and closes the circle with pageantry and peace. The camera glides, the colors soften, and the tapestry look relaxes into motion. Aurora's gown changes color as if to wink at the idea that identity can have facets. Love doesn't freeze you in one hue. In a cultural sense, Sleeping Beauty capped a first era with grandeur and goodbye. It carried forward the domestic warmth of the earlier films, but wrapped it in cathedral-like art. After this, audiences would wait a long time for another princess to sing. The lull that followed made Aurora's sleep feel prophetic. Both she and the archetype she embodied would rest, protected by memory, guarded by affection, until a new age called them back to the ballroom floor. The classic princess archetype: domestic virtue, pure heart, fairy tale fate. Before the rebellions and rewrites of later decades, the first princesses performed a shared vocation. They kept the hearth alight. Their strength lived in patience, courtesy, and grace. They tended rooms and relationships, welcomed strays and strangers, sang to make labor light, and treated small things as sacraments. The world tested them with cruelty, curses, and contempt. They answered with steadfast gentleness. Core traits repeat like a refrain. Innocence, not ignorance, but a clear way of seeing. Kindness that doesn't calculate. Trust in providence, whether named as fate, fairy godmother, or forest instinct. A belief that love heals, not because it avoids suffering, but because it transforms it. The archetype certainly reflects the expectations of its time. Domestic spaces centered the narrative. Marriage crowned the arc. Yet within those borders, the stories cultivated a radical tenderness. They insisted that soft virtues have hard edges. Animals respond to these heroines not as pets, but as moral weather vanes. Birds carry ribbons. Mice pull thread. Deer approach without fear. Nature recognizes harmony and amplifies it. Song functions similarly. Numbers like, "Someday my prince will come," "A dream is a wish your heart makes," and "Once upon a dream" are lullabies with agency. They keep despair at bay, remind the singer who she is, and set the story's rhythm. Music becomes a portable sanctuary. Critiques of passivity miss a subtler architecture. The early princess does act, constantly. She organizes a household from chaos, mediates quarrels, risks sheltering strangers, defies despair by singing, protects her hope from sarcasm, and sustains a community. 7 miners, a household of mice, a cottage in a kingdom, through the ordinary miracles of warmth and welcome. The sword is absent. The will is not. At the same time, the archetype carries limits. Agency is expressed primarily through endurance and care. Power flows from grace granted by others. Dwarf's hospitality, a godmother's intervention, a prince's recognition. The stories are honest about danger, but resolve it through rescue as much as resilience. Later eras will ask, what if the girl climbs the mountain herself? What if the kiss is not the cure? Those questions are fruitful, but they grow from the soil. Visually, the archetype codified a lexicon of images. A cottage window with morning light, a broom leaned just so, a needle that glitters with fate, a staircase that promises ascent, a ballroom where belonging is public, a horse that carries a vow toward a horizon tinged peach and gold. These motifs became the grammar of the princess myth, recognizable across languages, decades, and continents. Most importantly, the early archetype taught a generation how to cradle hope. In rooms of scarcity, it said, abundance is possible. In seasons of war and worry, it said, gentleness can outlast rage. In households where children sensed disorder, it offered rituals of safety. Sing while you sweep. Share what you have. Trust that help is real. The crown in these films is not just a jewel, it's a promise. You will not always live under someone else's cruelty. Dawn is coming. Cultural impact of the first age, wartime comfort and post-war hope. When Snow White arrived at the end of the 1930s, many families were already bruised by depression and bracing for war. Theaters became sanctuaries. For a coin and an evening, one could sit in the dark with strangers and remember softness. The film's tenderness traveled like an ember pocketed against the cold. Re-releases kept that ember alive. Whole childhoods grew around it. During and after World War II, fairy tale light took on new jobs. Soldiers wrote letters home describing dances in castles. Children copied dresses and crayons. Lullabies from the films drifted through kitchens where ration books sat by the stove. The stories moved beyond entertainment into household liturgy, proof that beauty visited ordinary lives. Posters, dolls, and storybooks. These weren't merely products. They were talismans of continuity. A mother who sang, "A dream is a wish your heart makes" in 1950 was saying more than the words. She was pledging steadiness to a child who could sense the grown-up's fatigue. Cinderella's release after the war was perfectly timed. People wanted polish again. They wanted to look nice, go dancing, and celebrate without apology. The film affirmed that desire without scolding. It framed elegance as a reward for kindness and work, not as a betrayal of thrift. Weddings, prom nights, and little girl dress-up parties adopted ballroom moods like oxygen. Glass slippers appeared on cake toppers and in shop windows as if hope itself had a heel. By 1959, Sleeping Beauty offered not escapism but ceremony. Its cathedral-like art suggested stability, a geometry that would not buckle. In an age of rockets and new anxieties, the film looked backward with reverence and forward with mastery. Theme park castles rose as real places where families could walk inside the dream, hear the music on hidden speakers, and feel the scale of their own longings nestled inside turrets and banners. Across these decades, the princess became an ambassador. She crossed borders with ease. Her songs required no translation. She soothed in hospital, printed on pajama sets, danced on ice, and appeared in picture books beside family Bibles on living room shelves. Critics argued. Scholars analyzed. Cultural winds shifted. But bedside tables kept space for a tiara. The characters functioned as collective caregivers, reminding entire communities how to tuck themselves in at night. This impact carried complexity. The stories reflected their era's ideals and blind spots alike. They centered palaces and weddings, whiteness and Western settings, a narrow band of body shapes and beauty codes. And yet within those limits, they delivered genuine solace and ritualized hope. They taught courtesy and patience, made room for wonder, and affirmed the worth of gentleness in a world that often mistook harshness for strength. They formed a shared lullaby that multiple generations could hum together across the long hallway of the 20th century. Bedtime reflection. 3 lights glowing in history's dark forest. Picture a forest at night. The trees are tall, older than worry, older than arguments, and the path is a thread of silver. You carry a lantern. Ahead, 3 glows appear, each with its own color of warmth. The first glow is humble, golden, and close to the ground. It flickers around a cottage window where pie cools on a sill and laughter bumps into door frames. Here, work is a song and friendship is a quilt made of odd pieces that somehow fit. This is Snow White's light. It teaches you to make a home wherever you stand. Sweep a patch of floor in your mind, invite the birds of your thoughts to perch, and keep a kettle of kindness simmering for wanderers who stumble in. If fear knocks, answer with soup. The second glow is brighter, higher, bouncing from crystal to crystal like notes of a waltz. It pours down a staircase where shoes ring against marble and reminds you that dignity is not a costume, but a posture. This is Cinderella's light. You feel its steadiness in your spine when you are asked to do one more impossible thing before breakfast. You remember that the clock is real, but so is the invitation. That midnight ends a party, but not a promise. And that there are miracles suited to your foot waiting out in the world, glass and precise. The third glow is tall, stained with color like a cathedral morning. It outlines thorns without fear, shows you the spindle so you'll know what not to touch, and covers a sleeping room like a blessing. This is Aurora's light. It knows that some seasons are for rest you didn't choose, that some dangers travel through families like old stories, and that waking can be an act of courage. When you sleep, this light keeps watch. When you wake, it changes the color of your dress, simply to remind you that joy can be playful as well as solemn. Stand between these lights and listen. The forest quiet is not empty. It's full of breathing. Owls ask gentle questions. Leaves tell you what the wind said before it left. The path does not straighten, but your step steadies. You realize that each light teaches a part of the same lesson. Keep your heart soft without letting it be small. Arrange your room and your soul as if a guest might arrive any minute. Let music rescue your patience when it frays. Trust that love, romantic, familial, neighborly, acts like a key in the locks you cannot open by force. Now look up. Through the branches, stars. Some are bright as trumpets. Others are needles threaded through velvet. Pick 3 to carry with you by memory. Name them as you please. Kindness, resilience, grace, or by their melodies. Someday a wish, a dream. When the trail darkens, repeat their names softly. You are not calling magic like a spell. You are reminding your own breath how to move slow and brave. If a mirror along the path tries to speak fear to you, remember the trick. Mirrors repeat what they are fed. Offer it a different story. Say, I am more than the day that tired me. I am more than the voice that belittled me. I am a keeper of little hearths, a dancer even when no music plays, a dreamer whose sleep is a sanctuary and whose waking will be gentle. Watch the glass fog with your warmth. Leave a finger-drawn heart on the surface as you pass. If a thorn snags your sleeve, don't rage at the bush. Thorns belong to certain stories. They protect as much as they threaten. Untangle yourself patiently. Think of Meriwether's practical magic, of flora and fauna arguing about color while still sewing the dress. Smile at the notion that even your struggles are being tailored somehow to fit a larger celebration. And if you hear bells in the distance striking 12, don't run in panic. Walk with purpose. Gather what you must carry. Release what you are only borrowing. And keep the memory of the dance stitched inside your lining where no time limit can touch it. Midnight proves that joy is precious. Morning proves that joy returns. At last, the three lights seem to fold into one, bright enough to outline a castle far ahead, and gentle enough not to blind you. You realize the forest was never an enemy. It was a cathedral with branches for rafters and moss for carpet. The animals you passed were parishioners. The streams a choir, the breeze a reader of ancient prayers. You have not been alone, so you find a soft place to rest, near a stump shaped like a stool under a canopy that filters the moon into lace. You set your lantern down between your shoes. You lay your head on your arm. Somewhere a lullaby begins, built from three familiar notes, braided into one. It drifts over you like a shawl. Someday, a wish, a dream. Your breathing answers, yes, yes, yes. Close your eyes. The first age of princesses has finished telling you it's part of the story. It will keep watch while you sleep. And when you wake, the path will continue. New voices, new crowns, new seas and snows. But the light you carry will still be made of cottage warmth, ballroom courage, and the steadfast hush of a kingdom waiting for its morning. ERA 2, Silence Transition, 1960, 1988. The Sleeping Kingdom, the long pause, decades without new princesses, Disney in decline. The orchestra quiets after a triumphant finale, and the hall keeps the echo like a secret. That was Disney after 1959. The curtain did not fall on the company, yet the specific music of princess stories stepped off stage and stayed behind the wings. For almost 3 decades, audiences lived with a curious hush where a familiar melody had been. The reason was not one thing, but many threads, pulled tight at once, changing tastes, new media, shifting economics, and the simple fatigue that follows a mountain climb. Animation is slow magic, expensive to gather and fragile to keep lit. The hand-drawn grandeur of Sleeping Beauty had stretched budgets like gold leaf. Television crowded the living room with cartoons that cost less and arrived faster. Walt Disney, the studio's compass, turned his attention to broader horizons, theme parks, live-action films, nature documentaries, and the weekly anthology series that bore his name and smile. Meanwhile, the feature animation unit searched for the next true north. The company did not forget princesses. It simply could not afford to build a new cathedral every season. The wider culture was tilting too. The 60s unbuttoned rules that had seemed stitched forever. The 70s climbed into cars and found highways of self-discovery. The idea of a girl waiting in a tower began to feel like a relic placed beneath glass. Romance itself did not vanish. It remixed with realism, satire, and grit. In that new weather, fairy tales stood quietly to the side, patient as trees in winter. Inside the studio, artists who had inked gowns and poured lantern light across ballrooms aged into mentors or retired. New teams learned on productions that were humbler in scale, aimed at keeping the embers alive rather than building bonfires on every release. The Xerox line technique roughened outlines and lowered costs, a practical answer that left less room for filigree. Audiences loved dogs, cats, and clever thieves. The spotlight followed. When the box office looked away from courts and castles, schedules did too. Then came grief. In 1966, Walt Disney died, and the company lost a voice that spoke fluent dream. Leadership continued, but the heartbeat changed tempo. Without the founder's instinct for when to risk everything on a daring picture, the studio leaned conservative. It kept moving, it kept making, it kept smiling for photographs. But the part of its imagination that once placed the crown on the head of hope pressed the snooze button. The kingdom slept, not cursed, but tired. If you were a child in these years, you might have felt none of this industry math. You saw what your parents showed you, and that often meant reissues. Theaters brought Snow White back like a comet that returns to the same sky. Cinderella like a bell tolling again. Sleeping Beauty like stained glass rediscovered. The hush was therefore full of familiar music. The pause did not feel empty. It felt cyclical, like seasons. Still, within the studio walls, a question had begun to nibble. How long can a lantern burn on yesterday's oil? When would a new voice arrive to say good morning to the palace? The business climate also asked brutal questions about audience attention. Broadway musicals offered spectacle with living bodies. Epics and thrillers flexed new camera muscles. American households learned the comfort of staying home for entertainment. A studio that once competed only with other films now competed with the couch, the radio, and later a box full of blinking channels. Executives learned to hedge, to steer budgets towards surer bets, to greenlight comedies with less exposure. In that calculus, an ambitious fairy tale could look like a risk with too delicate a payoff. Yet the dream did not disappear from the water table. Young animators who would one day steer a renaissance entered the building as apprentices, inhaling the smell of pencil shavings and paint thinner, copying model sheets in quiet rooms, absorbing notes from veterans who still dreamt in squashed and stretched geometry. In their sketchbooks, princesses lived as studies of line and breath, waiting for the world to want them loudly again. For moviegoers, the tone shift felt like weather rather than warning. One year brought a clever caper with animals and coats. Another delivered a jaunty adventure stitched from Xerox lines. Families adapted, buying tickets out of habit and affection, while the Princess Lantern waited on its hook. The company learned endurance the way its heroines had taught it. Keep house, mind the shop, be ready for guests. And yet, even a resting crown casts a shape. In classrooms, doodles of gowns still edged margins. In playground tags, someone always shouted, "The Queen is coming!" and everyone ran faster. Cultural sleep is a paradox. The dream becomes clearer because nothing new distracts from its outlay. The magic endures. How snow, Cinderella, and Aurora carried through parks, books, and TV. Magic refuses to evaporate. It condenses on cooler surfaces. In the long pause, the first princesses migrated into new rooms and learned new manners. At Disneyland and the new park in Florida, they walked out of the screen and into parades, waving from floats like moving storybook pages. A child could hold a hand that yesterday belonged to paint and glass. Castles turned from symbols into destinations. Photographs pinned moments to refrigerators. Evidence that myth could be met on a Thursday. Books multiplied, slender as lullabies or fat as gift Bibles. Golden spines in nursery shelves kept the stories tall in little minds. Record players spun story albums until the grooves grew soft, letting songs become furniture in memory. On television, anthology episodes recapped the features or framed them with friendly hosts. Every format acted like a kettle on a low burner, keeping the tea of the tales warm for anyone who wanted a cup. Merchandise became a second language. Nightgowns, lunchboxes, puzzles, figurines, coloring books, and paper dolls broadened the way a child could play with narrative. A dress in a store was a portable portal. A pair of plastic slippers converted a hallway into a palace corridor. These objects did more than extend a brand. They allowed children to author their own small episodes, to move between chores, and pretend with the self-respect the films had taught them. Kindness was not merely watched. It could be worn like a uniform. In the parks, character dining turned fairy tales into hospitality. A princess could pause by a table and address a shy guest by name. Royalty learned to kneel to meet eye level. The kingdom's pageantry adapted to lesson and comfort. Spectaculars used fireworks as punctuation to music that had soothed 3 generations. The emotional contract deepened. We will keep the melodies lit if you promise to bring your belief. Families kept the promise. What survived most powerfully was ritual. Parents who had grown up humming, "A dream is a wish your heart makes," taught it as a bedtime prayer. Grandparents who saw Snow White in its first runs pointed to the animals on screen and told stories about farms, fields, wartime dances, and first dates under marquee lights. The films became heirlooms that required no polishing. Their shine came from being shared. Even the physical act of lining up for a reissue was a rite. a pilgrimage to a beloved altar. Schools and libraries curated story hours where fairy tales mixed with global folklore. The princesses stood not apart, but alongside other heroines from other cultures. And some children noticed that The Shape of Hope was not owned by one studio. Still, Disney's versions functioned like the common tongue, the dialect everyone could hum in harmony. In the chorus of Bedtime, their verses were the most familiar. Meanwhile, television stitched clips into variety specials. The faces reappeared for anniversaries. Documentaries opened model shop doors to show maquettes and costume tests, revealing that magic had fingerprints. This transparency did not shrink wonder. It broadened it. Children learned that craftspeople are wizards whose wands are pencils and brushes, whose spell books are stacks of paper. The myth grew humbler and more reachable. The lanterns sat not only in castles, but also on desks. When the culture grew anxious about fantasy's place, the parks answered with parades at dusk, where lights twined with music, and mothers held toddlers whose cheeks wore the day's stories in glitter. Traditions like those are not a pause, they are a pulse. The era without new princess films still thrummed because the old songs had joined ordinary life. Magic endured by learning the art of maintenance. Polish, revisit, welcome, repeat. It is not an accident that custodial staff in the parks are part of the show. Cleaning and caring are the natural cousins of the virtues the first princesses taught. Consider the simple power of a record sleeve propped beside a player, the cover art like a window to a world. A parent can start the needle and fold laundry while a child lies on the rug, face near the speaker, hearing a story in which being gentle is an adventure. Those minutes train attention and patience and reward it with melody. They also make a home theater of wherever the family happens to be. Traveling shows toured arenas, with skaters in gowns, blades drawing calligraphy on ice. Television commercials packed 30 seconds with confetti and choruses, and some children constructed entire kingdoms out of those fragments. Even Viewmaster reels and jigsaw puzzles did their part, asking little hands to sequence a story and feel ownership of the image that emerges. In hotels, wake-up calls sometimes used princess voices. On birthday cakes, frosting copied the color blocks of posters. The myth learned to live in frosting, felt, plastic, and paper without losing its scent of enchanted wood smoke. When something survives translation into 100 materials, you know you are dealing with a durable grammar of feeling. Later, as home playback crept into living rooms, the films learned a new loop. Pause, rewind, repeat. Children studied gestures frame by frame, memorizing arm arcs and waltz steps, choreographing their own dances in front of a screen that had finally learned to wait for them. The stories changed from events into companions. The rise of modern feminine voices, culture shifting in the background. While the official crown slept in its velvet box, the world outside the castle gates held debates under brighter lamps. Second-wave feminism rose, argued with itself, evolved, and planted questions in living rooms. What is work? What is love without permission? What does freedom look like in a kitchen, a boardroom, a classroom, a street? Songs on the radio answered back with steel and smoke. Books stitched new heroines who did not tidy the room before they ran toward the mountain. Girls watched older sisters and mothers take jobs their grandmothers were not offered and noticed the maps changing. They also watched television invent archetypes beside the princess, the detective, the scientist, the witch who preferred her own rules, the warrior who never once asked a mirror for approval. Fantasy itself diversified. Science fiction lit alternate futures. Urban fantasies brought magic to buses and sidewalks. In this churning sea, princesshood loosened its corset. In classrooms, teachers made room for conversations that earlier decades might have shushed. Fairy tales were compared to their pre-Disney versions and to tellings from other countries. Students saw that a story is not a law. It is a living thing that wears the clothing of its era. Once you learn that, you start tailoring. Visual style shifted too. Fashion pages traveled from structured gowns to miniskirts, from beehives to afros and curls that refused to flatten. A girl's reflection began to include more hair textures, more bodies, more colors of lipstick, and the option to wear none at all. Films and magazines hesitated and hurried by turns, but the river kept flowing toward choice. If the old ballrooms felt distant, new stages bloomed, community theaters mounting folk tales with local accents, school plays that put Mulan and Scheherazade side by side, decades ahead of their box office debuts. Libraries hosted women authors who wrote adventures that did not end at the altar. A child could finish a homework assignment and open a paperback where the heroine saved a village and then refused to be given away as a prize. The bedtime canon grew a spine of unquiet bravery. This cultural backdrop would later prove crucial when the crown returned. The audience had learned new questions and would bring them into the castle like lanterns. Do princesses govern or merely glow? Do they sing to birds or to Parliament? Can they rescue and be rescued in the same story? The pause did not impoverish the archetype. It trained its future listeners to expect agency, wit, and a bigger map. Mothers who loved Cinderella also loved court decisions, pay raises, and their own keys jangling with independence. Fathers learned to cheer daughters at soccer fields and science fairs. Siblings negotiated chores with new fairness. These mundane revolutions changed the temperature of bedtime. A child heard the old songs, but in a house where the day had included a mother arriving home in a uniform or a blazer, a sister soldering a radio kit, an aunt studying law. Kindness remained the first virtue. Capability arrived to stand beside it and stay the night. Magazines began to profile women who directed, edited, and designed. Behind the camera, new names entered the credits, and little girls reading the fine print learned that pictures are made by hands like theirs. Pop culture toyed with fairy tale motifs in subversive ways, remixing wolves in capes, turning stepmothers into real estate agents, and letting heroines write punchlines. In the space between reverence and parody, a useful tension grew. Classrooms also changed who got to speak. Show and Tell included stories from immigrant households where princess traditions wore different fabrics and sang in different keys. The collision of versions did not break the spell, it widened it. A child could keep Cinderella and also love Psyche Sita, or a warrior from a grandmother's village myth. This plurality tuned audiences to accept that the crown could fit more heads than the first three suggested. Universities built women's studies programs, and syllabi made space for media literacy. Students analyzed commercials with the same seriousness as novels, and the conversation about images of femininity sharpened. Even those who loved the old films learned how to ask questions of them and hold two truths at once: comfort and critique. Television news featured profiles of firefighters, astronauts, professors, and surgeons who were women, and households quietly recalibrated expectations for their daughters. Music videos and fashion campaigns taught new visual grammar, jump cuts, street settings, grit gloss, so that storybook elegance became one flavor among many rather than the only feast. This democratization of image diet prepared the public to accept a princess who could sing in a castle one moment and flip a frying pan the next. The archetype loosened enough to breathe. And as neighborhoods diversified, children brought home languages from playgrounds, recipes from neighbors, and festivals from calendars different than their own. A crown began to mean leadership rather than lineage. When the new films arrived, they would draw from this bigger pantry and call the meal a banquet instead of a single course. Magazines aimed at teens began to run advice columns that treated girls as decision-makers rather than ornaments. Television serials centered friendships that outlasted romances. When the crown returned, it would arrive in a house whose daughters had been practicing leadership in small, daily ways. Children of the first princess's generations, growing up with only 3 icons. Imagine a toy shelf in 1975. There are 3 most famous faces wearing crowns. A child learns their names before the days of the week. Snow White teaches welcome. Cinderella teaches perseverance. Aurora teaches trust. With no new princesses arriving to join the circle, those lessons deepen through repetition. For some kids, The trio became godparents in absentia, each answering a different bedtime question. Play patterned itself accordingly. One group of friends prefers woodland games with pretend animals and sweeping. Another stages balls in a living room cleared of coffee tables, taping napkins into capes, and turning the staircase into a grand entrance. Another group plays at sleep and rescue, practicing the drama of dependence and the relief of waking. None of them are wrong. They are borrowing symbolic tools for the emotions of growing up. Fear, patience, loneliness, belonging. At holidays, reissues became family calendar marks. A grandmother might announce, they are showing Cinderella again, and suddenly aunts, uncles, and cousins plan an outing with the seriousness of a reunion. The same pictures taught 3 generations how to sit in the same row and love the same thing at once. Many films do that. Few do it with such softness. For children who did not see themselves in the gowns or the skin tones, the stories still offered portable virtues. A shy child could take Cinderella's quiet to school like a talisman. A stubborn child could see Grumpy become loyal and recognize that moods can learn manners. A child in a hospital bed could listen to a song about wishing and feel less trapped by tubes and time. The images served as weather shelters where different storms could pass, yet the narrowness showed. Some children wanted a heroine who ran, fought, studied, or ruled with the council. Some wanted mothers who lived, friends who led, sisters who spoke louder. They doodled their own variations in margins and asked for costumes the stores did not sell. The longing these children felt wrote a list on the door of the future. The next era would read that list carefully. Birthdays crowned the trio again and again. Paper plates printed with doves and slippers turned dining rooms into halls. Halloween repeated the procession down sidewalks, tools shaking with every step, wands tapping railings, capes catching on bushes. Family photo albums built a private museum of the archetype. Toddlers in headbands and teenagers in elegant thrift store finds finding in themselves the calm smile of someone dignified by make-believe. Letters addressed to castles traveled by ordinary mail and came back with postcards and signatures that made the heart jolt. To receive an answer from a character is to be told your wish sounded loud enough to cross a continent. That confidence matters longer than the paper lasts. It walks with a child into math class and onto playgrounds where alliances and quarrels test small souls. Meanwhile, some children learn to dub the films into their home languages by narrating along for younger siblings. That act, translating a princess into the words your family uses, braids ownership into affection. It tells a child, this story is yours to carry, not just to borrow. Whispers of return, slow revival plans at the studio. Inside the studio, artists murmured to each other in hallways and break rooms. Could the crown be lifted again? If so, how? And to what music? Technology had evolved. Audiences had too. Executives looked at balance sheets. Story artists looked at sketchbooks. Composers hummed in parking lots. The revival did not begin with a trumpet. It began with a sustained note of intention. Training programs invited a new generation to draw. Old masters demonstrated hands, fabric, and the algebra of weight and grace. Writers sifted folk tales for arcs that felt both mythic and personal. Directors outlined what tone might welcome a modern audience without sneering at the past. Parks' data showed that guests still lined up to meet the classic 3, that love was a promissory note. Somewhere in a conference room with bad coffee, someone said, we owe them a new song. Experiments on other features refined pipelines, tightened schedules, and rebuilt the confidence that large-scale animation demands. Meanwhile, the music world was inventing Broadway-flavored pop that could carry story with choruses big enough to shake chandeliers. Collaborations formed that would later become legends. If you listen carefully to the late 80s, you can hear the overture, faint but undeniable. Marketing rewrote the storybook too. The idea of collecting the princesses into a shared banner began to sparkle in the distance. The company learned that its heroines could support one another in displays, parades, and mall events, each glow strengthening the next. A tapestry wanted to be woven. one that would welcome newcomers without exiling the elders. The brand strategy was a creative strategy wearing a business suit. Oh, there were false starts, meetings that ended with more questions than answers, and months when other projects seemed to crowd the calendar. But patient momentum has a way of finding doorways. By the mid to late 80s, the team had accumulated enough courage, enough songs, and enough sketches set at shorelines and castles to dare to wake the kingdom. And the kiss would be music. The alarm clock would be laughter. The window would open onto the sea. Story meetings collected questions on whiteboards. Could a heroine choose adventure over safety without scolding the past? Could music carry character rather than decorate it? Should comedy bounce quicker? Should romance breathe longer? Should villainy wear charm or terror? The best answers arrived not from memos, but from a feeling in the room when a line reading made people sit up. Studio corridors held small rebellions. Someone taped a quote from a critic who believed animation was dying. Someone else drew a princess singing while sweeping the quote into a dustpan. Humor is a planning tool. It kept morale elastic through months when proofs failed or notes contradicted one another. Across departments, people folded their doubts into paper cranes and sent them gliding down hallways. Technology departments experimented with cameras, multiplane illusions, and early digital tools that might save labor without flattening wonder. Artists fought for the handmade look while embracing anything that freed time for acting and nuance. Recruiters scouted art schools and brought in interns whose sketchbooks pulsed with personality. Some of those interns drew mermaids on lunch breaks and daydreamed about voices that could belt like a stage star and quip like a best friend. Meanwhile, finance relearned how to bet. The safest path would have been to keep skimming modest profits from modest projects. But the history of the studio suggested that a daring, melodic story could reframe a decade. Mentors told stories about the gamble that Snow White had been and the way mothers and soldiers wept to it. Those memory speeches are their own kind of capital. They buy permission to risk on beauty. By the time trial melodies met storyboards, a quiet consensus had formed. The new tale would honor softness and add spark. It would keep kindness and give it curiosity, keep romance and let it share the stage with purpose. The team did not plan a rebellion. They planned a bloom, bedtime reflection, a quiet era like a kingdom under snow. Listen to winter. It is not mute. It speaks in soft syllables. Hush, hold, wait. The years between Princess films were a long snowfall. The studio moved, people loved, stories were told, but the particular bell of the crown remained silent. That silence was not absence. It was incubation. Imagine the kingdom as a valley and the air as blue silk. Trees stand bare so their architecture can be studied. Rivers slow under a skin of ice that glows like glass. Children play indoors, turning furniture into forts. Grandparents pull blankets over knees and begin the same story with the same cadence as the year before. The pause becomes a ritual of listening for sounds behind the sounds. The kettle that clicks when it is ready, the radiator's clank, the pages whisper. In this era, the first princesses took on the role of hearthkeepers more than adventurers. They were not racing down new plot roads. They were tending the home fires of memory. That is harder work than it seems. Keeping a feeling warm through decades is an art. It asks for caretakers at parks and parents at bedtime, for costumers mending sequins and librarians stamping spines. It asks for children to grow up and return with their children to point and say, there she is. Snow covers details, but not shapes. From a hill, you can still see the outline of a castle, a bridge, a bell tower. During the long pause, the outlines of the archetype stayed visible. Kindness as compass, resilience as road, grace as the way to carry both. The culture stretched and questioned and demanded new maps, but it did not burn the old ones. They were kept in a drawer for reference, for comfort, for songs that still fit the throat. If you walk the snowy streets of memory and press your ear to the door of a living room in 1978, you might hear the scratch of a record becoming a choir, a child's laugh when Dopey trips, or the silence right before the poison apple appears. You might smell popcorn, new crayons, and cold air following a father back from work. You might see a girl twirling in a borrowed skirt while her mother pins the waist. That is not stasis. That is life rehearsing for courage. When finally the kingdom wakes, when a girl with red hair will sing to the surf and ask for more, this snowy era will not melt away as if it never mattered. It will shine briefly on the fields, gilding the new morning with the memory of quiet. The best awakenings respect their sleep. They say thank you to the blankets before they fold them. They kiss the forehead of the past. So lay down now and listen to the distant hum of workshops and writers' rooms, to pencils tapping and keys clicking, to the footfalls of performers backstage waiting for their cue. The hush you hear is not failure. It is the breath drawn before a long note. It is the empty staff line waiting for melody. It is the interval between heartbeats when the body gathers its strength. The crown is right where we left it, cool, patient, gleaming under frost. And soon, as ever, in stories and in life, someone will open the window and let the warm air rush in. Snow, of course, means play. Even the quietest pauses have laughter. Sleds appear. Someone makes a snow princess with a crown of twigs and a cape of scarf. Another child draws a door on packed snow with a finger and pretends it opens to a ballroom. Older kids roll their eyes and then join anyway because pretending is a muscle that misses lifting. In that play, you can glimpse the doctrine of the era. Keep warm together. Take turns telling the same story and let each teller add a breath of their own. The kingdom will wake, but before it does, learn to love the hush. It teaches how to hear the clock, how to feel the weight of a blanket, how to measure time by tea and by the pattern of light on a carpet. When the trumpets finally sound, you will not panic. You will stand, stretch, and smile as if dawn is an old friend arriving right on time. Winter also makes sound carry. A laugh from 2 houses away arrives like a bell. Footsteps crunch rhythm into the street. In the quiet between releases, you could hear the metronome of craft, the ticking patience that keeps faith with work that takes years. If you press your palm to the snow, you can feel the ground not sleeping but concentrating. The hush taught audiences to be caretakers, not just consumers. They brought old songs to new babies. They corrected lyrics for each other with affection. They offered cast members at parks the kind of grateful nod usually reserved for nurses and teachers. Tenderness became communal behavior rather than a mood a film induces. When the renewed era began, it found that the crowd already knew the steps. So as you drift, imagine a white quilt laid over hills, a sky the color of pewter, breath rising like small prayers. Somewhere in a window a lamp is on, and a seamstress pins a hem on a gown the color of sunrise. Somewhere a composer leans over a piano and searches for a chord that sounds like the moment a tide turns. Somewhere a child is telling a stuffed mouse that big changes are coming and that he will be brave. The kingdom is not asleep. It is practicing stillness so that its first movement will be graceful when the music returns. Sleep now and let the snow keep your place. Some stories hurry. This one learns patience the way a seed learns darkness. Soon there will be lanterns at the harbor and voices on the wind. For tonight the hush is holy and the kingdom is safe beneath its quilt. Good night. I, 3. The Renaissance Awakens, 1989, 1999. Ariel, Belle, Jasmine. Pocahontas, Mulan, Ariel's Ocean Song, 1989. Freedom, Longing, Sacrifice. Listen. Waves breathe in and out like a cradle, and a curious voice rises from the blue. Ariel's first note is not a command or a plea. It is a question with salt on it. What else is there? She asks the water, the surface, the vault of a world she cannot yet enter. In that question, a decade wakes. After years of hush and maintenance, Disney's heartbeat quickens. The ocean widens, the music swells, and a princess becomes an explorer. Ariel's grotto is a museum of hunger. Forks, telescopes, boxes with lids, relics turned charms, are arranged by a young anthropologist of wonder. She is not collecting because she is greedy. She is attempting to map absence. Each object is a door that does not yet open. To sing part of your world in that cave is to write a thesis on yearning. That wanting is not a flaw but a form of knowing. The song respects longing as a brave thing to confess out loud. Her rebellion is tender, not cruel. She disobeys a father who loves her, not a tyrant. She breaks rules because they box in the horizon. The film treats the conflict with kindness. Triton's fury is fear shaped like thunder, and Ariel's defiance is hope shaped like flight. In the middle swims Sebastian, a bureaucrat with a poet's heart, discovering that a rule book is an imperfect life jacket. Humor keeps the argument breathable. Melody keeps it true. Ursula swirls onto the stage like ink in clear water. Funny, calculating, deliciously dangerous. She is the cost of shortcuts disguised as a mentor. Her contract is satire with teeth. What would you trade to be understood? The Voice for Legs bargain is not a condemnation of speechless women. It is an allegory of compromise. Ariel must learn that the thing she thought she could loan away for a weekend is the instrument of her honesty. When the film returns her voice, it is not a deus ex machina. It is justice restoring a tool to its rightful wielder. Eric's kindness matters. He is not a trophy, but a partner. A boy who listens to silence and finds language in laughter, who recognizes goodness not through lectures, but through attentiveness. Their attraction is framed as recognition rather than conquest, a two-way curiosity. Kiss the Girl stages consent as choreography, music inviting, friends encouraging, eyes asking, the boat drifting lightly toward yes. The joke fish row. The moment is chaste. The ethic lands softly. Sacrifice anchors the arc. Ariel endangers her family to follow a feeling and learns quickly that freedom asks for responsibility. She fights a sea witch, not with a sword alone, but with the refusal to surrender her light. The ending lifts a barrier between worlds, but it does not declare one world superior. Her father's final magic is not a bribe or scolding. It is a blessing that understands. Some children are born with feet in their dreams. He loves her enough to let the shore hold her. The animation surges like tide. Bubbles carry jokes. Hair behaves like silk in suspension. And light refracts into cathedral mosaics on the ocean floor. Broadway enters the bloodstream of feature animation. And suddenly songs do plot work. Jokes a rhythm, and side characters move like a chorus that advances the story. The film feels handmade and newly modern at once, a bridge stitched from coral and spotlight. Most of all, Ariel names a feeling many children and teenagers know, the ache of adjacency, the ache of seeing another life across a boundary and wanting it without despising your own. She does not hate the sea. She loves possibility. The film treats that ache as sacred, not silly. When she wheels on the ship's deck in a dress that catches the sun, the decade's door swings on its hinges. The Renaissance has introduced itself with a splash, and the splash is a promise. Curiosity will be honored. Music will be muscle, and love will mean more than rescue. Consider, too, the ethics of Ariel's collecting. She treats artifacts with reverence, arranging them like prayers. For children who pile treasures under beds, a feather, a coin, a ribbon. The grotto validates the museum of private meaning. It says curiosity is a caretaker, not a thief when it looks with love. And for parents, it offers a gentle nudge. Wonder often looks like clutter before it finds its shelf. Even the film's humor contains mercy lessons. Scuttle's wrong names for human tools are not merely jokes. They are parables about how we all misname what we don't understand and still deserve patience while we learn. Sebastian's Calypso celebrates work as pleasure without shaming those who feel torn between duty and desire. The orchestra of sea life turns labor into play, hinting that a healthy community lets joy and job share a table. Ariel's sisters, often seen as chorus, also outline a truth about families. Not every child will face the horizon in the same direction. Some guard the palace, some polish the tradition. One swims toward the light line where sky begins. Love includes and releases. The film ends not by erasing difference, but by letting difference widen the family's reach. Now the ocean knows a pier, and the pier knows a home-cooked meal at sea. Belle's Library of Dreams, 1991. Intelligence, compassion, seeing beyond the surface. Snow dusted a French village. Books warmed it. Belle crosses the square with a volume under her arm like a lantern, flipping pages as if to stir air into a sleepy morning. She is polite without being pliant, independent without sneer, a heroine who loves ideas more than attention. Her bonjour is a courtesy, or her "I want much more than this provincial life" is an honest weather report. She is not fleeing the ordinary because she despises it. She simply hears a bigger key signature somewhere beyond the hedgerows. The Beast's castle is a laboratory for empathy. Candlesticks flirt, clocks fret, teapots parent, wardrobes encourage. The furniture is alive because the house has been treated like an object. The curse dramatizes the moral wound. To break the spell is to learn to see a person where convenience once saw a tool. Belle does not heal with sweetness alone. She sets boundaries, keeps her word, trades her freedom for her father's safety with clear eyes, and then refuses to remain a prisoner to anyone's temper. The film puts a ladder against the wall of anger and says, "Climb down." There is soup. The library is not a gift of decor. It is an apology in architecture. The Beast offers not jewels, but shelves upon shelves of new air for Belle's mind. That gesture reframes courtship as collaboration. I will make room for what you love, not ask you to shrink to fit what I am. Their slow dance is built of conversations, winter walks, soup bowls, and the humility of learning to pronounce a word the way the other does. Something there is a mutual revelation set to a waltz you can hum while washing dishes. Tenderness becomes domestic competence. Gaston is a satire that bites because it is buoyant. He weaponizes charm, collects applause, and cannot imagine a no that outlasts his grin. The tavern number that praises him is a thesis on performative masculinity. It is catchy, so you will remember how easily a crowd can clap for danger. Belle's rejection marks a boundary many viewers practice later. Dignity over popularity, truth over ease. When the mob forms, it is not the Beast's ugliness that makes them dangerous. It is Gaston's storytelling. Whoever owns the narrative owns the torches. The transformation sequence is less about handsome, replacing monstrous, than about a soul's posture changing under the gaze of love. Belle's "I love you" arrives not to reward perfect behavior, but to acknowledge a pattern of goodness that has become trustworthy. The curse shatters because community reforms. Servants as friends, a master as neighbor, a house as home. The last image is not a kiss alone. It is a dance where windows are open again and light moves like music across the floor. Visually, the film taught animation to move like theater. Proscenium shots, a showstopper in the ballroom where the camera swoops as if held by invisible rigging. Computer assistance glides us along marble like a phantom violin. And still it all feels warm. Brush textures, candle flickers, snow breathing against the panes. The Broadway DNA introduced in the previous film now conducts the orchestra. Songs carry thesis statements, humor bears philosophy, and reprises do character work, like book chapters in melody. Belle widened the princess lexicon without erasing its first grammar. She reads, argues, chooses, forgives, and insists. She refuses the town's script without mocking the town, confronts the Beast without dehumanizing him, and offers love without erasing herself. For countless children, she whispered a permission slip. You may be gentle and formidable at once. You may love books and love people. You may decline applause that is aimed at a mask. For countless parents, she modeled a craft. Raise a child whose please has a backbone and whose no has music. Belle's father, Maurice, deserves notice in the Bedtime ledger. He is odd in a way that many children recognize in someone they love. Brilliant at one thing, forgetful at others, tender in the bones. Belle protects him, not because he is helpless, but because she sees his worth beyond the village's laughter. When she trades places, the contract is written in that recognition. Love is the courage to take someone's burden for a season and then set it down together reshaped. Inside the castle, time itself becomes a character. Petals fall at a rate we can feel in our chests, reminding us that change is mortal, even in a fairy tale. The rose is a syllabus about impermanence, asking the beast whether he wants to be right or to be real. Belle refuses to be a therapist or a project manager for his soul. She offers kindness and limits, and lets growth be his work. That balance is a model for many relationships that followed, on screen and off. The wolf attack sequence and its aftermath enact a mutual rescue that births trust. He fights to save her. She tends to his wounds and answers his roar with humor that punctures pride without cruelty. "Thank you for saving my life," he says later, and the apology that follows is a door that locks behind old habits. Children watching learn a blueprint difficult to teach. Bravery apologizes and cleans dishes afterward. Even the household's gossip threads, Lumiere's flirtations, Cogsworth's rules, Mrs. Potts' wise warmth, teach governance. Healthy communities need spark, structure, and steadiness. The castle fails when any one of those types dominates. It heals when the trio cooperate and put service ahead of personality. That is politics disguised as pastry carts and torch sconces, a primer for future voters wrapped in whipped cream. Jasmine's Sky of Freedom, 1992. Rebellion, choice, voice. A falcon arcs, a carpet sighs, a palace gleams like sugar at sunset. Inside the walls, a young woman leans on a balcony and watches a city she is not allowed to walk. Jasmine's problem is not boredom. It is confinement shaped like protocol. She is not being asked to be kind or wise. She is being asked to be small. Her refusal is crisp. She vaults the wall and finds a market where life is messy and human. Bread shared, apples stolen, greetings informal, danger ha. She tastes unscripted air and recognizes herself. "Do you trust me?" is the romance's pivot, offered by a boy who rehearses freedom daily by imagining versions of himself that no one else will grant. Aladdin and Jasmine are mirrors whose edges don't quite align yet. He lies to be seen. She hides to be heard. Their chemistry ignites when honesty becomes a common project. The carpet ride is not an escape from reality. It is a survey of it. A Whole New World is a civic hymn disguised as a love song, a pledge to explore, to listen, to be startled and enlarged together. The law that demands Jasmine marry a prince is paperwork trying to boss a soul. The film frames legalism as comedy until it turns sinister. Jafar twists order into domination. His snake staff is what happens when authority forgets service. Jasmine's courage takes the shape of speaking in rooms where she has been taught to listen only. She calls out deceit, confronts villains, and refuses to be a prize at the end of anyone's quest. The story blesses not just her heart, but her voice, the instrument that law tried to file down to silence. The Sultan's transformation is quiet and crucial. He learns that fatherhood is not ownership. That leadership can mean changing the rules that used to feel like furniture. In granting Jasmine the right to choose, he breaks a generational habit. That is how revolutions often occur. In living rooms, in small sighs after long dinners, in one man's willingness to say, "We were wrong, let's write a better law." Comedy pours like mint tea. Genie quotes, carpet gags, parades that satirize parades. Yet beneath the jokes, the thesis is sharp. Identity cannot be assigned by decree. Love cannot function as a pageant. And freedom is the right to make meaning of your own life. Jasmine's arc ricochets in bedrooms across the world, where daughters practice new tones in the mirror. Firm, warm, witty, unafraid. Boys watched her too and learned that partnership is not a reward for tricks, but a conversation between equals who tell each other the truth. The aesthetic glows with jewel tones, starry blues, and hot golds, ornament that breathes. The film does not apologize for spectacle. It uses it as a frame for a portrait of choice. In an era that could have dressed rebellion in thorns, Jasmine's story chooses silk and song to carry the same electricity. I will decide my life. The balcony that once felt like a cage becomes a launch pad. Rules bow to love, not the other way around. Jasmine's friendship with her tiger, Raja, is a portrait of loyalty with claws. He is guardian and confidant, the living boundary she can trust when human boundaries have failed. Children who attached to pets felt seen. The film blessed their private treaties with animals as real alliances. In a story swirling with disguises, Raja's constancy tells us who Jasmine is when no one is watching. The marketplace scene where Jasmine gives bread to hungry children is not a throwaway beat. It is a manifesto. She does not merely escape boredom. She meets need. Her first autonomous act outside the palace is charity, linking freedom to responsibility. Later, when she challenges Jafar in the throne room, that early gesture echoes. Voice used for others, not just for self. Genie's bond with Aladdin strengthens Jasmine's thesis about freedom. They liberate him because love that knows its own value does not need a slave. The final wish is a constitutional amendment placed at the end of a comedy. No person is property. Friendship does not demand chains. Children laughed at impressions and left with ethics tucked in their pockets. The film's final images restore the city to itself. No more dark spirals or giant cobras, just rooftops under moonlight and a carpet cutting air like laughter. In that calm, Jasmine and Aladdin begin what the decade prefers, a partnership that promises to keep learning. No gilded silence, a duet of truth. Pocahontas' River of Change, 1995. Nature, culture, and courage. Wind moves like a grandmother's hand through leaves. A canoe noses into a current that knows the way. Pocahontas stands where river meets horizon and reads the water as if it were text. Her strength is listening, writ large, to stones, to storms, to silence. Listen with your heart, Grandmother Willow advises, and the film tries to obey, pairing percussion with birdsong, painting landscapes as characters whose moods a wise person can sense and honor. When ships arrive, they bring hunger with flags on it. The conflict is not simply between good and bad people. It is between habits of thought. John Smith begins with a map that has blanks he intends to fill with himself. Pocahontas greets him not as an invader or a prize, but as a complicated stranger who needs new questions. Their dialogues are the film's engine, two lenses colliding, then adjusting, until a shared focus appears. Colors of the Wind functions as a syllabus for humility. You cannot own what you haven't learned to name with wonder. The film honors community, councils, rituals, handoffs of wisdom. Chief Powhatan's love is stern because his world has weathered storms that songs alone cannot push back. The choice to stay or to marry inside the tribe carries meaning beyond romance. It signs treaties with the past and safeguards the future. Pocahontas resists being drafted into anyone's easy narrative, the conquering heroes or the star-crossed lovers. She carries the river's logic. Be loyal to what carries life forward. Violence looms, staged with drums and smoke that make fear audible. The story's courage is not a sword flourish. It is a body stepping between two mobs and asking them to recognize the human face across the line. Pocahontas' intervention reframes heroism from victory to prevention, from taking to stopping. The cost is loneliness. She does not get a parade. She gets responsibility that settles on the shoulders like weather. The ending refuses the wedding many expected and offers instead a truth. Love can be real and still not be the path that wisdom chooses. The farewell scene is not a failure of romance, but a flowering of it into something larger. Mutual respect, truthful parting, a promise to keep the river healthy even if the boats go separate ways. In a canon that often closed with curtains and a kiss, this choice rings like a bell in a different key. Children learn a new shape of strength. Staying as brave when leaving would be easier and wrong. Visually, the film is a painting in motion. Angular trees, luminous skies, faces designed with sculptural grace. Musically, it builds bridges between drums and orchestras, between lullabies and laments. Critics and communities have rightly discussed the liberties and mixture of history in the tale. The film exists uneasily between legend and fact. Yet the heart of its offering to the princess lexicon is sturdy. Reverence for the earth, leadership that listens, love that refuses to erase self or culture. Pocahontas expanded the frame of princesshood further outward. away from palaces and toward stewardship, diplomacy, and the bravery of saying no to any narrative that flattens the truth. Many viewers met their first image of a heroine whose romance bows to responsibility, whose crown is woven of river light and cedar memory. In bedrooms far from forests, children placed a hand on the windowsill and felt wind that wasn't there. The film taught them to treat that feeling as a message. You are part of a larger conversation. Speak with care. The counsel of Grandmother Willow deserves a line in the book of Bedtime. She offers jokes with her wisdom, proving that elders can be playful guides rather than scolds. Her roots drink deeply from time. Her leaves rustle with a contemporary wit. Children need that combination, history with humor, advice that smiles even as it warns. She tells Pocahontas to listen, but she also listens back, modeling conversation across age. Savages, the marching duet of hate, is an uncomfortable mirror the film holds to the audience. It is intentionally unpretty, insisting that dehumanization arrives in matching melodies on both sides when fear writes the lyrics. By making the song catchy, the film does a dangerous and useful thing. It lets us recognize the tune in the world beyond the credits and decide not to hum along. Princess stories can be armor. They can also be alarms. Animals here are not accessories, but neighbors. Mako steals with charm. Flit protests with zeal. The natural world maintains opinions about the proceedings. That lively ecosystem frames every choice within relationship to Earth, not just to people. The river does not bend for plot convenience. It accepts or resists paddles according to physics and respect. Children learn, almost below language, that the world is alive and watching how we behave. The film's final beat, the leaves lifting like a benediction as the ship pulls away, leaves the heart in a tender ache. It is not despair. It is the pain of choosing against easy happiness, so that larger goods can grow. Some listeners cry and do not quite know why. The answer is this: the story has taught them that love is sometimes a gate you keep closed so that a field can recover. Mulan, Sword of Honor, 1998. Identity, bravery, self-discovery. A cricket chirps, a brush paints water onto stone, and a daughter runs late to a meeting with tradition. Mulan's world is organized by promises made long before she was born. Honor is a family heirloom. Duty is the frame around every portrait. When her father is called to war, the picture cracks. Love answers not with tears alone, but with a decision. Mulan takes the paper that says man and folds herself into its shape, not to mock it, but to save what it protects. Disguised stories are mirrors. They ask who we are when the world looks with the wrong label. Reflection is both a lament and an experiment. What if the face inside could find a way to live outside? The training camp turns humor into grit, spilled rice, aching muscles. I'll make a man out of you, pounding tempo into a body that refuses to quit. The montage is not a cheat. It is a spiritual biography in fast forward. Will learns to wear muscle. Courage remembers it always had one. Mushu crackles with jokes and jittery devotion. Creaky punctuates with luck that feels like timing in disguise. Comedy in this story is not a side dish, but a breathing exercise. It keeps terror from flooding the lungs. Meanwhile, Shang learns to lead beyond posture, to see competence where tradition taught him to see insolence. The army becomes a small family stitched by shared risk and revised expectations. The avalanche sequence rewrites scale. A single, clever mind redirects a mountain, and heroism looks like geometry married to nerve. When Mulan's identity is revealed, the world's first response is not applause. It is censure dressed as order. The wound is deep because it is public. Yet the story insists, shame is not the end. Truth is a beginning that hurts. Mulan returns not for vindication, but because danger remains and love does not let her watch a city burn from afar. The final battle makes theater of rooftops and fireworks, turning costume into tactic and fan into weapon. Mulan wins by refusing to borrow anyone else's rhythm. She uses what the world said disqualifies her: grace, cunning, agility. to save it. The emperor's bow is not a token. It is a restoration of moral math. The city recalibrates. Families realign. A daughter returns home not as a rebel who burned the map, but as a cartographer who updated it. Romance, again, is a conversation that will begin later over tea. The film does not hurry. It trusts that respect is a better foundation than haste. Mulan's father's embrace is the prize that gleams brightest because it resolves the question that sang beneath every scene. Can I be loved as myself if myself isn't what tradition expected? The answer arrives without speeches. Yes, come eat. Visually, the film honors ink-painting minimalism alongside set-piece spectacle. Silence does some of the most important work. Snowfields, lantern nights, a single blossom that survives the branch. Images hold still long enough for children to memorize them into courage. The score swings from drum lines to flutes, from swagger to prayer. The mix lets many children find themselves somewhere between, no matter their temperament or their family's rules. Mulan carved a space in the princess lineage for warriors of many kinds, daughters who negotiate, caretakers who strategize, artists who fight by building bridges. She invited boys to admire a girl without losing face, invited parents to see that honor expands when you let your child bring home a story that wasn't in the old book. For countless viewers, she made the sentence, "Be yourself," feel less like a slogan and more like an assignment that requires work, love, and repeated brave attempts. Mulan's matchmaker sequence doubles as an ode to imperfection. Powder sneezes, ink smears, a cricket tumbles through plans, and still the world does not end. The comedy gives children permission to fail without declaring themselves failures. Later, when she cannot climb the pole, the film withholds scorn and offers practice. Get up again becomes the lullaby under every drum hit. Chifu's paperwork and sarcasm demonstrate bureaucracy's ability to shrink souls when it forgets purpose. Shang learns the opposite lesson. Forms are for people, people are not for forms. His respect evolves in gradients. A glance at a solved problem, a nod at a well-made plan, a hand held out when the world finally admits what he has come to know. Respect that grows on evidence is sturdier than awe that grows on rumor. The Huns are drawn like a nightmare wearing armor, eyes lit like coals. They are less characters than weather, a storm that tests structures. In facing them, the film insists the cleverness and community beat brute force when fear has not been allowed to hollow them. The burning village sequence grants grief its silence, refusing to make spectacle of loss. The tone models how to look at disaster with reverence instead of voyeurism. Mulan's return home turns the film into a parable about gifts. She offers the emperor's honors to her father, and he sweeps them aside to hold the giver. The greatest gift and honor is having you for a daughter. Travels into living rooms and repairs tiny rips and in-family tapestries. Men and women who did not grow up hearing those words found themselves gifted with them by a cartoon and passed them along, changing households gently. Renaissance reflections, the 90s, redefine what a princess can be. Stand back from the decade and you can see the tapestry the films wove. Curiosity diving under waves, intellect reading a soul through fur and fear, voice leaping the palace wall, stewardship tying love to land and people, identity striding through a battlefield with a blossom in her hair. The princess did not abandon kindness or song. She put them in boots. She did not sneer at romance. She asked it to mature. She did not leave the ballroom. She added libraries, rivers, rooftops, and training grounds to the floor plan. Musically, the era married Broadway's storytelling to animation's elasticity. Songs staged arguments, confessions, and philosophy. Villain numbers taught media literacy by making manipulation catchy, so you could recognize it when you heard it elsewhere. Duets taught consent and co-discovery. Reprises acted as journal entries. This music did not pause the story. It carried it on a melody you could take to school and hum when fear tapped you on the shoulder. Culturally, the films walked into living rooms layered with new expectations. Girls had watched mothers work and vote with fresh angles. Boys had learned that tenderness did not cancel strength. The canon responded by widening the room. Princesses could be scholars, diplomats, fighters, and explorers. Princes could listen, apologize, become allies, and stay funny. The chemistry of equality proved more romantic than rescue that demanded gratitude as tribute. Representation broadened, imperfectly, unevenly, sometimes clumsily, often bravely. Audiences saw more faces, more worlds, more textures of myth. Children from different backgrounds found invitations instead of warnings. Critique lived alongside love. Communities debated depictions and demanded better even as they bought tickets and sang along. The conversation itself was a form of investment. We expect this art to care, to learn, to do more. The studio, listening, adjusted its sails for winds that would carry future voyages. Formally, the animation teams fused traditional draftsmanship with emerging tools. Depth multiplied. Cameras flew where hands alone had once hesitated. Yet the films did not outsource warmth to circuits. You can still feel the graphite under the paint, the human timing and the jokes, the analog breath of a character blinking. This marriage of methods announced a principle. Progress that forgets craft is brittle. Craft that refuses progress can grow stale. The Renaissance said yes to both love letters, to ink and to innovation. The decade also reimagined community around the heroine. Sidekicks were not merely gags. They were moral weather, measuring courage and fear, teaching comic relief as an ethic of resilience. Parents were not automatically wrong. They were often scared and sometimes capable of learning. Villains were charming enough to reveal how charisma manipulates crowds. Kingdoms were alive, not wallpaper. Ecosystems, markets, crews, clans, councils. The frame widened to show the cost of choices on more than one pair of hands. For the bedtime project that carries you now, the 90s contribute a slower lesson that hides inside their spectacle. Growth is noisy, necessary, and beautiful when it is honest. A child hears Under the Sea and Be Our Guest and laughs, but somewhere inside the laughter a new muscle forms. The one that reaches for adventure without discarding home, that asks questions without scorn, that apologizes without collapse, and that loves without asking anyone to vanish. Consider the arc across the 5 heroines. Ariel claims longing and learns cost. Belle claims discernment and learns mercy. Jasmine claims voice and learns the patience of changing law. Pocahontas claims stewardship and learns the courage of complicated love. Mulan claims identity and learns how to carry it publicly with grace. Put them in a room together, and you would hear a choir in 5 keys that harmonize on one word. Choice. Choice to explore, to see, to speak, to listen, to become. The Renaissance also taught studios and audiences that animated musicals could sit at the same table as live-action prestige and eat their fill. Awards noticed, box offices swelled, critics wrote with respect, and the form gained permission to attempt anything. That permission would send ripples into the new millennium. New princesses from new places, new experiments that sometimes stumbled and often soared, and a refreshed covenant between storyteller and sleeper. We will sing truth to you, wrapped in color and courage, until your breath slows and your eyes close. Ticket stubs turned into keepsakes, soundtracks into road trip choirs, Halloween costumes into little manifestos trotting door to door. Classrooms staged talent shows where part of your world rubbed shoulders with science fair projects, announcing that curiosity and craft belonged in the same gym. Librarians made displays that placed fairy tales beside field guides, and children checked out both, building a toolkit for wonder that included questions, kindness, maps, and microscopes. The Renaissance also refreshed how stories talked about power. Crowns no longer guaranteed wisdom. Authority earned legitimacy by listening. Fathers, sultans, chiefs, emperors each learned a lesson that shrank no one's dignity and stretched everyone's freedom. On the other side, villains performed charisma so flamboyantly that children learned to ask, what does this person want from my attention? That question is a shield that fits even small hands. Technology shifted the audience's intimacy with the films. Home video let families rewind a moral and study it in slow motion. A look exchanged before forgiveness, a breath taken before truth, a smile that meant, "I'm sorry." Rewatching did not dull the stories, it burnished them. Repetition turned into rehearsal, and rehearsal turned into character when children tried the gestures in their own kitchens and classrooms. If the earlier eras offered assurance that goodness survives, the Renaissance added a partner promise. Growth is possible. Beast learns to be gentle. Jasmine's father learns to change a law. John Smith learns to lay down superiority. Mulan's commanders learn to bow to merit. Even Triton learns to loosen his grip. These arcs taught a generation that apologies can be doorways and that pride can soften without losing stature. All of it flowed into the larger river of culture. Theme parks added shows that asked the crowd to sing with the heroine, not at her. Publishing welcomed picture books that told scenes from new angles. Children who loved the films grew up to write, draw, compose, and teach with the same mix of melody and moral clarity. The decade was not a detour, it was a widening of the road so that more travelers could fit. And when the millennium turned, the echoes did not fade. Lanterns rose over another kingdom. Sisters took the stage without a marriage plot at the center. Seas and snows continued to mentor audiences in bravery and belonging. But those scenes, beloved as they are, stand on the shoulders of a mermaid who wanted to walk, a village girl who loved books, a princess who said the law must listen, a leader who chose peace, and a daughter who saved a nation by being fully herself. ERA 4 into the millennium, 2000-2008. Tiana transition, the quiet glow after a decade of bold voices. The brand becomes a bridge. The quiet years, again after Mulan, a searching time. The applause of the Renaissance lingered like warmth in a theater after the curtains closed, but the room did not empty. Artists swept the aisles, tuned instruments, and spoke in low voices about what might come next. After the thunder of Mulan's final salute, Disney entered a practical, introspective stretch where the studio looked at its shelves, its budgets, its audience's habits, and the changing machinery of animation. It was not silence, it was recalibration. The 2000s opened with a collage of experiments, some buoyant, some bruised, all of them useful. The company had rediscovered melody in the 90s. Now it wondered what key the next decade should play. Behind the scenes, teams were untangling pipelines and timelines. The old hand-drawn craft still beat in the building like a heart you could hear in the pipes. But the industry's pulse had shifted toward digital tools. Caps had already modernized ink and paint. Now fully computer-animated features were proving they could carry emotion, comedy, and box office swagger. That success did not bury 2D. It challenged it to find a new posture. Directors asked whether princesshood needed to speak in a different register, whether the next heroine might begin not with a ballroom, but with a workplace, a neighborhood, a kitchen. A crown could still gleam, yet perhaps it should share the frame with a ledger and a set of keys. Culturally, audiences were living faster. DVD players slid into living rooms beside game consoles. Saturday mornings scattered into streaming-ish marathons recorded on discs. The pace of consumption accelerated. Yet bedtime rituals remained stubborn and sweet. A familiar melody while toys were put away. A blanket pulled just so. A promise that tomorrow would make sense. Disney's creative calendar had to satisfy both speeds, crafting spectacles for theaters and companions for couches, sequels for children who wanted the same song again, and pilots for kids who craved a new dance. The studio's slate between 1999 and 2008 read like a traveler's notebook. A Hawaiian sci-fi hug, a lost empire. Cows on the Run, a shaggy-haired pop satire. A superhero family, a frogless bayou dream in pencil tests, and robots who fell in love among the stars. Some films found big crowds, others found cult status that would ripen later. The common denominator was curiosity. Even projects that missed their financial hopes moved the craft forward. new backgrounds painted with modern textures, new ways to marry slapstick and sincerity, new voices auditioned in hallways that smelled like coffee and warm monitors. Fans, for their part, kept the earlier princesses busy. Reissues on shimmering discs, sing-along editions, dress-up lines that refreshed each season. These held space in the culture while the storytellers sketched. And in those sketches, a name kept returning to the page with jazz on the staff lines and steam rising from a kitchen. Tiana. The idea glowed because it felt like an answer to several questions at once. What if the next princess's dream wasn't a ballroom at all, but a set of keys to a door with her name on it? What if romance arrived as partnership, not rescue? What if the city itself sang? Meanwhile, corporate weather shifted, leadership changes, boardroom debates, and the great merger that married Disney and Pixar in 2006 rewired authority and taste. Champions of hand-drawn animation pushed for one more waltz on paper, not as nostalgia, but as a vote of confidence in line, curve, and breath. The company's brand caretakers understood that the next royal story needed to ring like something both classic and contemporary, familiar enough to feel safe, new enough to feel necessary. That tension, handled well, would give the tale its electricity. For the bedtime traveler listening across this era, the sound is a metronome rather than a drumline. Tick of pencils, click of tablets, murmured melodies, kitchen timers, and the soft clatter of dishes in story meetings where food and family were part of the pitch. Heroes could still wear crowns, the teams agreed, but a crown could also be a hairnet, an apron, a ledger, and a vow to pay a mortgage on time. The search was not for a prettier dress. The search was for a truer life. Consider the release slate as signposts on a road that preferred detours to straightaways. A razor-sharp comedy about an emperor who becomes a llama taught the studio that tonal agility could win affection even when the box office fidgeted. An undersea archaeologist chased a mythic crystal and discovered that world-building could be textured like a novel. A pair of brothers turned into bears and back again, so the audience could practice empathy from inside another skin. Cows saved a farm with slapstick. A sky full of talking chickens took a spin at digital novelty. A family of supers reminded everyone that domesticity and heroism share closets. Inventors bent time with bright optimism. A dog who believed his own show learned how to love when the script ran out. You could feel the company testing doors, checking hinges, learning which rooms held warmth. Not every corridor ended in applause, but every step taught the walker how to carry the lantern more wisely. The Disney Princess brand, 2000s, dolls, merchandise, and global identity. If the films paused to question and retool, the brand learned to travel with confident steps. In malls and on birthdays, the princess lineup crystallized into a shared banner where Snow, Cinderella, Aurora, Ariel, Belle, Jasmine, and soon newcomers stood shoulder to shoulder. That display was more than marketing. It was a choir. A child could see herself moving between voices, the reader and the explorer, the diplomat, the dreamer. Packages glittered, not only to catch light, but to communicate a promise. The kingdom is open, even when theaters are between premieres. The princess identity solved a practical problem and opened a creative door. Practically, it let parents shop across films with one glance. It turned individual releases into a perennial invitation. Even if no new princess film was in theaters, the kingdom was open for play. Creatively, it reframed the crown as a community rather than a solo. A little girl with a Belle book bag could stand next to a friend in an Ariel hoodie and recognize kinship. Schools held princess days where classmates compared songs, swapped tiaras, and learned that admiration multiplies when shared. But dolls and costumes carried that treaty into bedrooms, sidewalks, and playground stages. Each fabric choice was a micro-story. Satin that didn't itch, seams that survived cartwheels, colors tuned to look like the film under daylight. When designers got the details right, children rewarded them by wearing the gowns to brunch, to grocery stores, to dentist appointments. The costume stopped being performance and became identity-adjacent comfort. Soft armor for a loud world. Photo albums filled with tiny sovereigns fell asleep on car rides. Glitter on cheeks and sneakers kicked off. Kingdom duties paused until morning. Books expanded the brand's grammar. Early readers retold scenes with simple sentences. Lavish picture books explored corners of the worlds not seen on screen. Activity pads invited coloring outside lines that had once been sacred. Sticker collections taught sequencing and narrative cause and effect. The Princess line became, in effect, a literacy program dressed as glitter. Kids practiced letters because they wanted to write invitations to imaginary balls and menus for pretend restaurants. Cultural translation accelerated. In Tokyo, Paris, Hong Kong, and beyond, castles and parades taught local children melodies that were already global. The tiara traveled well because it meant dignity more than dynasty, aspiration more than aristocracy. Photographs of diverse families posing with the same gowns became a quiet, beautiful chorus. A crown can sit on many kinds of heads without losing its shine. The Princess brand functioned like a passport stamped in many languages, entry approved by delight. Of course, the brand also drew critique. Some deserved, some reflexive. Skeptics worried about consumerism's volume, about Pink's imperial reach, about narrow scripts of beauty sneaking back in new packaging. Those concerns helped the brand mature. Product teams diversified faces on boxes, broadened shape ranges for dolls, and commissioned stories about curiosity, kindness, and work rather than appearance alone. Even retail can listen. Even a tiara aisle can learn new songs. Meanwhile, the lineup made room for almosts and allies, Esmeralda twirling with coins on her tambourine, Kita radiating ancient strength, Mulan and Pocahontas anchoring the spectrum with courage that made ballrooms feel too small. The banner became less a checklist and more a neighborhood. Some characters entered through side doors and stayed for the dessert course. Children didn't care about licensing boundaries. They recognized heroes by the way their hearts sounded. By mid-decade, the Princess mark was a reliable beacon for parks, publishers, and toy makers, but it needed fresh narrative voltage to feel honest. The audience wanted to see the community they held in their hands reflected on screens with modern purpose. The brand had prepared a seat at the table for someone whose story tasted like home cooking and enterprise. A trumpet wailed 3 notes, far away but getting closer. Down in New Orleans, a small key on a ribbon waited for the right palm. Another quiet revolution happened at eye level in retail aisles. Mannequins and display cards began to show princesses in friendship clusters rather than solitary poses. Copywriters shifted from the fairest of them all to together we shine, nudging the myth toward mutuality. Birthday party kits bundled crowns with craft activities that asked kids to write thank you notes or list brave things they had done that year. Slowly, the commercial ecosystem started echoing the virtues the films prized: generosity, courage, curiosity, hospitality. Parents noticed and exhaled. Yes, there was sparkle, but the sparkle was carrying values that made sense at bedtime. Tiana's New Orleans Dream, 2009, hardworking, ambitious, rooted in jazz reality. Before she wore a gown, she wore an apron, and before she wished on a star, she stirred a pot. Tiana's first image is motion, sleeves rolled, eyes focused, hands competent. She loves food because she loves people. Recipes are her letters to a city. In a childhood lit by fireflies and fueled by her father's warmth, she learns a creed that rhymes like a song. Dreams need work, and work needs love. That braid becomes the spine of a story that brings hand-drawn animation back to the big stage with the fragrance of jambalaya and the tempo of a brass band rounding a corner. New Orleans itself plays lead. Streetcars sing, Spanish moss listens, porches trade gossip with brass bands. The film respects place as character, the way earlier tales respected palaces. Tiana's Dream is not a castle in the clouds, but a restaurant that feeds neighbors, employs friends, and keeps a father's promise hot on the stove. Her first I Want song doubles as a business plan. Her second doubles as a testimony. The narrative stakes are concrete. Down payments, permits, broken boards, a building that needs love and paint and laughter. Enter Prince Naveen, all charm and unemployment. His arc waltzes from play to partnership, from rhythm without responsibility to rhythm that shares labor and laughter. Their banter crackles because they carry opposite lessons in their pockets. He teaches her to look up from the ledger sometimes and dance. She teaches him to value a shift well done and a tip jar's dignity. Their romance is not a rescue. It is a merger of souls who sign each other's best habits into permanence. Dr. Facilier slinks through the story in shadow and neon. Temptation, sung as a promise to skip the hard parts. His friends on the other side is a contract disguised as a carnival. He plays on impatience, sells shortcuts, and forgets to mention compound interest. Tiana's brush with his charm clarifies the film's ethic. Magic can widen a path, but cannot replace the miles. Transformation without truth is debt. The only spell that keeps is the habit of getting up tomorrow and doing the work again with joy. Visually, the film is a love letter to line. Fabric swishes the way memory says it should. Light on the bayou behaves like stained glass laid delicately over water. Musical numbers explode into stylized sequences that wink at poster art and the geometry of dance halls. Ray the Firefly sings a lullaby to a star and teaches grief to glow. Mama Odie refuses to doom-speak from a throne. She laughs from a boat and tells the kids to dig a little deeper, a direction that doubles as spiritual advice and entrepreneurial strategy. The amphibian mishap that frames the middle acts is a comic engine with serious gears. Frogs in a swamp must become a team before they can become themselves. Tiana learns to trust help without outsourcing her values. Naveen learns that charm is currency only when generosity underwrites it. Their kiss at the wedding in the vines reframes royalty. They are not crowned by ancestry, but by the vows they make to each other and the community they plan to serve. The reversal that turns them human, not at a palace but at a promise, underscores the thesis. Love and labor are the twin doors through which joy enters. When the restaurant finally opens, hard-won keys in a palm, name painted on a sign that gleams even after the party, the triumph belongs to many hands. Charlotte's exuberant privilege becomes allyship. Louis's horn finds a stage. Line cooks and waiters move like choreography. The city eats, laughs, and lingers. Tiana keeps a picture of her father near the kitchen and greets dawn with gratitude and ambition holding hands. There is a prince in her life, but the building sings her name. For little viewers, Tiana expands the career vocabulary of princess stories. Chef, owner, partner, neighbor. These roles hang in the wardrobe beside ball gowns and tiaras. For parents and grandparents, the film feels like a bridge between eras, manners and music of classic Disney wrapped around modern goals that sound like the advice they give after dinner. For New Orleanians and for anyone whose home smells like spices and stories, the film feels like a thank you note passed around the table for signatures. Most importantly, Tiana answers the century's call for a heroine whose crown sits naturally on black hair, whose voice carries Southern cadence without stereotype, whose excellence reads as ordinary in the best way. Of course she's brilliant. Of course she works hard. Of course love in her life will be reciprocal and respectful. The film does not pretend that the world is easy. It shows how community softens its edges. When she steps onto the balcony and looks at her city, she is not looking down from a tower. She is looking out from a life she built with help and grit, savoring a view that smells like coffee and rain and wood polish. The pulse of the film is Tiana's duet with aspiration, almost there. A number staged like an Art Deco daydream, where paint flattens to elegance and then blossoms back into full depths. Its lyrics carry the arithmetic of hope. Years plus grit multiplied by community equals a door that finally opens. Children heard a new kind of anthem, one that did not require magic to validate effort. Parents heard the echo of advice they had given with love and maybe with weary voices after double shifts. In the bayou, we hear a second song that slips like a lantern across water. The idea that love, rightly chosen, brightens work rather than replacing it. Even the comic beats carry ethic. Louis wants to play trumpet with humans, not to be famous, but to belong. He finds belonging when he helps, not when he performs. Ray's devotion to his star is framed not as delusion, but as the kind of faith that keeps a village gentle. When grief arrives, it is honored with quiet and lifted with song. The waltz among the cypress, lanterns bobbing like polite fireflies, explains marriage without a sermon. We choose to be each other's home and to set out tables wide enough for friends to bring more friends. By the finale, Tiana's cuisine becomes civic architecture. She feeds the city, and the city reflects her back to herself. Capable, beloved, resilient. The screen fades, not to a distant castle, but to a kitchen cleaned for morning. Lights clicked off by hands that built the room they now lock. Children fell asleep to credits that felt like the last notes of a street parade rounding a corner, joy still audible as it drifts away, bridging eras between hand-drawn jick and digital futures. The 2000s were a rope bridge stretched between cliffs. On one side stood the cathedral of hand-drawn animation, arches of graphite, windows of watercolor, saints and celluloid. On the other side glittered a city of polygons humming with processors, where light bounced according to physics and cameras flew like hawks. The bridge did not demand a choice. It required balance, foot by foot. Disney learned how to carry heart safely across. Technology changes art, but art also tames technology. Early computer-assisted shots had already invited smoother camera moves. Now, fully digital productions were proving that texture and timing could feel handmade if taste led the tools. Story rooms grew bilingual, speaking pencil and pixel with equal courtesy. The question that mattered was not which is better, but what does this tale need? A bayou love letter wanted the scratch of a pencil. A robot romance on a ruined Earth wanted light simulated to the horizon. Meanwhile, the Pixar acquisition braided cultures, a brain trust of candor and iteration. Dailies that prized notes over ego. Champions who asked whether every scene had earned its place. That candor flowed into Burbank as an enzyme, speeding the breakdown of complacency and energizing courage. In practice, it meant braver cuts, clearer arcs, and the humility to throw away expensive footage when the heartbeat wasn't steady. For audiences, the result was invisible, just better stories. But inside the building, the change felt like windows opening. Hand-drawn artists adapted without surrendering their identity. Some learned digital ink and paint. Some studied 3D layout to better argue for a shot's emotional geometry. Many did both. The point was never to replace a craft with another. It was to keep the storytelling flame supplied with different kinds of wood. When Tiana's crew assembled, veterans taught rookies how a wrist moves to suggest weight, and rookies taught veterans where new software could honor that gesture instead of flattening it. The collaboration made rooms noisy in the best way. Laughter over pencil squeaks, tablet taps keeping rhythm, someone humming a melody that would later become a bridge between scenes. Audiences sensed the bridge under their feet. Trailers promised both nostalgia and novelty. Posters that looked like the ones from their childhood, paired with editorial rhythms that felt current. Parents brought children to see how cartoons used to look, and left surprised at how modern those cartoons felt when the story breathed in 21st century lungs. Children watched older films at home and then saw the same vocabulary, montage, musical confession, villain showstopper, used with jokes tuned to their time. This period also clarified a practical truth about musicals. Songs are hard to stage in worlds that pretend not to be theatrical. The return to overt musicality with Tiana signaled confidence. If a character needs to sing, let the city harmonize. Jazz made that permission stylish. Ensembles swelled, shadows danced, and the camera moved like a trumpet line bending toward blue. The willingness to be big again, emotionally and musically, helped the studio remember who it was when it was most itself. Pipeline advances mattered in ways a bedtime ear can still hear. Cleaner scans, richer color depth, smarter compositing, these are engineering victories that children register as prettier and adults feel as truer. Meanwhile, production management learned to shield the last weeks of work from panic so that animators could polish tiny gestures, a blink, a spoon tap, a sleeve tug, that make an audience lean forward without knowing why. The bridge held because countless bolts were checked quietly in the rain. Perhaps the most beautiful part of the crossing was this. Audiences learned that they did not have to choose a camp to be loyal fans. You could love a mermaid sketched in pencil and a fish rendered with subsurface scattering. You could cheer for a warrior animated on paper and a racer built in code. The fandom widened its tent and set more tables. That hospitality would allow later films to take bigger risks without tearing the family portrait. There were stumbles, as bridges always have. Projects paused mid-stride to reconsider tone. Others arrived with jokes that aged faster than expected. Yet each friction point became a skid mark the next team could read. The lesson that survived was practical and humane. Protect the time artists need to think. When minds are rushed, technology drives. When time is honored, story leads and tools volunteer in service. The healthiest productions of the era looked ordinary from the outside. No scandal, no miraculous rescue. Just steady craftsmanship and a crew that slept enough to dream. Education programs within the studio invited teenagers and college students to tour, to peer into rooms where gesture reference was filmed and where character leads pinned sheets to corkboards until a face felt inevitable. Those visitors returned to classrooms and art schools with widened appetites. Some would later sign the credits of the next decade's films, carrying the bridge forward plank by plank. The cultural shift diversity begins to reframe the crown. The new millennium asked children to bring more of themselves to the party. Classrooms contained more languages, more holidays, more hairstyles, more foods warming in microwaves at lunchtime. Television and music pushed beyond single lanes, and families expected their stories to keep pace. The princess lineup, suddenly grouped on shelves like a little United Nations of wonder, felt both timely and incomplete. Audiences wanted the circle to widen with intention, not tokenism. Tiana's announcement arrived like a clarifying bell, a black heroine at the center, set not in a fantasy kingdom, but in an American city with a real pulse and a complicated history. Her dream was not elevation by marriage, but equity by ownership. That shift recalibrated the crown from symbol to instrument, less a shine, more a tool. The choice of New Orleans carried music, foodways, and community threads that made representation feel textured rather than decorative. Beyond the bayou, other signals aligned. Parks auditioned more inclusive casting for royal meet and greets. Publishing commissioned stories in which familiar princesses visited festivals rooted in different cultures, learning and celebrating without appropriation. Marketing images diversified families and friend groups enjoying the same costumes, which told children a truth the films would continue to prove. Wonder is not scarce. When more kids see themselves, the magic gets louder, not thinner. Critique sharpened the project. Voices inside and outside the company asked for care with dialect, with villain coding, with historical framing. The result was not perfection, but progress. More advisors in the room, more research trips that listened rather than looked, more humility in how stories borrowed from living traditions. Every revision taught the banner how to carry weight without breaking, how to dance without stepping on toes. The crown learned balance and earned trust. Inside homes, the shift showed up in small rituals. Hair braiding became a lesson in heritage. Lunch boxes carried foods that smelled like different grandparents' kitchens. School projects mapped family trees that forked in many directions. When a child in such a house picked up a tiara, it meant something broader than it had meant in 1950. It was permission to host, to protect, to learn, and to invite others in. Parents helped by asking new bedtime questions. What did the princess do for her neighbors today? What did she build, mend, or teach? So that royalty stayed connected to service. Television and publishing met the moment, with companion tales that placed familiar heroines in stories about science fairs, civic cleanups, or exchanges with pen pals from other kingdoms. The tone stayed gentle, the reach extended. Even the parks adjusted the choreography of meet and greets, adding phrases in multiple languages and training performers to respond to kids' interests, dinosaurs, planets, instruments, with enthusiasm that affirmed curiosity as royal behavior. The crown, in other words, started to mean leadership rather than pedigree, welcome rather than distance. Most of all, the conversations around representation moved from if to how well. Communities asked to be collaborators. Audiences learned to cheer progress and also to keep requesting precision and depth. That kind of feedback loop is a gift to bedtime storytelling. It ensures the next dream will be kinder because more people helped sew the quilt. Bedtime reflection. The last hand-painted lullaby. Imagine a city at twilight, windows lighting one by one above cafes where trumpets stretch and yawn. Somewhere, a young woman wipes a counter and smiles because the lock on the front door now turns beneath her keys. Somewhere else, a pianist practices a melody old enough to be everyone's and new enough to feel like your secret. The 2000s carried many stories through theaters, but for those who love princess tales told softly, this era feels like the world holding its breath before the first note of a lullaby lands on the sill like a moth. The return is not a repetition. It is a continuation with seasoning, garlic and brass and laughter and sweat. The last fully hand-drawn princess film of the century arrives not as a swan song, but as a benediction on the craft that taught many of us how to dream. You can see pencil in the curve of a jaw, paint in the sunset that glows behind a steamboat, and human timing in the way a character reaches for a pan or wipes a tear with the back of a wrist. The lullaby says what lullabies always say. You are safe to rest, because good people are working while you sleep. As you settle under blankets, think about the tools on the animators' desks. Rulers and tablets, erasers worn into smooth pebbles, sticky notes stacked like butter squares, reference photos of hands holding spoons and hands holding hands. Think about the meetings where someone admitted a scene was flat, and everyone stayed late to fix it because children deserve their best. Think about chefs who tasted gumbo and said, more time, and story teams who tasted sequences and said, more truth. Then picture a different desk in a small apartment above a rhythm-tired street. A young dreamer counts tips and bills, adds columns neatly, and circles a date on a calendar drawn with thick marker lines. She knows that wishing without working is a kite without wind, and working without wishing is a boat without sky. When she closes her eyes, she sees a sign with her name and the faces of neighbors warming in her dining room as if it were winter outside and her food were a radiator that sang. That dream belongs to Tiana, but it also belongs to the many kids who watched the decade and felt their lives honored, not just their fantasies. The bedtime story of this era falls asleep with flour on its cheek and a ledger under its pillow, not because money is magic, but because responsibility is part of love. The last hand-painted lullaby hums about mortgages, menus, and marriages that respect each person's work. It hums about friendship that gives you a crown only if you want one, and a hairnet if that's the better fit that day. Finally, step back and listen to the bridge creak and hold behind you. Pencil and pixel have shaken hands. The brand has learned to host a bigger party. The culture has asked stories to see more faces in the crowd and has started to answer its own request. You can sleep knowing the kingdom's lights are on timers set for morning. Somewhere, a sign painter is finishing a loop on the letter A, and a trumpet is testing 3 notes that mean, we're ready. The lullaby ends not with a period, but with a hinge, so the next song can swing open without scraping the floor. A lullaby needs a refrain. This era's refrain is simple. Keep going, keep cooking, keep drawing, Keep learning new tools without forgetting the old touch. Keep opening doors for neighbors. Keep singing even when the verse is about bills and late buses. In the last hand-painted lullaby, the chorus of work and wonder rocks the cradle. It tells the listener that effort and enchantment are not enemies. They are duet partners who trade melody and harmony depending on what the day requires. So close your eyes to the sound of a trumpet warming up and a pencil scratching a final line on a final frame, and feel the bridge under you. Steady, generous, long enough for everyone to cross. Tomorrow the kingdom will wake to fresh recipes and new instruments, to software updates and sheet music with penciled notes in the margins. The sign on the restaurant door will flip from closed to open, and so will the book in the animator's hand. Between those motions is a heartbeat you can trust. Good night. Dream easy, traveler. The lights are dimmed, the ovens are cooling, and the pencils sleep in jars. The kingdom is safe tonight, guarded by music and work, by neighbors and stars, by your own bright heart, learning how to rest gently. ER5. Rapunzel's Lantern Sky, 2010. Creativity, light, and rebirth of Disney storytelling. Lanterns rise like handmade stars over a river that remembers every wish ever whispered to it. Rapunzel watches from a tower that has been her world, and in her eyes the lights look like a map, the sky finally unfolded for her alone. From the first brushstroke on her wall to the last floating flame, her story recenters Disney around curiosity that grows into courage. She is not a princess waiting for a door to open. She is an artist, building doors one mural at a time, painting escape hatches in sunlight and color until a real one appears. The hair is marvel and metaphor. It is the golden thread that binds her to an origin lie, and also the rope she will climb down when truth demands movement. It heals, yes, but it also tethers. Only when she learns to wield it rather than worship it does freedom become more than a song. Children see magic that glows. Adults see a history of control disguised as care. Both audiences feel the thrill when a frying pan becomes a scepter, and a determined heart learns to steer rather than be steered. Flynn Rider, all angles and swagger, enters first as a joke about charming rogues and exits as a case study in earned tenderness. His banter is armor. His alias is an erased name. Rapunzel cracks both with a tension that is neither naive nor cynical. She asks for the lanterns and a guide, not a rescue. He bargains, then compromises, then loves, because love in this story is another word for finally telling the truth about who you are. The duet that begins as a deal becomes a practice in seeing, and the practice becomes a promise beside the water when paper lights turn the river into a portable sky. Mother Gothel is the doctrine of selfishness sung in a velvet voice. She polishes her manipulations until they gleam as compliments. The tower is a boutique prison. The warnings are poison, dressed as perfume. Mother Knows Best becomes a chorus about how fear controls by flattering, by shrinking the world to a hallway and a staircase. Rapunzel's rebellion is subtle at first. An extra step, a longer look, a hand out toward a leaf she has never touched. When she finally states her own name, she is refusing to be narrated by someone else. The hair that once fed Gothel's youth becomes a severed umbilical that ends a spell and begins a life. Comedy doesn't cancel danger. It metabolizes it. Maximus, the horse with a knight's code and a detective's nose, turns chases into ballets of stubbornness and grudging respect. The pub thugs let the film confess that dreams come in unruly sizes. Bakers who want to be mimes, brutes who want to collect ceramics. The joke lands because it honors the dignity of strange ambitions. Rapunzel's lantern quest gathers helpers the way honest longing always does. She inspires not by pleading, but by shining, explaining, listening, and making the next step seem reasonable even when it is terrifying. The lantern sequence is the heartbeat of rebirth. Paddles dip. Music hushes. The camera stops showing the world and begins to agree with it. Floating lights teach the river to sing in a key it did not know. Rapunzel and Flynn trade the bravest lines in any romance. I see you. There are bigger choruses in other films, louder key changes, higher notes. But here the revelation is quiet on purpose. Trust is not an explosion. It is a steady flame that no wind can bully. The scene declares the thesis of the new era. Spectacle exists to serve sincerity, not the other way around. When betrayal arrives, it arrives fast. The old world tries one last time to frame freedom as foolishness. The knife flashes. The boat drifts. The tower door yawns like a mouth prepared to swallow a voice. Rapunzel turns back because love is not a detour from her dream. It is part of it. She offers herself to spare a life and discovers that sacrifice can cut more ties than hair does. With one decisive snip, color changes temperature. The room exhales, and age on Gothel's face catches up to the years she stole. The fall is gravity's verdict on deception. The dust she becomes is what remains of any control story when the light is turned on. What follows is as important as the confrontation. A new morning that looks like a greeting rather than a triumph. Rapunzel's reunion carries relief and sadness and gratitude to those who kept her alive in the years when they could not find her. A kingdom returns a daughter without requiring her to owe it a personality. She is allowed to be silly, to be serious, to be in love, to be in conversation with her people rather than on a pedestal far above them. The braid that defined her image becomes a choice, not a chain. The murals continue now on bridges and halls, projects that collaborate with a public rather than decorate a cell. Tangled rebalanced Disney's voice with modern timing and classic kindness. It let the camera swoop like a kite and then settle like a friend sitting beside you. It cracked jokes quickly but refused to make cynicism fashionable. Songs functioned as essays with hooks. The film trusted young viewers to understand danger and forgiveness without gloom. It trusted older viewers to laugh at the thugs and still feel tears prick when a lost child is found by a pattern of sunbursts woven into fabric and flags. Most of all, the story crowned creativity itself. Rapunzel survives because she keeps making, baking, painting, braiding, inventing games, using light as medicine and memory both. Her art is not a hobby that fills a cage. It is a discipline that keeps her heart elastic enough to risk the day she leaves. In a decade that would invite many voices to define royalty as service and courage as truth-telling, hers set the tone with lanterns the color of welcome. They go up every year to honor a hope. They return every night to say the same sentence in 1,000 tiny flames. The world is bigger than your fear, and more beautiful than the person who tried to keep it small. Merida's Wild Highlands, 2012. Independence, family, and destiny. Mist rolls over heather, and a red curl writes a wild line against the green. Rides the high country as if the hills are her lungs and the wind is breath she borrows. Her story is not revolution for spectacle. It is independence argued around a dinner table that has held a clan together for years. She loves her parents. She wants her life. The tension is honest and homely. Napkins, tartans, archery targets, cakes, a tapestry stitched by a queen who wants her daughter to inherit more than a crown. Eleanor is a map, drawn with care and tradition. She carries history and posture and grammar. She believes that duty is a kind of shelter. Merida is a compass that spins toward possibility. She believes that destiny is not a recipe you memorize, but a meal you learn to cook yourself. Their love is not in question. Their listening is. Brave lets them fail each other and then learn new sentences for the same love they began with. The archery contest is theater and thesis. Merida refuses to be chosen like a prize in a hunt. She will shoot for her own hand. The arrow that splits an arrow is the decade's visual bumper sticker for self-definition. Precision aimed at expectation until the myth breaks and reveals a better story beneath. The crowd gasps, divided between admiration and outrage, as crowds always are when habit meets a young woman's certainty. Humor, blessedly, keeps the moment human. Triplet brothers raid pastries. Boisterous lords bluster in plaid thunder. The film never forgets that courage exists in kitchens as much as in battlefields. The witch's cottage pivots the tale from argument into fable. A request careless in its grammar, change my mother, summons a lesson with claws. Eleanor's transformation into a bear is violent in its consequences and tender in its opportunities. Stripped of words and etiquette, she must learn to show love with gestures and eyes. Merida must learn to read those gestures and to take responsibility for a wish that made another person carry her frustration. In the silent woods, mother and daughter relearn play, fear, and trust by building a shelter, catching fish, and making each other laugh despite the nightmare that nips at their heels. Mordu, the fallen prince turned beast, haunts the margins like a legend that refused to stay in a book. He is what pride becomes when it refuses restoration, power without people, hunger without home. The stone circle where he fell becomes a classroom about curses and choices. The standing stones witness two futures and wait for a bough and a needle to sew the right one. The broken tapestry is the most important prop in the film. Its threads hold a family's promise. Tearing it damages a story that has fed many mouths. Mending it is the exact work Merida must do to repair a relationship she endangered while telling the truth too hard and too fast. Fate be changed. Look inside. Mend the bond torn by pride. The rhyme sounds like a spell for children and a contract for adults. It refuses the lazy moral that rebellion is selfish or that obedience is pure. Instead, it asks for conversation and accountability. Merida apologizes without erasing herself. Eleanor yields without surrendering wisdom. They meet in a new middle where love tells the truth and also listens for the truth in the other's breath. The visuals honor texture: fur, hair, whetstone, wool. Pixar's technology relishes the problem of curls and solves it with joy, letting Merida's hair behave like a weather pattern of its own. But the film's heart is not in shaders. It is in hands. Hands that sew, pull arrows, press cheeks, hold reins, lift a tapestry back onto a frame. The bear fur that frightened a daughter becomes a blanket that calms a mother. By the final dawn, the spell breaks in a language older than magic. Tears touch forgiveness. Merida's refusal to marry because timing and choice matter does not sneer at romance. It refuses to lie about readiness. She tells the clans to allow their children to choose in their own time and shows them how to anchor alliances in friendship rather than barter. The speech does not convert everyone, real life really does, but it seeds the ground with a possibility that will flower later. Her leadership is practical, a path through competing loves, not a poster. The film's comedy protects the gravity of the theme. Tiny terrors in kilts provide chase gags, and the Lord's quarrels vent steam from a cauldron that could otherwise boil the house. Even the witch's crow and cauldron catalog jokes frame a serious warning about our literalism. We hear what we want, and we pay for that laziness. Merida learns to ask better questions, to read beyond rhymes, to earn guidance by listening longer than her temper wants to. What does brave mean at bedtime? It means taking a breath before you shout. It means mending a thing you tore while fighting for yourself. It means admitting that your mother is right about some things and that you are too, and finding a way to let both truths feed the clan. It means riding out, even when shame blushes your neck, to fix what your anger made worse. It means bringing the bear back inside. At sunrise, sails billow. A family laughs without an audience. A kingdom feels looser without feeling lost. Merida's hair brightens in the new light, but does not define her as thoroughly as choice and apology do. Eleanor smiles and lets the laces go slack a little. The dress is still beautiful, and breathing is easier. The last shot refuses coronation and favors horizon. The future is not a throne. It is a road with friends. That road is brave because it is shared. The Pixar princess. Experiment brave choices, bold designs. Call it a handshake across hallways, the house that taught toys to feel, and the house that taught tears to sing met in the middle to consider a crown. The Pixar princess experiment was not a genre swap so much as an exchange of vows, clarity for glamour, iteration for instinct, candor for tradition. What happens when story meetings built on plussing and ruthless note sessions sit down with a lineage that understands archetype and melody like muscle memory? You get a heroine who wrestles with family in a room full of honest feedback, a world designed with physical logic and emotional honesty, and set pieces that let character drive spectacle rather than the reverse. Brave is the clearest fruit of that conversation, a film conceived within Pixar's culture and adopted into the broader royal family. Its production history carries the marks of difficulty and devotion, story changes, leadership shifts, and the stubborn insistence that the film speak from a place of love rather than merely land a twist. From a distance, viewers saw only the finished curve, wild hair, sharper humor, a mother-daughter axis uncommon in tentpoles. From the inside, practitioners talk about dailies where performances were tuned half a beat at a time until the arch of an eyebrow said the right sentence without words. Pixar's ethos prizes specificity. Arrows don't just fly, they obey weight, wind, and muscle memory. Fate doesn't just declare. It coins a rhyme that survives on playgrounds. The Witch's Workshop plays like an R&D lab where puns and curses share shelves, and the Stone Circle feels like a user interface for myth. Every design choice argues that the world is coherent, that a viewer can lean on it without falling through logic gaps. That coherence lets emotion go big safely because the floor is steady. At the same time, Pixar absorbed something from The Crown, a permission to sing in images that look like music even when no one is singing. Merida's curls are a chorus. The tapestry is a staff of staves. The Highlands hum a pentatonic scale that moves through mist and hearth. This is not the Broadway style of the previous decade. It is a different musicality, less lyric, more motif, less aria, more theme. When Merida draws a bow, we hear drums. When Eleanor threads a needle, we hear a flute remembering a lullaby. The experiment also expanded the idea of what a princess story could foreground. Instead of romance, the axis is kinship. Instead of courtly etiquette, the syllabus includes consent, apology, and collaborative lawmaking. Instead of magical destiny delivering a tidy prize, cause and effect demands patience and repair. Pixar's process, which often begins with the rule, make me care, pushed the royal blueprint toward stakes that felt domestic and thus universal. A bear in the kitchen becomes scarier than a dragon near a cliff because the kitchen is where we live. Technology amplified theme. Merida's hair is not only an achievement, it is character made visible. It refuses to be tamed because the girl refuses. The physics of fabric, the choreography of a fight, the wobble of a pie on a plate. These were engineered with an eye to personality. In earlier decades, a princess's gown defined silhouette. Here, motion defines mindset. The body says the thesis before the mouth remembers how to phrase it. The collaboration had bumps. Different studio cultures mean different default jokes, different appetites for irony, different relationships to sentiment. But the tensions functioned like tuning pegs, tightening the strings until both teams could play on the same instrument without snapping it. The result is a film that feels both carved and sung, with sequences that remember silence is sacred, and laughs that arrive from behavior rather than winks at the audience. This experiment also radiated into other projects. Even when not officially royal, heroines in adjacent stories benefited from the same attention to interiority, the same refusal to reduce a girl to her function in a plot about a boy. And on the Disney side, teams watched how Pixar's candor protected story and imported versions of that practice into their own rooms. A door had opened between buildings, and notes walked both ways, carrying questions like bread, warm, shareable, nourishing. For bedtime purposes, the Pixar princess era gives us a lullaby tuned to honesty. It says bravery can be quiet, that love can be an argument turned into a ritual of mutual respect, that making a mistake does not make you a mistake. It also says this: design your world as if your child will try to live inside it, climbing its furniture, testing its doors, trusting its stairs, sleeping happily under its roof. If it holds, They will believe you when you tell them that mending counts as magic. The dawn of CG royalty, tangled as blueprint for future. Before the lanterns lifted, a question floated around the studio. Could computer animation cradle the warmth of a fairy tale without turning it brittle? Tangled answered with a glow that looked like candlelight poured into code. The dawn of CG royalty did not dethrone hand-drawn tradition. It translated its tenderness into a new dialect, while keeping the grammar of heart. The look began with shapes that felt carved by hand. Rapunzel's face is a study in approachable geometry. Circles and soft triangles arranged for clarity of expression. Flynn's sharper edges play against that softness for comic and romantic contrast. The world wears brushstrokes disguised as pixels, textures that suggest paint and wood grain rather than chrome and glass. You can sense the concept, art breathing beneath the render, as if graphite and gouache were whispering through the shaders. Lighting did the heaviest lifting. Sun through curtains, lanterns over water, hearth fires that kissed cheeks with amber. These cues signaled sincerity. Skin tones warmed in ways that refused plastic, and hair, so crucial to plot, caught light like thread pulled from sunlight. The technology sat politely in the back row while the story took the stage. When the camera flew, it did so like a swallow, agile but not boastful. When it rested, it respected faces. CG also expanded physical comedy. Ropes, frying pans, and horse chases gained a tactile zing only consistent simulation can deliver. Maximus's hoofwork feels precise because it is calculated and then curated by artists who know when to exaggerate, when to hold. Cloth dynamics let dresses swoop without swallowing performances. Every trick served timing, not technology's ego. Kids laughed with their whole bodies. Adults laughed because the jokes landed at the exact frame where expectation and surprise shake hands. The film's production mixed disciplines like a kitchen that knows how to season. Veterans of 2D supervised acting choices. Layout artists thought like stage directors. Lighters painted with shadow. Engineers built tools that behaved like brushes rather than black boxes. The moral was practical. Technology should feel like a pencil you can sharpen, not a machine that tells you what stories it prefers. This attitude preserved the soul of Disney's earlier eras while letting stories move like contemporary cinema. Tangled also established a workflow for musicals and CG. Song staging embraced camera intimacy, close work on eyes, subtle shifts in posture, comedic cutaways that acknowledged side characters as partners in narrative rather than audience plants. Mother Knows Best unfurls like a vaudeville number with menace. The set itself, participating as curtains and staircases, exaggerate Gothel's performance. I've Got a Dream turns a crowded room into a safe confessional, cutting rhythmically to faces that matter for the punchlines and for the point. The floating lanterns, of course, are a masterclass in pairing visual motif with thematic culmination. The design of the kingdom balanced postcard and parish. Markets bustle with believable clutter. Guard uniforms read as standardized without losing charm. Banners and sun emblems communicate civic identity without drowning the eye. This restrained richness kept the story readable for children and satisfying for adults who enjoy the feeling that a world could be navigated if you were dropped into it with only a loaf of bread and a question. Crucially, CG allowed hair to become character. A decade earlier, the complexity of hair like this might have forced compromises that blunted metaphor. Here, strands act, react, and emote. They coil into ropes, soften into veils, snap like whips, and puddle like gold. Because the hair works, the plot works. Because the plot works, the metaphors of nurture, control, and consent work. Technology did not generate meaning. It honored it by refusing to distract or to fail. The film's tone set expectations for future royalty rendered in polygons. Smart banter without meanness. Action set pieces that acknowledge physics enough to feel grounded, but allow flourishes enough to feel fable. Villains who perform for laughs and menace, not merely for booze. Communities that feel capable of surviving after the credits because they have economies, hobbies, and festivals that are more than stock shots. Critically and commercially, The Dawn proved that multiplex audiences would embrace a princess who sang in a CG world if the soul of the story felt handmade. This outcome gave permission to keep experimenting with form without relitigating whether a crown belongs in a render farm. It also taught a studio lesson that would matter later. Algorithms can shine, but sincerity must lead. If you begin with a joke about hair, you end with a love story about truth. If you begin with a demo reel, you end with applause that forgets to arrive. The film's influence shows in small craft details the future teams carried forward. Eye darts timed to a quarter note rather than a frame, breath counted like percussion under dialogue, background extras given tiny tasks that suggest a city's metabolism. These touches are invisible until you remove them. Then everything feels hollow. Tangled made sure that CG royalty would never be hollow, not while animators still pinned reference to corkboards and argued joyfully about how a horse should roll its eyes. From a bedtime vantage, the dawn of CG royalty meant this. Screens could change without our rituals breaking. We could still curl up, turn down a lamp, and let a song carry us. The light might come from diodes instead of candle flame, but the warmth felt the same. The story remembered that children fall asleep to trust, not to tricks. In the glow of 1,000 lanterns, the new medium promised the oldest thing. Tomorrow will be kinder because we looked closely, told the truth, and chose each other. A new voice for princesses' agency, individuality, and choice. After the lanterns and the highlands, a pattern had emerged. The new princess speaks in first person, chooses with deliberation, and loves without erasing herself. Agency is not a garnish. It is the plate. Individuality is not a quirk. It is the spine. Choice is not a plot twist. It is the compass. The years around 2010, 2013 tuned the chorus so that even familiar motifs, ballads, banter, chases, reunions, played in registers that centered consent, conversation, and craft. Rapunzel's I've Got a Dream joke becomes ethos. Merida's I'll be shooting for my own hand becomes a policy. The heroes who adore them adapt accordingly. Flynn learns that partnership requires honesty, calibrated to courage. Young lords learn that alliances built on respect outlast signatures made under pressure. Fathers learn that love is not control with softer gloves on it. Mothers learn that guidance is not a script, but a dialogue staged over chores and tea. The new voice also refuses purity tests. Heroines can be silly, furious, wrong, and still admirable. They apologize without self-erasure and forgive without pretending the wound was small. They are crafty. A frying pan as shield, a sewing needle as treaty, a song as testimony. They fail publicly and return to the room with their heads up. Children watching receive a vaccine against shame. Adults exhale because the stories match the messy nobility of real family life. Humor changes temperature. Early sarcasm softens into wit that refuses cruelty. Side characters remain hilarious, but the comedy arises from behavior rather than mockery. The pub thugs are funny because they mean it. The lords are funny because their bluster has affection under it. Even a horse's stubbornness reads as honor rather than as a punchline aimed at dignity. Laughter becomes a tool for survival and bonding, not a weapon. Music's job evolves too. Songs disclose interiority rather than pausing narrative like velvet curtains between scenes. A lullaby can be a crime. A pub chant can be a manifesto. A duet can be a meeting where trust changes hands. Kids hum because the tunes are good. Grown-ups hum because the lyrics gave them language for something they had felt but not named. The soundtrack leaves theaters and enters kitchens where it helps parents and children apologize better. Design follows philosophy. Gowns are built to move, not to trap. Hair behaves like a pinion. Shoes can climb. Castles look designed by people who have budgets and neighbors. Markets bustle. Mirrors reflect. And streets understand feet. Backgrounds become neighborhoods. Citizens acquire hobbies. A kingdom with hobbies is a place where duty makes sense. The voice is also global without flattening specificity. Accents remain accents, recipes remain recipes, landscapes remain local. The goal is a kaleidoscope, not a blender. A child in Manila, Lagos, or Glasgow should find both mirror and window in the same frame. This attitude respects children as cultural beings already, not as blank pages waiting for one font. It also asks storytellers to research like guests and write like neighbors. Commercially, the new voice informs the princess banner without letting it dictate character. Packaging can suggest camaraderie, while the films protect individuality. A shelf can hold many gowns. The stories make sure no two hearts wear the same cut. Costumes invite play. Narratives guard complexity. Parents who hesitate about princess culture feel safer because the ethos mocks no one and models boundaries with patience and humor. Most importantly, the voice protects the idea that love is a verb. Not only romantic love, friendship, parental love, neighborliness. Characters make dinner, fix roofs, fetch medicine, and say the hard sentence at the right volume. They let people change. They insist that change be proven. They leave when someone refuses to listen. They come back when someone learns. The crown becomes shorthand for responsibility to one's gifts and to one's community. In classrooms, this shift shows up as children playing princess by organizing, delegating, and inventing fair rules rather than by waiting. On playgrounds, it shows up as lightning-quick apologies that lead back to the game, not into sulks. In bedrooms, it shows up as drawings pinned beside beds, lanterns, bows, frying pans, and families hugging after they argued well. The voice has a bedside manner, clear, kind, funny, firm. It knows when to tuck in and when to open the window so a child can breathe night air and feel brave. By the time the credits of these films finish rolling, the audience has learned a simple grammar that will travel into the next decade. Say what you want. Ask for help. Do the work. Forgive carefully. Change the rules that hurt people. Keep your humor. That grammar turns out to be the right one for many rooms. Schools, kitchens, offices, councils. It is. Reflection winds of change across kingdoms. Stand on a hill between a tower and a loch, and let the wind explain the decade. It carries the smell of paint and peat, candle wax and rain. Two girls wave from different horizons, each insisting that stories are better when they belong to the people who live in them. One lit 1,000 lanterns, one cut 1,000 threads and sewed them back stronger. Between them, a studio remembered how to bow to the audience without bending its spine. The change is not merely aesthetic. It is moral and practical. A princess can still sing, but now the song does work. She can still wear a gown, but now it must move when she runs toward the truth. She can still fall in love, but now love must bring its toolbox and build a porch everyone can sit on. The point is not to scold the past. The point is to keep the virtues and widen the rooms that hold them. Rapunzel tells children that captivity cannot claim imagination. Merida tells them that freedom without listening fractures homes. Together, they model how to be bright without being brittle. They also teach how to forgive, slowly, thoroughly, with eyes open. In bedrooms across the world, kids practice new sentences. I'm sorry I yelled. I need space. I want to try. Can we fix it together? Parents, relieved, heard echoes of their own adulthood in a register that their children could sing. Craft-wise, the era proves that the medium can change without the message curdling. CG can carry warmth. Hand-drawn can return with purpose. Cross-pollination can make both stronger. Studios can swap notes like recipes, and each cook something that tastes like itself. This mutual learning set the table for an even broader banquet to come. Sisters, voyagers, dragons, and more cities with real maps, and neighbors with names. The brand, too, matured. It stopped asking kids to be a single kind of special and started inviting them to be specifically themselves. Displays in stores looked like choirs, not thrones. Parks treated meet and greets less like reverence and more like conversation. Libraries and classrooms used the films to discuss apology and consent. leadership and law, jokes and kindness. A crown became a reminder of promise rather than proof of superiority. From a bedtime angle, the revival taught ritual resilience. The world outside grew louder, devices, news, pinging calendars, but inside the nighttime story, stillness survived. Families discovered that you can dim a tablet like a lamp, press play, and still feel the old hush descend when a melody begins. It is not nostalgia. It is renewal. A lullaby adjusts its tempo to match the age, and this age asks the song to say, "You are strong, and you are not alone." Looking forward from this hill, you can see storms gathering and parties setting up. You can see a queen of ice, a voyager of the Pacific, a warrior of trust, a city of songs where languages braid into each other like ribbons. The path from lanterns and heather leads there honestly, plank by plank. The models have been updated. Choose, apologize, collaborate, persevere, laugh. There will be new instruments, new rhythms, new compromises and triumphs, but the melody is recognizable. It sounds like someone opening a window and someone else bringing a blanket. If the Renaissance of the 90s redefined the princess by adding curiosity and spine, this revival refined the composition by insisting on craft and consent. It asked the crown to fit more heads, to bless more kinds of courage, to join more tables. It asked stories to test their own assumptions before audiences had to. It asked villains to be seductive enough that defeating them felt like a community's achievement, not a solo. It asked parents to model apology and children to attempt it bravely. The last image of this era is not a throne or a kiss. It is a room with a table, two chairs pulled close, thread and needle waiting. A kettle murmurs. A window holds night and a few early stars. On the wall, lanterns are painted next to antlers, and a map has small corrections penciled in. Someone will sit here soon and talk softly, fixing a tear in a fabric that matters because people eat at this table together. That is the fairy tale's secret. The magic was never just in the crown. It was in the mending. RA6, The Ice Age, 2013-2019. Anna, Elsa, Moana. Frozen's Winter Crown, 2013. Elsa's Burden, Anna's Loyalty. Snow falls with the hush of a secret, and a girl learns that her hands can write winter on the air. Elsa's gift feels like a blessing when play is easy and doors are open. It feels like a problem the moment fear learns her name. After an accident that turns joy into alarm, love into caution, a palace rearranges itself around silence. The sisters grow up separated by wood and worry. Anna knocking, Elsa listening, both counting their heartbeats like footfall on empty halls. Where earlier princess tales curled around romance like a vine around a trellis, this one wraps itself around a locked door and asks whether affection can survive absence. It can. It just changes shape. Childhood's prologue. Lingers like frost on a window. Snow in the ballroom is laughter until it isn't. The trolls heal the wound, but plant a rule that everyone mishears. Hide it, hold it, hope it fades. The parents are not villains. They are frightened. They choose caution so hard that warmth thins. Doors close, gloves appear. Lessons edit themselves into a single directive that bruises the heart that obeys it. Don't feel. A girl who could have learned craft learns containment instead, and containment, practiced long enough, becomes loneliness with good manners. Anna grows into the echo of the hallway, inventing joy where it is scarce. She talks to portraits, skates on shoes across polished floors, and turns an empty house into a stage for resilience. Her hope sometimes looks like haste, but haste is how optimism outruns despair. On Coronation Day, she spins the knob of the front door like a safecracker finding the last number, and the city rushes into her chest. She sees faces, color, stringed lights, the possibility of being known. She thinks love is the name for sunlight, and she may be right, though not the way she expects. The party glows. A handsome stranger fits the outline of a daydream with untroubling precision. Harmony hides premise. He mirrors her words, reflects her hunger, completes songs that were written to be completed by a counterpoint. It feels like fate because Fast is what famine feels like when a feast finally arrives. They sing, spin, propose, and fail to notice the absence of substance under rhyme. The film is not mocking her. It is describing the way scarcity teaches us to confuse echo with answer. Elsa endures the day with poise and breath control, learned from a lifetime of rehearsing danger. She fears a sneeze, a startle, a stumble. When the gloves fail and the floor ices under grief, the kingdom learns what she already knows. Fear is a sculptor. She flees into wind that sees her and does not judge. Let it go is the sound of a body unbracing, of a self trying on volume after years of being a whisper. She builds a palace by instinct, a cathedral of facets that faces only the sky. Alone is safer. Alone is expensive. Beauty without belonging is a chandelier in an empty room. Anna does what loyalty does. She leaves warmth to follow love into weather. She hires a guide without references, pays with what she has, and brings a snowman who mispronounces existentialism. Christoph's calluses contrast with a castle polish. He teaches practical romance, extra socks, shared jerky, the value of honest grumbling. Sven snorts contribute ethics. Olaf delivers the comic gospel of the film. Genuine love wants your future, not just your company. His dream of summer is absurd and pure, a child's confidence that the world will make room for gentle wishes, even if physics objects. The joke lands because compassion sneaks behind it. The mountain sequence reframes confrontation as confession. Anna wants to pull her sister back to the party. Elsa wants a world sized to her fear where nothing can break because nothing touches. Neither want is villainous. Both are incomplete. Panic provoked lashes out in geometry. A shard lodges in Anna's chest, and time quietly changes jobs from friend to teacher. The sprint home becomes a clockwork of misread intentions and clarified truths. Anna will need an act of true love. The film refuses to name the source yet, because it wants us to unlearn a reflex. Hans reveals himself with paperwork crispness. A signature here, a lock turned there. A sentence that erases a person from a story as if she were an ink smudge. He's not frightening because he rants. He is frightening because he is plausible. He embodies the danger of charm without conscience, decorum without devotion. In exposing him, the story issues a protective spell for young audiences. The invitation to ask, "What do you want?" whenever charisma knocks. It is a question that later keeps many hearts from cold rooms. The end reorders myth. Anna, stumbling toward help that will surely arrive, sees a sister about to die and chooses direction over destiny. She spends her last warmth on a body that once frightened her, and the ice inside her becomes, in that instant, the proof of love, not its cost. She freezes into statue and teaches the city how to read loyalty without subtitles. Elsa weeps, understands, and learns the second half of Let It Go. Not casting off restraint, but accepting feeling. It is not freedom alone that saves. It is freedom practiced in relationship. The thaw arrives because truth and tenderness finally stop trying to live in separate houses. Spring returns because practice begins. Elsa promises festivals and ice rinks and a gate that will open on mornings that do not require coronations. Anna promises to keep mischief nearby so that anxiety never thinks it has the house to itself. The sisters negotiate room temperature, policy, and pie. None of this is grand. All of it is governance. The miracle was never the palace. It was the decision to live in it together with honesty, even when fear rings the bell at midnight. And what of the child who watched in a quiet room and felt known? She learned that power can feel like a problem and still be a gift. She learned that love can be a practice at a door, not just a kiss in a spotlight. She learned that people who leave may be trying not to break what they love. And she learned a small ritual that adults adopt later when panic sets the fork down. Breathe, name, ask, stay. There is a quieter layer worth naming. The film's kindness to those learning about feelings they have been told are dangerous. Conceal, don't feel operates like bad advice handed down by people who meant well and did harm anyway. Many children and teenagers recognize themselves in that posture. Sleeves pulled over hands, laughter a little too loud, a habit of leaving parties early. The movie does not punish them for caution. It offers practice. It suggests gloves you can take off when you choose, doors that open because you want company, songs that say the unsayable safely. By the time Elsa teaches the square to skate and Anna lights a lantern for the last guest to go home by, the lesson has become muscle memory. Power with tenderness, boundaries with welcome, truth with timing. The frozen phenomenon. Cultural takeover, global voices. Some films succeed, a few erupt. Frozen did not merely play in theaters, it spilled into car stereos, classrooms, ski lodges, and skating rinks. Into birthday parties where 20 blue dresses sparkled in the same living room. Into bedtime when a tiny voice whispered, "The cold never bothered me anyway," and meant, "I think I can be brave." Children harmonized in parking lots with strangers. Parents negotiated rotating playlists and discovered that joy wears out annoyance if you let it. The phenomenon was not hype alone, it was community improvisation. Merchandise mapped the mania in glitter and cotton, capes trimmed in faux fur, mittens that made small hands feel strong, boots that squeaked triumph, masks printed with a snowflake crown. Frosting sculptors learned to pipe ice. Teachers developed snow day contingency plans for sing-alongs. Librarians hosted story hours where the page with the mountain on it served as intermission for 1,000 whispered wows. The year after release felt like a season that refused to leave the calendar, and for once, no one minded. The soundtrack did what soundtracks sometimes only try to do. It rewrote household atmospheres. Let It Go delighted, annoyed, and ultimately outlasted its own backlash because relief is aristocratic. It sits up straight while critics slouch. Translations multiplied and videos stitched 20, 30, 50 languages into one chorus that said, "Someone somewhere sounds like me. Do you want to build a snowman?" became the toddler's summarizing poem for persistence. For the first time in forever, taught the bittersweet skill of enjoying a party while knowing that danger sometimes travels in the same carriage. Theme parks grew winter overnight. Queues wrapped around streets like scarves. Snow machines flurried over parades in climates that had never met real frost. Meet and greets became logistical agencies with snacks, stickers, and coping strategies. Guests learned that courtesy in line is also part of the magic. When Broadway lifted the story onto a stage, live voices put new edges on familiar notes, and audiences discovered that Let It Go can fill a room with catharsis again and again if the person singing believes her own breath. The phenomenon was generous to other artists. Choirs adapted songs for festivals. Ice shows laced choreography to melodies like embroidery. Professional sports leaned into the joke and found the heart. Penalty boxes emptied to cheers set to a chorus children recognized, and suddenly an arena felt like a family room. In hospitals, volunteers in capes visited rooms where winter on a window meant chemotherapy. Photos recorded smiles that made medical equipment look slightly less like monsters. The story's ubiquity tinted difficult days with a color children could name. Critique walked beside celebration and improved the view. Fans and scholars asked for broader palettes of faces in royal circles, for deeper conversations about anxiety, for narratives that made space for all kinds of families. Debates about Hans's twist sharpened media literacy at sleepovers and in seminars. Children learned to spot manipulation in lyrics that rhymed too well. Parents learned to talk about boundaries without resorting to shushing. The film became a tool set as much as a toy chest. Global voices brought the story home to places the original drawings did not depict. In Tokyo, meticulous courtesy and volcanic feeling found a shared hinge in Elsa's restraint. In Mexico City, plazas hosted impromptu karaoke where grandparents sang in Spanish while grandchildren echoed in English and laughs became the bridge. In Oslo and Reykjavik, Landscapes recognized themselves and nodded. Refugee families reported that the film's themes of hiding and revealing, of doors closed and open, felt like news delivered privately to their living rooms. Teachers used the story to discuss panic and patience, the difference between solitude and exile, the courage involved in opening a gate. By 2019, with a sequel deepening the sisters' map, the chorus matured. Anna learned the priestly courage of doing the next right thing when the right thing felt like a tiny candle in a long tunnel. Elsa learned that solitude can be sacred when it serves calling rather than fear. The world that had belted "Let It Go" as a defiant shrug now sang it as an invitation to integrated lives. Feel, act, ask for help, make a plan, love with boundaries. That evolution may be the phenomenon's most durable aftermath. The culture answered back with reinterpretations that proved the tale's elasticity. Ballet companies choreographed winter into arcs and lifts. Sign language choirs performed "Let It Go" with a fluency that made the lyrics look hand-carved. Marching bands wrote snowflakes into drill formations. Quilters stitched coronation motifs into blankets that warmed foster kids. Therapists kept plush Olafs in offices where children practiced naming feelings. Online, communities traded parodies and tributes with equal appetite, which meant the story belonged to the crowd as much as to the studio. When you can joke lovingly about a thing and then turn around and cry with it, that thing has become family. Moana's Ocean Calling, 2016. Voyaging, courage, destiny without romance. The ocean does not ask permission to glitter. It simply does. On an island ringed by reef and story, a girl hears that glitter as invitation and responsibility. Moana is braided, chief's daughter and future chief herself, friend to everyone's grandmother, navigator in training by the tug in her bones. She loves her village without editing its limits out of the song. When fish thin and trees sicken, she does not rebel for spectacle. She answers a summons that asks, "Will you help your people?" Her grandmother, Tala, carries a torch of mischief and memory. She constructs a museum inside her stories and then, at the precise hour, opens a literal cave to prove she was never only telling tales. We were voyagers, lands like a drum hit in the ribs. It is not nostalgia, it is diagnosis. A people forgot a skill and became smaller than their weather. Moana does not despise them for forgetting. She volunteers to remember on their behalf. She ties knots and unknots them, both in rope and in identity, until the bowline holds a canoe and the name holds a soul. Maui barges into the plot with swagger that trembles at history. His tattoos function as a conscience, his hook as a prosthetic for a wound that would rather perform than confess. He teaches star maps with impatient pride. Moana teaches consequence with stubborn grace. Their fight is familial in tone, sharp and survivable. He sings "You're Welcome" as a dare to adore him. The film lets him earn the right to sing anything gentler. They become partners not because a script demanded banter, but because survival required complementary stubbornness. Action sequences refuse to be empty calories. The Kakamora's coconut armor turns a chase into a joke about overcompensation that also reads as a lesson in improvisation. Tamatoa's glam cavern stages insecurity as fashion critique and lets a crustacean preen until vulnerability peeks through glitter. The realm of monsters becomes a mirror where Moana realizes that shiny is usually a plea. The set pieces entertain and diagnose at the same time, which is a kindness to parents and a curriculum for kids. At sea, the film offers irreligious reverence. Wayfinding is science and worship braided. Swell reading, wind tasting, bird watching, sky listening. The montage that teaches Moana to read the ocean's muscles could hang in classrooms, beside maps and poems. When storms throw her, she prays with her hands, tightening knots, adjusting angle, failing, adjusting again. Her mantra is practical. Learn, fix, try, breathe. It sounds like a lullaby to anyone whose life has required courage that looks like getting up again tomorrow. When the ocean parts for her at the end, it does not part to glorify her. It parts to allow recognition to occur. Te advances, fire spitting centuries of stolen heartache. Moana walks slowly with an object she cannot own and a calm she did not purchase. This is not who you are, she sings to a goddess she refuses to fear. The line reads as theology and therapy. In returning a heart, she returns dignity and memory. Restoration replaces victory. The island greens because empathy won a negotiation without a sword. No prince steps out of a canoe with a ring and a country to share. No palace spruces for a ball. The community reboards its own past and sails into a future it can also own. The final shot is a flotilla. Children smearing mango on cheeks, elders adjusting knots, dogs leaping from bow to bow, a chief standing at the front, not because she wants the view, but because the view deserves stewardship. The map now includes water because the people remember how to write in it. For many children, Moana installed new words into the princess grammar: wayfinder, navigator, restorer, steward. For island kids, and for diaspora families who carry a tide in their throats, the film landed as a homecoming invitation. For classrooms far from any ocean, it became a field trip in a projector. And for anyone who has ever been told to stay on the sand when their curiosity said out, it offered a blessing that sounded like a wave breaking. Go and bring us with you. Music binds marrow to meaning. The score draws from Pacific traditions with care and from Broadway structure with generosity. Children hum languages they do not yet speak and nevertheless tell the truth through them. I am Moana becomes a declarative that any child can borrow and fill with family names, town names, street names, and spices from their own kitchens. Identity stops being costume and becomes direction. One of the film's most generous choices is its treatment of failure. Moana misreads the sea, misjudges Maui, overestimates rope, and underestimates grief. Each misstep earns pain and information rather than humiliation. When Maui leaves, his back is the hardest landscape the film shows. Moana breaks, and the ocean holds her gently without fixing her. Then Tala returns in memory, not to command, but to ask a question. Do you know who you are? The answer is not a resume. It is a necklace of names. Daughter, friend, voyager, knotted around a heart that chooses to try again. Hey, ridiculous and beloved, deserves his own bedtime footnote. He is the mistake that a loving community refuses to leave behind. He eats rocks. He nearly drowns. He looks at the horizon and sees nothing. Yet he survives because someone is always reaching. In classrooms, teachers used Hey as parable. Not every crew member can read stars. Some bring levity. Some remind us to secure the gear. Some prove that rescue is part of the job description. Leadership counts beaks as carefully as it counts sails. The sisterhood selfhood era, shifting from print-centered tales. By the middle of the decade, the palace maps had been redrawn. Romance moved from throne to table, still welcome, no longer presiding. Sisterhood became sovereign. Blood sisters, found sisters. Mentor-protege pairs that behaved like siblings. Communities that called each other by names softer than titles. Selfhood matured from slogan to practice. Know who you are. Bring that self into rooms without apology or arrogance. Be willing to edit when love reveals a blind spot. Anna and Elsa demonstrated the thesis with snow and candlelight. Save each other first. Write policy later. Moana demonstrated the corollary with sails and ceremony. Love your people by being the version of yourself that your ancestors dreamed of and your grandchildren will thank. Rescue narratives thinned. Repair narratives thickened. Problems became ecosystems rather than dragons. Grief, drought, bad law, a lie told for so long that it sounded like a hymn. The princess's job was less a duel and more a diplomacy of daily deeds. Friendship arcs carried charge equal to any kiss. Sidekicks stopped orbiting. They collaborated. Olaf's innocence told hard truths without demanding payment. Hei's idiocy became a safety valve that taught patience as a maritime skill. Kristoff learned to love by offering help without needing to stand in front of the song. Even portals across franchises winked at the shift. When a gathering of royal women in a meta-comedy asked newcomers whether men ever saved them, the punchline landed not as contempt for romance, but as gratitude for plots that had learned other shapes. Parents underwent character growth in real time. Fathers learned to lower their voices when fear tried to raise them. Mothers learned to loosen laces without losing elegance. Elders corrected younger heroes with humor instead of humiliation. Children watching learned that authority and affection are not rival religions. In many households, those lessons arrived like gentle amendments to family constitutions. Design mirrored philosophy. Dresses flexed. Boots gripped. Hair escaped and returned and meant something each time. Castles added halls for town meetings. Marketplaces earned as many loving background details as ballrooms. Archways framed processions of neighbors instead of only nobility. A kingdom that looked livable replaced a kingdom intended primarily to be looked at. Kids stared at crowd scenes and guessed jobs, hobbies, and arguments for strangers they would never meet. Songs taught verbs rather than dreams alone. I want remained, but I can, I will, and I must took their turns at the microphone. Reprises acknowledged doubt, then modeled repair. Laments refused to glamorize despair and instead placed signposts inside fog. Antagonists shifted from cackling to convincing, arranging obstacles that looked like traditions gone brittle or like grief pretending to be law. The signal repeated. Maturity is learning which stories to retire with honor and which to retell with care. Romance, when it came, put its tools on the table. Consent stood obvious and smiling. Partnership wore jokes that did not sting. Proposals became conversations instead of stunts. The entire tone coached audiences to recognize love that adds space rather than takes it. Love that brings out the best in both people without asking either to disappear. The crown in these stories became a symbol for shared work, not for ownership of anyone's heart. Even meta moments joined the chorus. When a certain glitchy racer stumbled into a green room full of royalty and asked blunt questions, "Do men ever rescue you? Do you need to be fixed?" The answers arrived with winks and warmth. The joke worked because the decade had already rewritten the expectations. Audiences laughed with recognition. Elsewhere, Christoph rehearsed a love song that sounded like a power ballad and turned out to be about healthy support. Fathers practiced stopping at the threshold of advice, asking daughters whether they wanted help or just company. Such scenes gave families vocabulary at dinner. What does help look like tonight? Who needs space? Who needs a hand? The Disney princess lineage grows. Global representation expands. As the decade widened, the crown traveled with a lighter suitcase and a larger address book. No single accent could claim it. No single ceremony could define it. The banner began to look like a map with many kinds of water on it. Fjords beside lagoons, snowfields beside volcanic beaches, deltas beside bays. Children everywhere recognized that the archetype belonged to people who set tables, hoisted sails, and learned to hear each other's drums. Representation expanded in visible and quiet ways. Casts started sounding like the places they sang about. Writers visited kitchens before landmarks. Costumers researched textiles with artisans who could name stitches and explain why certain colors live near certain rivers. Advisors earned credits that meant something. The result was not flawlessness, but trajectory. Each attempt taught the next team how to love a culture without pretending to be it. Parks and live shows echoed the work. Parades folded languages into lyrics. Dancers learned steps that did not flatten into exotic, but respected origin. Food festivals served dishes with origin stories, letting guests taste history with their lunch. Photo backdrops depicted markets and shorelines, rather than only thrones. Children who had never seen their family's festival represented in a mainstream space suddenly held a souvenir cup that did, and the world felt friendlier by a measurable degree. Publishing moved past paint-by-numbers tie-ins to commissioned stories that lived between films. A princess visited a neighbor's holiday and learned to help without performing. Another taught a friend to braid in a way that did not break hair. Crafts books explain canoe lashing or winter boot care. The empire of books turned into a workshop where kids could make, not just admire. Representation thus slipped from noun to verb. Represent by learning, by doing, by sharing, by inviting. Digital platforms widened the chorus. Kids posted covers in Samoan, Icelandic, Navajo, Tagalog, Arabic, Yoruba, and more. Comments filled with hearts and helpful pronunciation notes. Animators shared process clips that demystified craft and invited future artists in. The audience stopped being only consumers and became correspondents. The lineage grew because the conversation did. Through it all, the stories protected play. Seriousness never asked joy to leave the room. Variety multiplied the jokes, the dances, the lullabies, the colors of pajamas. When more kinds of children saw themselves in the frame, bedtime grew calmer and mornings grew braver. The crown became less like a weight and more like a friendly hand on the shoulder that says, "Your turn, we'll clap." Education programs within studios and partner organizations multiplied. Young artists from communities long invited mainly as audiences were welcomed into workshops, internships, and feedback screenings. Their notes moved props on tables and lines in scripts. Community premieres treated films like conversations with neighborhoods rather than announcements from balconies. When kids saw credits roll and found names that sounded like their aunties and cousins, they believed with fresh conviction that tomorrow's stories could carry their fingerprints, their languages, their laughter. Reflection. The sea and the snow. Think of a shoreline in winter, waves folding under a sky that owns several shades of blue, flakes deciding whether to fall as rain or lace. Between 2013 and 2019, Disney's royal stories lived in that meeting of elements. Snow taught us to slow down and feel. Sea taught us to move and remember. Between them, a house found a way to sing with its whole voice, funny and solemn, cozy and sweeping, careful and bold. Elsa's burden was never just power, it was the ache of being misread by the world and by herself. Anna's loyalty was never just cheerfulness. It was a deliberate practice of showing up after doors close. Moana's calling was never just adventure. It was governance, set to a drum. Each heroine taught a different breath. Control released into trust. Devotion matured into wisdom. Yearning tuned into service. Together, they composed a weather report for growing up. The decade's images have already become bedtime furniture. A glove on a rail, a braid loosed in a mountain gale, a raft between swells at dusk, a grandmother's manta ray stitching moonlight into water, a skating party in a square, a fleet of canoes shot with sunrise, two sisters laughing on a balcony with cocoa steam between them. Children fall asleep to those pictures and wake up with a little more language for courage. If earlier eras crowned romance, this one crowned relationship, sisters, friends, peoples, places. It crowned work, steering, mending, governing, apologizing. It crowned listening, through doors, across waves, within one's own chest. It crowned seasons, winter as teacher, summer as gift, voyage as bridge. The crown, you might say, learned to be a compass. So let the last notes of this era sound like soft percussion. Skates on ice, paddles on water, a kettle before boil, a reindeer's hooves, a drum struck once at dawn. Breathe with them. Imagine frost etching the window from the edges inward, even as the ocean outside repeats its patient syllable. Go. The sea and the snow do not cancel each other. They take turns tutoring the heart. Close your eyes. Let a flake land and melt on your cheek. Let a wave kiss your toes and roll back laughing. Between those tutors, you have learned a century's lesson in a handful of years. You can open the gate and steer the boat. You can keep the fire and carry the light. You can rest and you can rise. The map is wider now. The weather is yours to read. If you stand at that winter shore 1 minute longer, you may notice something else. Footprints that face both directions. These stories teach an art of timing. When to return to the house for cocoa, when to launch a canoe before dawn, when to wait on the pier with a lantern because someone you love is due back at any hour. The ice instructs patience without paralysis. The tide instructs motion without panic. Taken together, they model a life that can hold contradiction kindly. Strong and soft, planned and flexible, individual and communal, brave and gentle, winter-hearted and summer-ready. As you drift now, imagine a small light you can cup in your palms, part candle, part ember, part star. It knows two languages, crackle and hush, and it speaks both with equal tenderness. You have watched ice shatter beautifully, and water knit broken things together. You have learned songs that open doors and maps that remember your name. Keep the light. When winter leans close, hold it steady. When the tide tugs, carry it forward. Tomorrow you will choose again, and the sea and the snow will bless your way. Breathe, brave heart. Morning is beginning. ERA 7, The Modern Kingdom, 2020-2024. Raya Beyond, Raya's Dragon Gem, 2021. Trust, loss, and unity. Rain beads on a ruined roof, and a girl with careful hands protects the last bright shard she believes can mend a world. Raya's story begins in fracture. Tribes split along a river like a plate cracked into petals. Cities ringed by suspicion, footsteps measured between strangers. In the middle stands a legend that sounds like a lullaby. Dragons once breathed life into water, turned their own light into a barrier against despair, and slept so people could keep living. The gem they left behind is a promise tied to a price: unity. When unity broke, monsters called drones spilled like smoke, hardening people into statues of grace arrested mid-gesture. Raya carries the shard because someone must. She carries it because grief taught her to move. Trust is the spine of the tale, and it has scoliosis from battle. Raya's father embodies the old diplomatic dream, inviting neighbors to share soup and stories. His hospitality is more than optimism. It is strategy. When betrayal arrives in the shape of a smile, it shatters more than a stone. It breaks a child's faith in bridges. The world calcifies. People turn to statues mid-reach, mid-laugh, mid-ordinary chore, and the dust left behind behaves like a city's forgotten prayers. Raya grows into a traveler whose rituals are caution and contingency. She maps escape routes automatically. She sleeps where walls feel honest. Her sword folds and unfolds like a guarded heart. Sisu changes the math. She surfaces with the awkward charm of someone who has never had to be impressive to be beloved. Dragons in this world are not hoarded power. They are collaborative wonder, comedians, co-workers, cousins. Sisu's gifts arrive as reminders that magic and trust share a root system. When she borrows the shards and inherits their powers one by one, the film suggests that wholeness can be experienced in pieces, provided you share the burden of carrying them. Her faith reads as naivete to a soldier. It reads as lifeline to a child. It reads as mirror to anyone who has forgotten the soft art of asking for help. She keeps believing because believing is how her family did their work the first time. Her humor is a form of weatherproofing. Hope persists, telling jokes that smuggle hope across guarded borders. Kumandra's map reads like a necklace of communities. Fang, heart, spine, talon, tail, each clutching a segment of the same catastrophe and naming it victory. Raya's journey functions as a tour of the ways fear trains us to specialize in withholding. A toddler trio who hustle harder than gravity. A chef who once wore a soldier's face. An old connoisseur of con games. The crew grows from scattered griefs into a raft of competence. The film enacts a thought experiment every family recognizes. How do you trust people who haven't yet earned it? Because the only way for them to earn it is for you to risk again. Each companion offers proof in small increments. A soup shared, a backwatched, a bridge crossed without demanding receipts. Namari is error and mirror. She is the friend who could have been sister, the rival who could have been ally, the face that still makes your chest tight with what-ifs. Her shoulder carries the weight of a mother's ambition and a city's fear. Her eyes carry the ache of admiration that pride tries to smother. Every confrontation between her and Raya is both duel and dialogue. Sparks fly because truth rubs against regrets. The story refuses to let either girl become emblem or enemy alone. They are both what they chose and what they survived. When the last act tightens like a drum, Sisu pleads for one final leap. The dangerous kind. The kind that doesn't guarantee applause. Trust first. Give the piece away. Become vulnerable on purpose in front of people who might fail you because someone must be first or the circle never closes. This is not martyrdom dressed as strategy. It is strategy dressed as courage. Raya steps forward, unclenches, and the camera listens. One by one, others answer. The stone unstones because people finally decide to depend on one another again. The restoration is messy, which is precisely why it's believable. Unity is not magic. It's a sequence of decisions made at the speed of breath. Afterward, the dust is still in the cracks. People do not emerge reborn and fluent in forgiveness. They stumble, laugh, cry, and argue under blue sky. Rhea bows to a father restored from gray and teaches a new bow to a former enemy. The gem's light returns to the river and dragons arc overhead, not as rulers, but as relatives. Their presence reframes the map. Borders look like stitches rather than scars. Children wave at creatures their grandparents insisted were only stories. The city gates swing, and markets learn to price trust lower than fear. Visually, the film writes calligraphy with water, rice paddies terraced like lullabies, boats shaped like smiles, architecture that wears history without apology. Fight scenes snap with a choreography that respects physics and respects emotion equally. Each strike confesses something about how a person believes. The score threads bamboo and brass with orchestral warmth, making room for quiet so the sound of a shared meal can be music too. His cloak becomes a portable dusk. Sisu's scales hold purples that remember dawn. Everywhere, craft repeats the thesis. Together is not a genre, it is a discipline. When bedtime arrives, Rhea's gem glows like a nightlight on the shelf. Children hear that trust can be rebuilt even after splinters, that apologies worth anything cost something, that enemies can turn into neighbors when one person decides to be brave without an audience. They learn that unity is not a poster, but a potluck. And they learn that keeping a promise sometimes looks like arriving early to stir the soup. Cross-cultural fantasy realm, Southeast Asia inspiration. The modern kingdom learned to build fantasy with the humility of a guest. Rather than copy and paste motifs, the storytellers traveled, listened, and asked how food, fabric, gesture, and weather carry meaning across a region as varied as a constellation. Southeast Asia is not a single story. It is a choir of archipelagos, peninsulas, rivers, mountains, cities, and kitchens. The films that drew from it tried to honor that plurality by composing a world that felt specific without pretending to be a survey. Architecture bends accordingly. Roof lines remember rain. Markets breathe in aisles where steam tells you what's cooking before the sign does. Boats flirt with banks, thick with palms. Weapons curve because history asked them to. A viewer from Manila, Jakarta, Bangkok, Hanoi, Phnom Penh, Vientiane, or Yogyakarta can point at the screen and play a game called I Know That, while also recognizing that the map has been rearranged to form a new myth. The point isn't replication. It's respect, made visible. Costume becomes storytelling at conversational distance. Textiles nod to batik, ikat, songket, and silks that carry family sagas in their threads. Colors borrow from turmeric, tamarind, pandan, chili, river mud, moonlight. Hair braids and jewelry shapes speak dialects of belonging. Footsteps sound different on bamboo, tile, or boat plank, and the mix keeps the body aware of place. Even the way people sit together, on mats, at low tables, on steps with bowls in hand, teaches the eye about hospitality's choreography. Food is the quiet star. Broths teach patience. Street snacks teach improvisation. Rice teaches community. Cooking scenes hum with the dignity of labor and the magic of method. Mortar and pestle, ladles tapping, smoke writing cursive into evening. A pot shared across supposed enemies becomes the quickest. Children who watch these worlds often ask for new dinners, not because a character endorsed a dish, but because curiosity tasted good. Language work happens in the bones of the world. Accents are invited rather than sanded down. Names arrive with music in them. Proverbs function as plot devices, not just as flavor. Humor does not rely on flattening difference, but on playing with it kindly, the way cousins tease across a family reunion. When characters code switch, the story treats it as skill, not as embarrassment. The audience learns to hear variety as wealth. The fantasy itself borrows the region's holistic logic. Rivers are roads and elders. Forests are archives and pharmacies. Dragons, when they appear, are water's kin rather than hoarders of gold. Magic is less about lightning from fingers and more about the right balance of intention, ritual, and reciprocity. The supernatural respects the farmer's calendar and the fisherman's tide table. As a result, the stakes feel local and cosmic at once. Saving the world means fixing the way a village eats and greets. Crucially, the design teams learn to ask for counsel and to credit it. Cultural consultants nudged scenes toward coherence, pruned cliches, and planted details that would make aunties nod. Costume artists collaborated with weavers. Prop designers studied markets. Fight choreographers watched masters whose wrists knew the difference between performance and practice. This collaboration made the fantasy sturdier. Kids may not recognize the scholarship, but they feel the trustworthiness in their bodies and vote with repeated viewings. The cross-cultural approach also challenged casting and character work. Heroes talk like the places that raised them, and their humor wears the right shoes. They resist the exotic friend trap by anchoring the camera in their point of view and allowing visitors, even charming ones, to learn the etiquette of the room. Villains avoid lazy coding by possessing motives rooted in scarcity, pride, or grief rather than accent and outfit. The result is a conversation among equals, not a tour for outsiders. Animation techniques shift to honor physical truths. Rain doesn't just wet. It changes plans. Heat makes people move more slowly at noon. Fabric sticks to skin in a monsoon. Mud matters. Animators study the bounce of fruit on a vendor's tray, the speed of scooters, the shimmer of markets at night. These behaviors are the opposite of trivia. They are how fantasy earns the right to ask for belief. In the end, cross-cultural fantasy realms expand the canopy of bedtime. Children from the region see themselves not as footnotes, but as authors of wonder. Children from elsewhere are invited in with the courtesy of a friend offering sandals at the door. Everyone leaves better fed, and the crown at last looks comfortable worn with a sarong, a sampat, a kabaya, a sin, or shorts splattered with paint from a communal mural, because royalty here means the courage and grace to host. Music completes the palette. Gongs converse with flutes. Hand drums keep stories honest. Voices slide between pentatonic comfort and playful ornaments. Lullabies explain maps. Work songs keep oars in time. When a score quotes a folk pattern, it does so with gratitude, not theft, naming its teachers in the liner notes of the world. Even silence participates. Humid pauses before rain, the respectful hush inside a shrine, the long exhale after spicy soup. These sounds anchor the fantasy so thoroughly that children hum theme fragments while brushing their teeth. And when credits roll, children drum on tabletops, echoing rhythms back to the kitchen, turning dinner into rehearsal. Princesses of pandemic streaming age, digital launches, changing audience, the world tilted, calendars emptied, and living rooms learn to glow like theaters. In that strange hush, Princess Stories kept working, not as escape alone, but as structure. Release plans flexed. Some debuts met limited screens. Others arrived through services that turned couches into velvet seats. Families negotiated whether Friday night meant pajamas and popcorn at home, or masks and seats spaced like chessboards. Either way, the ritual held. Lights dimmed, a logo unfurled. Music promised that meaning would be carried safely across a hard season. Streaming changed tempo. Instead of waiting a year to see a favorite again, children watched on loop within days. Songs sprinted from soundbar to bedroom speaker to the backseat's earbuds. Parents discovered that a story that survives 10 rewatches in a week earns a respect separate from box office. The princesses of this era were built to endure repetition, jokes with layered timing, backgrounds full of small discoveries, plots that rewarded noticing. The pandemic years also sharpened the princess skill set. Resilience took center stage. Kindness became practical rather than ornamental. Characters washed hands on screen as jokes and reminders. Scenes lingered on meals shared safely, on neighbors waving from porches, on the dignity of delivery work folded into the lyric background like strings supporting a melody. A story told under constraint learned to honor constraint without conceding imagination. We're almost there took on a new meter in households that counted days together. Access widened. A family far from multiplexes could premiere a film the same night as a downtown crowd. Subtitles and dubs multiplied. Watch parties stitched relatives together across continents, with chats buzzing like hallways between theater aisles. Little cousins compared favorite lines in different languages, discovering that humor wears many hats, and that the same melody can carry new meanings when a grandmother's tongue sings it. Oh, the economics of attention shifted underfoot. Because streaming libraries bristled with options, first acts had to hook without harassing, and finales had to satisfy without exhausting. Credits bloomed with thank yous for remote collaboration. Animators finished shots at kitchen tables beside math worksheets. The princesses kept their poise through the Zoom years because their stories were forged by teams who were practicing the virtues they wrote: patience, adaptation, listening, generosity with time and tone. Merchandise and crafts adapted. DIY kits shipped with fabric squares, paper crowns, and recipes matched to scenes. Educators used lesson plans aligned to films to teach geography, music, and media literacy. Therapists incorporated characters into telehealth sessions, asking kids which heroine they felt like that day and why. The digital launch era blurred the line between audience and ensemble. A child was not just watching a story, but participating in a neighborhood built around it. Parks paused, then reopened with the protocols that changed how royals waved. Distance parades taught a tender lesson. Care can look like space. Photo backdrops widened so families could cluster safely, and performers learned to project warmth through masks with eyes and gesture. For some children, that period will always be the year a queen bowed from a balcony instead of hugging. And somehow, the bow felt even more respectful because it contained longing and discipline in the same motion. One unexpected gift of at-home premieres was the sovereignty of the pause button. Children asked questions mid-scene, backed up to study a look, or drew while listening to a song 3 times straight. Analysis became play. Parents who once whispered later in theaters answered in real time. Why is she scared? Because secrets make rooms colder. What will fix it? Practice, apology, and soup. Media literacy slipped into bedtime like steam from tea. Of course, the shift was not uniform. Some families missed the communal gasp of a theater and the way applause feels when shared with strangers. But the new pattern did not cancel the old. It grew beside it. The princesses proved remarkably portable. They arrived on living room walls without shrinking and returned to big screens without needing to relearn scale. The lesson that remains: magic multiplies when access does. And in a decade that bruised many households, the crown learned to travel lightly and still glow. Creators adjusted their storytelling clocks too. Cliffhangers softened when a pause could mean bedtime, not a week's wait. Epilogues grew warmer because families were already home together. Filmmakers discovered that living room premieres invite a different intimacy. Eyes close to the screen, commentary whispered mid-scene, siblings reenacting action beats before the credits. The rectangle on the wall became a hearth. The remote, a conductor's baton. Music departments leaned into this closeness. Songs carried practical encouragement. Wash, wait, write, breathe, tucked inside choruses that still lifted the roof. Orchestrations left space for small speakers while remaining lush on theater systems. Lyricists bet on repeat value, crafting lines that parents could hear 50 times without flinching, then secretly humming the 51st. Meanwhile, audiences learned new etiquette. Friends texted 3, 2, 1p play across time zones, and discovered that laughter in a chat can feel like laughter in a row. Teachers assigned character journals, asking students to write a page from a heroine's point of view each day, repairing attention spans frayed by notifications. The result was modest and miraculous. Screens, so often blamed for scattering us, became tools for gathering. The princess legacy in theme parks. Castles as global lullabies. Castles hum differently at night. After fireworks fade and parades tuck themselves into backstage barns, a softer spell lingers in courtyards and along railings where small hands rested all day. Theme parks translate princess stories into architecture you can touch, and in the modern kingdom, that translation matured from spectacle into ministry. The point was no longer only to dazzle. It was to soothe, to host, to teach 1,000 tiny lessons about courtesy, patience, and shared joy. Across continents, spires changed height and silhouette, but the promise stayed stable. Here is a place that remembers your favorite melody even when you can't hum it perfectly. Queue lines became galleries, where lore whispered itself through tapestries, murals, and interactive games that respected the intelligence of 5-year-olds and the nostalgia of their grandparents. Air conditioning and shade were not afterthoughts. They were kindness operationalized. Cast members learned to kneel or step back, depending on a child's energy, to read the difference between shyness and overwhelm, to coach a smile out of a moment that needed it, and to protect quiet when quiet was the brave choice. Nighttime shows braided eras. A lantern scene kissed a snowflake scene, and a voyager's sails billowed across a projection map turret. Songs that belonged to different climates harmonized without rivalry, teaching that the banner is a tapestry rather than a tournament. Couples proposed under these harmonies. Friends hugged. Solitary visitors cried and did not feel alone because the chorus gave them permission to be moved. The parks also invited local identity to lead. A castle in Asia wore motifs that locals recognized. An outpost in Europe layered Gothic with whimsy. A gateway in America blended frontier memory with fantasy's warmth. Seasonal festivals let regional holidays borrow the crown's glow. Lunar New Year lions danced past window displays of gowns. Diwali patterns shimmered on pathways, and Muertos marigolds escorted lanterns to rivers. The message was gentle and large. Your celebration belongs here. Royalty sits at your table and learns your steps. Lines, the perennial test of patience, became gamified rituals rather than endurance trials. Story-based pre-shows rewarded attention. Scavenger hunts turned wait time into co-op play. Even the way cast members redirected traffic during parades functioned as theater, reassuring children that adults can guide a crowd kindly without shouting. Parents took home the choreography as a way to host birthday parties, school events, and family dinners with more grace. Restaurants told stories on plates. Menus nodded to films without cosplaying, offering spices that widened palates and allergy accommodations that widened welcome. Lower countertops and quieter corners signaled that families with toddlers, elders, and neurodivergent guests were not an inconvenience, but an audience segment to be cherished. When a princess arrived at a table, she often asked the child a question rather than offering a script. That small inversion turned an autograph moment into a civics lesson about attention. Power looks like listening. Merchandising shifted from accumulation to memory-making. Build address stations prioritized mix-and-match pieces that invited creativity. PhotoPass artisans captured candid moments of competence, tying a shoe, consoling a sibling, alongside posed portraits. Shops sold journals near tiaras, reminding guests that a crown and a pen do not argue. When nighttime fell and families drifted toward exits under twinkle-lit trees, the parks felt less like leaving a fantasy than like closing a beloved book whose characters promised to visit again. Because the decade asked parks to prove their care, operations became part of the story. Cleanliness looked like shining armor. Clear signage read like friendly magic spells. Guests noticed. The social contract strengthened. In that contract, castles indeed became global lullabies, structures that tell every visitor in architecture and ritual, "You are welcome. Rest here. Tomorrow bring your best self to the world we share." Education deepened the enchantment. Guided tours taught children to read architecture, spotting motifs that tie a ride to a story and a story to a region. Youth programs let kids design floats, practicing civics. Behind-the-scenes glimpses turned cast members into heroes. Seamstresses who rescue zippers, lighting techs who chase shadows off faces, custodial wizards who paint with water to draw smiles on pavement. Accessibility matured into artistry. Quiet rooms offered refuge. Sensory-friendly performances adjusted sound and light while keeping dignity intact. Sign language interpreters were costumed as part of the show, their hands conducting lyrics. Braille maps met wayfinding apps. Wheelchairs rolled through queues. The message landed. Inclusion is not an add-on, it is how magic stays honest. Finally, departures became ceremonies. Kiss goodnight projections twinkled on castle stone. Music softened into lullaby keys. Families lingered at the hub, naming favorite moments as if reciting grace. The last fireworks echo did not mean leave, it meant carry this. And so they did. Back to apartments and farms, dorms, walking slower, talking kinder, holding the day together like a lantern against the dark. The meaning of royalty now: resilience, empathy, self-identity. Royalty used to be a balcony. Now it is a practice. In the modern kingdom, a crown signifies responsibility taken on purpose, not entitlement received by accident. Princesses model the daily arts that keep communities kind, naming feelings, apologizing without theater, setting boundaries with humor, asking better questions, feeding people, fixing systems, and learning as publicly as they lead. The stories invite children to try those arts at home and invite adults to notice how difficult and beautiful they are at scale. Resilience wears new clothes. It is no longer just surviving the wicked stepmother or a sorcerer's plot. It is surviving anxiety, uncertainty, and the shared fatigue of an era that asked everyone to cancel and reimagine. Characters breathe on screen and ask the audience to breathe with them. They try routines, lists, lanterns, skates, sails, to steady their hearts. They accept help as a brave act rather than a failure. In doing so, they model immune systems for the soul. Empathy moves from moral to method. Listening becomes a tool for solving plot, not just a virtue box to check before a song. Heroes learn opponents' reasons, honor what can be honored, and oppose harms without hating people. That nuance is as advanced as any spell. Children who practice it during pretend games carry it to school, where conflicts feel smaller because they have scripts other than win and lose. Self-identity becomes less a reveal and more a conversation. Characters name themselves across time. Childhood nicknames, adult callings, ancestral roles, chosen purposes. They bring different versions of self to different rooms and notice which ones feel whole. Mirrors become friends instead of judges. Outfits become expressions instead of auditions. Hair is allowed to be the weather it is. Songs do not promise that one brave act will fix a life. They promise that a life can be a sequence of brave acts done with care and community. The crown's power is measured by how it treats the least protected. Does the princess remake a policy for a neighbor? Does she ask a child's opinion and mean it? Does she share credit? The films answer with scenes that look mundane and holy, pushing a cart, sweeping a square after a festival, walking a friend home. These moments anchor the fireworks. They remind the audience that most days are made of kitchen table diplomacy and corridor courage. Identity also means naming where you are from without letting origin limit destiny. The modern lineage speaks of islands, deserts, snowfields, forests, and towns, then celebrates the way gifts wander. A chef's skills feed a caravan. A navigator's patience rebuilds a classroom. A queen's caution becomes a firefighter's wisdom. Children sketch Venn diagrams that overlap me, my people, and my world, then draw arrows where gifts can cross. Even antagonists receive complexity. Many are not monsters, but neighbors trapped by old stories that rewarded hoarding or fear. Defeating them looks like rewriting incentives and opening new rooms where they can belong. Mercy is not naivety. It is design. Justice, shown rightly, looks like better architecture for hearts and laws. Royalty now also includes rest. Characters model sleep as strategy. Joy as fuel, play as maintenance. Burnout is named and answered. The crown comes off at night so the person can keep existing without ceremony. Viewers who watch someone powerful hold a mug with two hands and stare out a window learn to trust their own quiet moments as part of the work. Ultimately, the meaning of royalty resolves into a sentence fit for a lullaby. Use what you have to make more belonging. If you do that with a tiara on, lovely. If you do it with an apron, a helmet, a pen, or a toolkit, the kingdom will recognize you. And when you fail, which you will, the modern crown comes with instructions. Own it, mend it, and try again in the morning. Technology, meanwhile, broadened mirrors. Kids built playlists where royal ballads neighbor protest anthems. Identity learned to harmonize, not compete. Fan art communities hosted Draw This challenges that turned gowns into lab coats and coronation halls into makerspaces. Mentorship became royal protocol. Stories showed elders seeking consent before teaching, offering choices between paths rather than handing down a single map. Apprenticeships appeared on screen as labor, stitching, sailing, smithing, storytelling. Failure inside those apprenticeships looked like a knot to untie, not a verdict. Viewers absorbed the rhythm. Try, debrief, rest, repeat. And language itself became kinder. Scripts, gently retired jokes that punch down, replaced them with wit that invites. Characters learned to say, I was wrong, you changed my mind, and thank you for telling me. Children practiced sentences on siblings. Empires, bedrooms, bus stops, lunch tables grew easier to live in, which is what crowns are for. Bedtime reflection. A crown for every culture. Close your eye and picture a table long enough to seat every neighbor you have ever admired. Lanterns hang from rafters alongside paper snowflakes. A pot of soup steams beside a bowl of mangoes. Someone tunes a guitar while someone else checks the tide. In the middle of the table sits a crown, not glittering alone on velvet, but resting among chopsticks, wooden spoons, a sewing kit, seashells, and a book with those dog-eared pages. This is the modern kingdom's bedtime. Not a corridor of portraits, but a kitchen of stories that belong to everyone who brought something to share. Rhea places the gem like a candle and nods to the person across from her who once cut the map into pieces. Forgiveness is a scaffold they keep tightening together. A voyager unfurls a chart across plates, and a queen of winter adds a note about skating parties scheduled around solstice. Someone tells a joke that makes a horse snort. A toddler bangs a spoon in agreement. The room hums because every culture brought a melody, and nobody asked them to sing in unison before they were ready. If you were standing in a doorway feeling shy, this room would find you. A grandmother would pat the chair beside her and ask about your day. A child would insist you take the biggest dumpling. Someone would slide the book toward you and trace a line under a sentence that helped when they were scared. You'd notice that nobody is checking whether your crown fits. They are checking whether your shoulders can finally relax. The promise at this table is simple. Your story joins ours without losing its accent. Bring rice or rye, tea or cocoa, sorrow or laughter. Bring a skill. Bring a question. Bring a song your uncle taught you. Royalty here is never the tallest voice. It is the voice that knows when to lower so others can rise. When disagreements spark, people fetch more chairs instead of fewer, because space is how love proves it meant what it said earlier about belonging. In this lullaby, castles are nightlights for neighborhoods, parades are thank you notes with choreography, and crowns are tools that keep doors propped open. Tomorrow, everyone at the table will leave to do ordinary magic. Deliveries, meetings, classes, caretaking, cooking, rowing, mending, voting, resting. Tonight they trade recipes and blessings. Someone sketches a plan for a playground where kids from many languages can race in the same direction and collapse laughing in the same pile. When you finally climb into bed, the table's sound follows you home. A spoon against a bowl, a page turning, water laughing against a dock, snow hushing the street, the quiet thump of a dragon landing on a roof to check that every house is safe. The crown you carried all day can sit on the nightstand beside your glasses and your phone. It will be there in the morning, and so will the people, and so will the work, and so will the lights. Sleep now. The modern kingdom keeps watch with warm soup, good jokes, solid roofs, and a promise that belongs in every language. You are welcome, you are needed, and you are loved. If you listen closely, you'll hear another sound braided through the laughter, the scratch of pencils and the tap of keys as tellers take notes. Children sketch crowns that look like bike helmets, hijabs, baseball caps, flower wreaths, headphones. They practice hospitality in crayon, welcome signs, arrows to water. Some nights the crown travels. A ferry carries it across a bay. A nurse wears it invisible above a mask. Nobody announces this on a balcony. The announcements are small, a light left on, a meal left by a door, a text that says, "Here if you need me." Before sleep takes you, make your own promise. Use what you have, your story, your skills, your hope, to lay one more plank in the bridge between people. Tomorrow the table will be ready and the songs nearby, and somewhere a dragon will circle, satisfied, then drift off above a neighborhood that knows how to keep warm. Iara 9. Songs of princesses' lullabies across decades. Melody is the kingdom's secret passport. Long before a child can read credits or remember release dates, a tune guides them to a feeling, a place, a promise. The earliest princess songs taught the craft of wishing as if it were a daily chore, something you tended like a fire. "Someday my prince will come" was not only romance, it was tempo for patience, a slow breath in a frightened world. In kitchens and barracks, that hum made rooms feel warmer than they were. The same is true across decades. A melody moves through history like a lantern procession, handing out small, steady lights. The lullaby palette widened as the lineage grew. A dream is a wish your heart makes, placed pillow-soft consonants around a backbone of resolve. The voice sounded light, but the message carried iron. Once upon a dream floated in waltz time, teaching listeners that recognition can feel like memory returning from a long trip. Later, the ocean called in pentatonic phrases, snow swelled in Broadway chords, and jazz found the stove's rhythm. Each generation added instruments that matched its questions. Strings for yearning, brass for gall, drums for the next right step. When a princess declared herself, the arrangement nodded yes behind her. Children use these songs as tools. A shy child hums before entering a classroom, turning fear into choreography. A stubborn child pounds a chorus into a dance step that makes their energy helpful instead of destructive. A grieving child hides under a blanket with a soundtrack in their ears and discovers that a body can cry and still feel held. That is the quiet miracle of the canon. It is a first aid kit disguised as entertainment, a way to regulate breath and belief without scolding. The lyrics age with their singers. As adults, listeners hear subtext that childhood skipped. The work ethic inside Almost There sounds like a ledger balancing. The boundaries inside Let It Go sound like a therapy session. And they're finally named a pattern. The self-portrait inside I Am Moana reads like a rite. Meanwhile, comic numbers, pub anthems, crab cabaret, Street Market Patter do civic work by teaching rhetoric. They show how charm can persuade, how listening can interrupt, and how a good joke can sit a quarrel down long enough for the soup to arrive. Translation multiplies the comfort. Dubbed albums place familiar melodies in the mouth shapes of many languages, and children learn that their feelings are fluent far beyond their neighborhood. In a single viral video, 20 voices stitched a winter anthem into a global quilt, each verse a handshake across borders. Lullabies do not worry about passports or borders. They worry about bedtime, which is the same prayer in every house. Please be safe. Please be loved. Please wake happy. Harmony is cultural diplomacy. At parades and ice shows, crowd voices add a rough sweetness that polish cannot fake. Grandparents sing one line, parents another, children invent a third on top, and the chord makes a family out of strangers standing under the same sky. Street buskers discover that the first bars of a famous song make wallets generous and conversations kind. Hospital clowns carry choruses in their pockets because nothing steadies a tiny patient like the repeatable part of a tune they already know by heart. The canon's villains sing too, and those numbers are defensive spells for the audience. A silky lyric about easy solutions teaches skepticism. A bellowing chant about us versus them teaches how fear recruits. By making the seduction catchy, the film showed generations how to spot manipulation without becoming cynical. Children learn to enjoy a groove and still ask, what is this song trying to make me do? A priceless habit when they leave the theater and meet advertising, peer pressure, and politics. Form follows feeling. Early orchestras wrapped voices like shawls. Later productions turned microphones into confessionals, setting the singer almost inside the listener's chest. The best scores leave space for breath, drum lightly beneath a whisper, and then lift at exactly the heartbeat where courage needs help. Where words falter, vowel holes stretch time so a decision can arrive. Where grief threatens to flood, a key change opens a window. Ritual completes the music's work. Families fold chores into choruses, scrub to a verse, rinse to a bridge, dance the plates to the rack. Teachers begin tests with 30 seconds of a calm tune so pencils stop shaking. Coaches blast, I'll make a man out of you with irony and tenderness for teams composed of every gender, transforming the joke into a pledge to practice. Weddings borrow waltzes, funerals borrow laments, birthdays borrow refrains that let shy kids feel seen. Lullabies evolve when they meet new rooms, streaming moved songs from rare treats to daily companions, and the risk of overplay forced songwriters to earn the 20th listen. They layered harmony parts for siblings to divide, snuck grace notes for nerds to notice, built bridges that still surprise. Parents, initially skeptical, found themselves humming in grocery aisles, embarrassed and grateful. Somewhere between tomatoes and bread, they understood. The melody is scaffolding for their own tired day. And yet, with all the sophistication, the core remains humble. These are songs for small bodies winding down and for large bodies remembering how. They do not promise that wishes come true without work or that storms skip the houses of the kind. They promise companionship, that while you wait, row, rest, or risk, someone is singing with you. In the dark, that is enough to tilt a world toward morning. The final measure in any era is not the chart position, but the moment the house goes quiet. A nightlight glows. A parent's shoulder relaxes. A child, having asked for a one more time, lets the last chord close their eyes for them. Somewhere, a composer who wrote the song years ago is washing a dish and gets the shiver that means their work found a home. The lullaby has completed its journey, stage to speaker to heart to habit. Tomorrow it will do the job again, with no complaint. Sleep well. Castles and parks. Dreams how architecture carried the magic. A castle is a lullaby you can walk through. Stone, spire, clock, and flag translate melodies into space so a family can rest inside a song. In drawings and in parks, these structures do not merely decorate horizons, they organize hope. The front gate gathers appetite. The courtyard pours stress off shoulders The central hall slows feet to the pace of wonder. Even on days when crowds are knotted and weather is stubborn, architecture answers with choreography that rescues patience. Shade here, fountain hush there, a bench at the right turn. The earliest designs bowed to European memory, turrets like flutes, embrasures like eyelids, bridges promising a story on the other side. With every decade, the language widened. Tiles borrowed from Islamic geometry patched roofs that remembered monsoon rain. Lanterns from river festivals floated beside stained glass holding winter's pale fires. To a child, the combination is not contradiction. It is proof that beauty likes company. To an adult, it is a blueprint for plural belonging. A castle can quote and still make room for new verses. Parks made castles into time machines. Morning paint is linen. Noon heat turns stone into mirage. Evening projection dresses walls in centuries. One moment a ballroom of gold, the next a mountain of ice, the next a sail pulled by 1,000 lanterns. Facades teach perception to stretch without breaking. Projectors whisper that a wall can be a screen, which means imagination can be infrastructure rather than escape hatch. Every transformation argues that stories belong to the public square as much as to the stage. Pathways preach with kindness. Approaches curve so views reveal themselves politely. Bridges bow across moats not to intimidate, but to stage the instant when footsteps change tempo. Gardens flank the walk with colors tuned to story tone. Blues that cool, reds that invigorate, whites that calm. At the base, stone carves motifs that reward eyes that linger. Acorn, suns, snowflakes, waves. Castles tell guests that attention will be repaid in delight, and then they keep the promise with details small enough for a child to guard as treasure. Inside, the rule is intimacy at scale. Vaults lift without swallowing a child's voice. Banquets of light spill from chandeliers designed to glimmer at stroller height and to sparkle in proposal photographs. Murals compress epics into panels small hands can navigate. There are the lanterns, there's the spindle, there's the river. In winter, heated stone sighs. In summer, air moves like a blessing. The building behaves like a host who studied your family and stocked the pantry the way you would have done. Accessibility joined the grammar as principle, not patch. Ramps coil along staircases so wheels can practice pageantry. Quiet rooms hide in plain sight for bodies that need pause. Sign language finds a spotlight. Audio description learns to sing. Parade viewing zones read like invitations rather than fences. The message is not an add-on, it is doctrine. If magic excludes, it cancels itself. If it includes, it multiplies. Children who see their bodies accounted for believe more easily in kingdoms that deserve their loyalty. Local accent keeps the crown honest. In Asia, roofs lift like birds at takeoff. In America, brick remembers the frontier's stubborn cheer. In Europe, limestone quotes cathedrals and then giggles so children are not intimidated. Holiday overlays honor hometown calendars. Lanterns for New Year, rangoli at thresholds, marigolds escorting memory. In the park's grammar, these choices are not flavor, they are truth. Guests read in their bones that celebration is welcome in every dialect joy speaks. Lines, the fairy tale's dragon, were domesticated by design. Interactive cues turned waiting into rehearsal for wonder. Puzzles hid in walls. Wish books invited signatures. Shadow puppets practiced jokes for the show about to begin. Even scent joined the party. Bread near bakeries, pine near winter scenes, rain after warm concrete. The industry calls this immersion. Parents call it mercy. In either language, castles teach that environment is a character, and when that character behaves kindly, crowds behave kindly too. At night, stone becomes instrument. Projection map shows play towers like harps, lasers frost spires like icing, and fireworks pop on offbeats so the heart has time to echo. Couples whisper vows in corners that feel suddenly private among thousands. Children who napped through parades wake because the air is humming. The kiss goodnight, soft and unhurried, lowers a collective pulse. Sleep in nearby hotels comes easier because architecture has done what lullabies do. moved adrenaline toward awe. Castles in dreams work the same way, even when a home has only cardboard turrets taped to a chair. The point is not realism, it is ritual. A pillowcase cape becomes a drawbridge. A flashlight under a blanket becomes stained glass. A parent's voice changes timbre to match stone. The homemade fortress offers the same contract as the park's marvel. Here, you are safe to be enormous and tiny at once. Here, your feelings can echo and then settle without spilling into harm. Buildings carry memory like bells, proposals, reunions, first jobs in costume, last walks with grandparents, the stone records without ceremony. People return years later and feel warmth rise like a song when sunlight hits the right corner. Castles, therefore, function as secular shrines. To visit is to touch a version of yourself still humming in the walls. This is why tears arrive uninvited at closing time, and why strangers lend tissues without embarrassment in a crowd that keeps feeling like family long after fireworks. Castles also train civic habits. Guests learn to cue, yield, wave, thank, applaud, clap to the beat strangers clap, and part ways kindly. Architecture makes it easier by setting sightlines, widening choke points, placing railings precisely. City planners visit for research. Families leave with muscle memory for festivals back home. If a building can teach thousands to move as one without barked orders, perhaps neighborhoods can borrow the trick. The blueprint is not secret. It is proportion, intention, and grace. Merchandise and dolls, costumes. The princess as companion to childhood. A doll is a portable friend, a costume is a permission slip, and a lunchbox is a small billboard that says, "This is who I'm practicing to be." Merchandise around princess stories is not an afterthought. It is the infrastructure of play. Toys and textiles let children rehearse bravery and kindness in the spaces between meals and math worksheets. When a cape fastens with Velcro, a child can attach identity as easily as clothing, then peel it off for bath time and know the self underneath is still theirs. The earliest dolls were porcelain ideals that watched from shelves. The modern companions are meant to fall off swings, survive puddles, and be hairdressed into oblivion. Articulated elbows grip tiny frying pans. Bare feet fit into plastic stirrups. Joints bow and rise to kneel beside a stuffed friend who is pretending to be hurt. Accessories are scripts. A book invites quiet courage. A lantern invites searching. A toy canoe invites leadership. When a plush snowman arrives, the room learns to forgive because innocence with a carrot nose is impossible to resist. Costumes turn bedrooms into backstage. Fabrics have learned to cooperate with skin. Seams are covered. Glitter is sealed. Necklines flex so a hero can climb a couch mountain without asking for help. Designers quietly honor sensory needs by lining bodices with soft knit, by hiding tags, by choosing closures a child can manage alone. The message embedded in convenience is profound. Autonomy matters. A 4-year-old who can dress themselves as royalty has already learned a first lesson in sovereignty. Makeup kits for play tread a careful line between sparkle and script. The best ones are palettes of color without gendered instructions. Hair kits that invite braiding circles where an auntie teaches heritage techniques, not just a tutorial for photos. Halloween aisles, once rows of thin satin in racial shorthand, are slowly becoming libraries of roles. Chef aprons with crowns printed small, sashes that say captain, boots made for running, not posing. A tiara can accompany all of them, because the crown is now a verb. Host, help, heal. Books and crafts bridge seasons. Sticker stories let hands compose scenes for moral experiments. What if the brave moment happens in the market, not the ballroom? What if the apology arrives at the river? Paper crowns printed with blank spaces ask for a child's word. Kind, curious, loud, patient. Cookbooks teach a pie linked to a heroine's memory, then teach cleaning the kitchen as an encore. Sewing cards pierce cardboard along outlines that mimic embroidery, and small fingers learn rhythm, which is to say, patience with pride. Retail staging matured from aisles of pink into neighborhoods of wonder. Mannequins now show friendship clusters rather than solitary poses. Packaging includes many faces at once, telling a child that community is the correct backdrop for the crown. Sizes reach wider. The cut of a gown respects wheelchairs. Capes unvelcro quickly for kids who prefer capeless swiftness. When a store prints bilingual instructions or offers free repair of torn hems, it isn't a perk. It's a proclamation that the kingdom expects to be used, not displayed. Parents negotiate budgets with calendars. One gown becomes the costume for a year's worth of holidays, photo days, and a cousin's wedding. A doll earns its place by surviving car seats and spaghetti night. Some families thrift and swap, creating microeconomies of enchantment, where a lightly scuffed slipper carries 10 names and still fits. Hand-me-down crowns acquire history like heirlooms. The tiny scratch on the plastic jewel is a story prompt at bedtime. The culture around collecting can tip towards scarcity panic. Healthy fandom steers back to play by remembering that these objects are tools, not trophies. The happiest shelves are slightly messy and accessible to small hands, and the saddest are dust-free museums. Toy companies learn to sell outfits separately and to keep beloved molds in circulation, so loss doesn't feel like exile. Repair guides circulate online. How to comb out impossible tangles, how to reattach a stubborn arm, how to remove marker face paint that got enthusiastic. Representation expanded on shelves before it fully arrived on screens. Skin tones multiplied, hair textures diversified, eyes changed shape without losing sparkle. Kids saw braids like their own clipped beside buns like a friend's. They saw wheelchairs, hearing aids, and limb differences sculpted with dignity into play. Parents cried quietly in toy aisles when a doll finally looked like a child. Those tears were not about plastic. They were about permission to imagine loudly. Economics laced through the magic with lessons of stewardship. Kids saved allowance, made charts, and learned to distinguish want from need. Parents modeled trade-offs in charity. We'll choose one gown and donate another. Birthday parties shifted from gift mountains to book swaps or craft stations, where guests decorated capes for shelter. The crown learned how to share. The best parties end with a pile of glitter on the floor and a sense that friendship is richer than any accessory. Digital storefronts changed rituals without replacing them. Unboxing videos taught patience and skepticism. Narrators show instructions, failures, fixes. Children learn that disappointment is survivable and that reviews are literacy. Customization apps let kids preview hairstyles, combine patterns, and print paper dolls to test ideas before spending. Meanwhile, small makers on craft platforms produced gowns that fit sensory needs, dolls with hand-painted vitiligo, and accessories that honored diaspora details absent from mass lines. Most profound of all, merchandise collapses distance between story and daily life. A lunchbox carries bravery to school. A backpack holds a library card, a snack, and a pencil case that turns homework into quest. A blanket printed with lanterns becomes a tent over sick day. A doll waiting on a pillow is a reason to go to bed. At dusk, a robe with snowflakes might be the thing that turns teeth brushing into theater. On weary evenings, parents are grateful for any fabric that can conjure a second wind. Years pass. The gown frays. The doll's hair shortens with each rescue. The lunchbox switches to soccer stickers. Yet the objects keep working as memory anchors. A teenager cleans a closet and pauses, palm on a tiara, and smiles. A college student opens a box and meets the plush friend who guarded childhood nights. A parent saves the cape for another small body. The things never contained the magic. They conducted it like little copper wires warmed by all the stories they helped tell. Play survives. It keeps learning new shapes for families. Generations of childhood mothers, daughters, granddaughters. Inheritance is not only blood, it is bedtime. Mothers, daughters, granddaughters, and grandsons and uncles, and everyone who stood in the doorway to listen, pass songs and lines, and looks like heirlooms polished by handling. A grandmother who once sang, "A dream is a wish your heart makes," over a rationed dinner, hums the same tune while spooning soup to a child scrolling through a streaming menu. The eras overlap at couches, in kitchens, on long car rides, where a chorus becomes a truce. The princess canon functions less like a museum and more like a kitchen, lived in, borrowed from, always open. A mother remembers being told to sit still, then watches her child run hard in boots built for climbing. She buys a gown with pockets that hold snacks and a friendship bracelet kit, and wonders how different her adolescence might have been if pocketed gowns had existed when she was 9. She recognizes herself in her child's seriousness, then hears a new voice answer back from the screen. You can be soft and sharp at the same time. She nods and repeats the line at school drop-off as if it were a blessing. Fathers and brothers learn the choreography too. A dad who grew up mocking musicals now belts duets at stoplights and cries at a sister's act of true love. An older brother who thought princess stories were not days for him discovers that his favorite character is a talking snowman who defines love as making space for someone else's future. He borrows the line when he falls in love himself. In these households, the archetype stops being a bowl reserved for one fruit and becomes a table that feeds many. Every generation adds a spin to play. The grandmother's paper dolls become the mother's videotapes, become the child's karaoke app, and the baby cousin's picture book board with chewable corners. The costumes get easier to launder. The dolls get more durable. The playlists get longer. What stays is the ritual. Choose a song, choose a scene, choose a role, and let the game teach courage safely. Time's needle passes through the same fabric again and again until the seam is strong enough to hold real life. Rituals expand into holidays. Families invent lantern walks on summer nights, invent ice skate picnics around winter markets, invent gratitude dinners where everyone gives a toast in character. Photo albums fill with gowns over jeans, with grandfathers wearing paper crowns, with tiny cousins distributing playbills they drew. When losses come, a chair empty, a voice missing, the ritual holds the space so grief and laughter can share the table. The songs never erase absence. They braid memory into the moment so it can be carried. Advice changes its clothing. Be good mutates into be kind, which matures into be kind and draw boundaries. Work hard gathers rest well. Don't talk to strangers becomes learn to read strangers, then decide. Parents use lyrics as shorthand for complex ethics. Do the next right thing. Remember who you are. Let it go. Children call them out when parents forget. You're not listening like the Queen did. A family learns to apologize in chorus and to forgive in verses. Technology complicates and sweetens the chain. The grandmother watches from a different city on a tablet that sits on the counter while she kneads dough. The mother texts a link to a lullaby cover in the family's language. The teenager posts a choreography tutorial and becomes, briefly, the internet's auntie. Screens do not replace laps. They extend them. A bedtime call where a child shows a new crown to a faraway elder is still a lap, still a circle. There are scrapes and disagreements. One generation worries that tiaras teach vanity. Another argues they teach responsibility. One prefers hand-drawn, another loves pixels that glow. Households negotiate. On Tuesdays, we wear capes to the grocery store. On Sundays, we stack blocks and build a castle nobody has seen before. The canon is sturdy enough to hold dissent. A child who tells a parent that joke feels mean learns a more important lesson than the joke itself could ever carry. Adoption and blended families write new verses. A stepmother reclaims a word by being exactly the opposite of a stereotype. An aunt becomes the weekly movie buddy who sneaks gummy bears into the living room and pauses the film for questions like a favorite professor. A foster parent decks a bedroom with shared crests and lets a child claim a banner that says, "This room is yours," even if the future is a question mark. Royalty here is not title. It is welcome. Aging changes how the stories sit in the bones. The child who once wanted to be chosen wants later to choose. The teenager who wanted a kiss wants now a conversation. The parent who once wanted quiet wants now to listen actively, to be invited into the child's invented world. Grandparents find themselves sympathizing with rulers who change laws for daughters, with matriarchs who admit they were wrong. The canon becomes a mirror that adjusts angle as the viewer moves through life's rooms. Grief, too, gains a translator. When a family loses someone, a song lets the wake breathe. Remember me, you'll be in my heart, into the unknown. Phrases that once sounded like plot now sound like prayer. A child places a doll on a nightstand beside a framed photo and declares a vigil. A grandmother folds a gown and says, "Tomorrow we'll wear this and tell stories." And everyone understands that the outfit is a vehicle for memory, not a costume for pretending nothing has changed. Across cultures and continents, the line persists. A mother in Manila sews lanterns to hang across a small courtyard. A daughter in Manchester practices archery form with a broom. A grandmother in Marrakesh spices a stew while humming a winter waltz. The specifics differ. The architecture is shared. Princess stories have become a language that translates easily into many kitchens. No translator is needed for a happy sigh at the end of a chorus or for a hug during the scary part. Not every handoff is smooth. Some children reject the canon for years, tired of songs that overfilled car rides. They return later, sheepish and moved, when they watch a niece twirl in the living room. Others stay, loyal and loud, and become the family's archivists, maintaining playlists, repairing old tapes, and knowing exactly which gown survives spilled punch. Both roles are welcome. The kingdom's library needs both quiet and clamor. The best inheritance is curiosity. A mother who admits, "I never noticed that line," grants a child permission to notice new things too. A teen who teaches a grandmother a dance from a sequel flips the direction of wisdom, proving that dignity is not threatened by learning. When a family decides together to retire a joke that aged poorly, they model living tradition. The fairy tale as a home that keeps remodeling without losing its foundation. In the end, the generations are a braid, strands of memory, strands of invention, strands of weathered advice, strands of brand new courage. The braid holds through seasons because hands keep tending it. Tonight, one of those hands flips a light switch, another tucks in a blanket, and another presses play. Voices join at different volumes. Alto, tenor, small whisper. The song is old and new at once. That is inheritance. Not the thing itself, but the habit of singing it together when the world needs light. We keep singing together. Princess archetype in global cinema. Influence on other studios. Archetypes travel like seeds, catching rides on wind, luggage, and playlists. The princess pattern, agency wrapped in melody, courage braided with kindness, has echoed across studios and nations, reshaped by local weather. It is not a monopoly, it is a conversation. Around the world, filmmakers borrow the grammar of the crown and write new dialects that fit their histories and streets. In India, the blueprint absorbs lavish dance and expands into multi-generational melodrama. A heroine's solo becomes a plaza explosion of color, where cousins, rivals, and even the aunt who disapproves cannot resist joining the chorus. The moral often swivels on filial duty, reframed. A daughter claims choice without severing belonging. When fantasy appears, it wears jewelry heavy with mythology. When realism prevails, it still glitters with moral spectacle. The crown survives monsoon and criticism because devotion is a renewable resource when communities cheer for a girl's courage. Korean cinema threads social critique under gowns and armor. Princess-like protagonists, corporate heirs, gifted fighters, or reluctant leaders discover that real dragons are documents, class codes, and the cold math of public shame. Stories puncture fairy tale shortcuts with satirical pins, then offer tenderness anyway. Love is often present, but rarely permitted to displace ambition or justice. The crown in these narratives is efficient. It delegates romance to the subplot and keeps reform on the throne. Latin American storytellers braid the archetype with magical realism and tight-knit neighborhoods. A girl's gift blooms alongside a family's fracture. Songs become architectural, rooms that expand or contract according to feeling. Villains are more often wounds than witches. A sunlit courtyard replaces a ballroom. A sewing room repairs destiny. The crown sits on a shelf beside a candle and a bowl of arepas. It means duty to household, not dominance over subjects. Southeast Asian studios inspired by local epics and shadow puppetry. Stage heroines as negotiators between islands and courts. Boats and markets replace ballrooms. Crisp blades and silk shawls replace wands. Songs swing between lullaby and festival chant. The crown is woven, not cast. Rattan, gold thread, flowers that wilt if you don't share water. Collaboration becomes magic because communities there have long practiced alliance as survival. Meanwhile, Western competitors remix the brand with irony and critique. Some projects spoof the crown, then surrender to its charms mid-film. Others stage heroines who reject titles and run toward labs, campaigns, or skate parks. The conversation is healthy. Even parody is a form of flattery when it keeps the virtues, work, empathy, humor, and throws away the vanity. The crown grows durable by surviving jokes. Technology reshapes the journey. Affordable software puts world-class tools in Lagos, Manila, Medellin, and Warsaw. Small studios leapfrog old gatekeepers, debuting heroines that belong to districts, not empires. Festival juries watch a handmade short about a village singer and discover that the film carries more truth than a blockbuster's fireworks. The crown learns to scale up and down without losing meaning. Not every export fits. Cultural friction clarifies values. Some regions distrust the romance emphasis. Some revolt against commodified childhood. Others adapt the music but change the ending, choosing community reconciliation over marriage, apprenticeship over coronation. These edits are not betrayals. They are proof that the archetype is alive. A story that cannot be argued with is a museum piece. A story that invites revision can feed many tables. For families, the global chorus enlarges bedtime. Parents raise it on one studio songs, now hum melodies born elsewhere. Kids ask for hair ribbons from one country and soup from another. Playrooms become embassies. The crown keeps shape-shifting. Sometimes feathers, sometimes beads, sometimes a pencil tucked behind the ear before a science fair. The point is never the jewel. It is the permission to attempt a life of service and joy. In this exchange, one caution glitters. Influence should be a conversation, not a flood. Studios with power must practice restraint and hospitality, making room for local voices rather than drowning them in marketing thunder. When the trade is fair, the princess archetype becomes a commons, tended by many hands, harvested from many households, replenished by careful respect. When it isn't, audiences notice quickly and withdraw their trust. The crown, like trust, is lightest when shared and heaviest when imposed. Different regions tune the melody to their climates. Mist and steel, drums and dust, plazas and rain, each translating grace into locally understood motion beautifully. Reflection crowns are stories, not just jewels. Crowns turn out to be stories, not medals. They shine because we agree to let them carry our best promises, to welcome, to listen, to share, to mend. Across a century, the princess lineage has kept handing that promise forward, refining the sparkle into structure. What began as a wish, sung in a cottage, became policy sung in a square. What began as romance at a window became responsibility at a door. The echoes we keep, songs, castles, costumes, jokes, are tools for building households where tenderness is ordinary. A chorus returns breath to a worried chest. An arch guides a crowd through difference without bruising anyone's dignity. A dress with pockets teaches self-sufficiency before breakfast. A doll laid lovingly on a pillow carries confidence into sleep. None of these things are trivial. They are furniture for souls learning to be brave and kind at the same time. Because crowns are stories, they belong to whoever tells them with care. That is why the canon keeps widening. More accents, more histories, more rooms at the banquet, more elders carving new chairs. The line between make-believe and civic life blurs on purpose. We practice fairness in play so we can recognize it at school, in a kitchen, when tempers rise. So the measure of royalty now lives close to the ground. Do we feed each other? Do we repair what we break? Do we protect the small and listen to the quiet? If the answer is yes, the crown is present, whether or not anyone sees a jewel. Lights out, the stories keep their watch. Lanterns float, snow hushes, oars dip. A gentle chorus waits at the edge of sleep, whispering the same invitation in many languages. Bring your light, share the work, rest. Tomorrow's princesses, 2030 and beyond. New frontiers. What future princesses may look like. Tomorrow's princess may lace her boots before dawn to check tide gauges, seed clouds with ancestral lullabies, and log readings on a battered tablet that smells faintly of citrus and rain. She will swear an oath not to a palace but to a watershed, not to a bloodline but to a neighborhood map. A crown, in her century, is a portable promise. Use what you have to make more belonging. She will coordinate a flotilla during storms, replace fences with rain gardens, and measure prosperity by shaded bus stops, good shoes, and kids biking safely to soup nights. Ceremony will conclude with compost. Expect a princess who knows laboratories as intimately as libraries. Microscopes share a desk with field journals. Telescopes face windows crowded by tomato seedlings. She may design vaccines in a folktale clinic, whose equipment names itself after rivers, or chart meteor families the way her grandmother charted seasons. When a dragon appears, it could be a heat dome the size of a province. When she sings, sensors answer. Data folds into melody like honey into tea. Awe is not a distraction. It's the ignition key. Disability will be an axis of power rather than a pity script. A heroine with a cane carved from the storm-bent oak will read a city's tilt better than generals. A deaf princess will convene a cabinet fluent in sign, and the quiet between decisions will let entire districts feel their breathing sink. Neurodivergent royalty will treat pattern recognition like gift, and sensory overwhelm like a design brief. Their gowns will include texture maps for grounding. Their palaces will feature soft light corridors, nooks, and stimming gardens. Elders will graduate from cameo to protagonist. Imagine a gray-haired queen whose knees ache when it rains, walking slowly because haste blurs truth, outwitting colonizers with recipes doubling as resistance manuals. Picture a scooter-riding grandmother chief who refuses exile from adventure, marshalling grandkids as deckhands across an airship hangar. Age is a library card stamped often. There is no statute of limitations on usefulness or wonder. The future's royal court will schedule tea at the same importance as treaties. Gender, long treated as architecture, will reveal itself as weather. We will meet princes who choose embroidery as diplomacy and princesses who captain salvage crews through storm-churned archipelagos. We will meet sovereigns who change pronouns between chapters because their understanding deepens. Realms will celebrate that clarity with pageants designed to educate kindness. Romance will keep a comfortable chair at the family table without presiding. Partnership will be measured by mutual courage and good jokes. The map will widen beyond castles and cottages. Orbital greenhouses will glow like necklaces around Earth. Subterranean libraries will shelter memory during tempests. Floating neighborhoods will raft themselves together for monsoon season. Off-world sagas will translate the archetype into vacuum and dust, where airlocks behave like drawbridges and comets pass for wandering minstrels. Yet the ethic remains domestic. Fix the leaky seal, share the oxygen, label the jars. Sovereignty will sound like responsibility. Villainy will look less like cackling sorcerers and more like systems. Predatory contracts. Extraction masked as progress. Algorithms tuned to narrow instead of widen futures. Battles will be legislative as often as athletic. A princess may hack a supply chain's incentives until kindness pays better than cruelty. She may weaponize transparency, sing a ballad that doubles as a budget, or waltz the city council through an urban plan where benches outnumber fines. Her sword will sometimes be a spreadsheet with mercy in its margins. Animals will not only talk, they will vote. Herds will convene assemblies at salt licks. Whale ministers will brief the fleet with thunder-toned syllables rendered as captions in the sky. A royal's oldest promise, to listen, will expand beyond species. Children will practice diplomacy with bees. Schools will install perches in classrooms for hawks who monitor recess, and treaties will include clauses for migratory corridors and moonlit quiet hours for moths. Enchantment will look like ecological reciprocity rehearsed publicly. Fashion will finally admit pockets are policy. Gowns will be modular, recycled, and seeded with wildflower confetti that sprout where hems drag. Crowns will double as radios, medkits, lanterns, and rain catchers. Ceremony will involve the distribution of tools. Coronations might begin with the ruler fixing a stranger's bicycle and end with that stranger teaching the ruler to make dumplings. Jewelry will store maps. Capes will unfurl into tents. Slippers will give way to boots that can be resold indefinitely. Education will be plot, not prologue. Apprenticeships will drive Acts 2 and 3. Smithing meteoric iron, coding braid-pattern firewalls, and learning lullabies that calm panicked crowds. Mentors will ask consent before teaching and end lessons with questions rather than edicts. The climactic test will rarely be combat. It will be remembering to sleep, to delegate, to apologize before injury hardens, to keep a kettle warm for the person you disagree with, because tomorrow you will need their counsel. New frontier princesses will refuse the loneliness baked into some older rooms. Advisory circles will include aunties, bus drivers, archivists, gardeners, refugees, children, and ghosts. Councils will meet under ceiling fans or beside tidal turbines. Minutes will be kept as murals. A realm's health will be measured by the speed at which it can gather a potluck, the fairness of chore charts, the clarity of street signs, and the abundance of shade. The anthem will be hummable by hands as well as throats, recipes, repairs, rhythms. Finally, the oath itself will change. Instead of I, she will begin with we, acknowledging the chorus of ancestors, teachers, rivals, and friends braided into her courage. She will promise to keep doors propped, to label the pantry, to write recipes, to compose apologies that model repair, and to rotate chairs to leave backs to the wall. The throne will be a workbench, the scepter a pencil. Tomorrow's princess will be less an exception than an invitation. Fan theories, dreams. The princess of tomorrow imagined. The future princess already lives in message boards, fan art, and playground debates, where kids and critics test blueprints the studios have not yet drafted. Some imagine a royal who commands a library ship that sails river systems, stamping passports on book spines, hiring poets as bridge tenders, and staging ceasefires with shared story hours. Others sketch a Cloud City chief who grows lettuce beside lightning harvesters and trades electricity for lullabies with farmers below. Fan dreams rarely ask for more fireworks. They ask for warmer neighborhoods. Heroes will save blocks, not kingdoms, and the parade will smell like soup. Time travel pitches proliferate. A crown that folds into a compass sends a heroine sideways through centuries to return lost knowledge without stealing credit. She teaches medieval midwives germ theory by inventing songs about washing hands, consults a future bored with abundance about joy that requires work, and sneaks humility into a tyrant's court by choreographing a dance no one can master without partnering. The point is not spectacle. It is responsibility threaded across eras by a girl who refuses to treat history like a trophy shelf. Kids picture animal councils more practical than any senate. They assign portfolios, otters for public joy, turtles for archives, owls for night routes, horses for infrastructure, bees for zoning. Villainy, in child logic, is anyone who ignores bees. Dragons, when they appear, become union leaders rather than hoarders. bargaining for shade and clean rivers in exchange for safe flyovers and winter warmth. The crown negotiates with paw prints on documents and seed paper treaties planted after signatures so treaties bloom into orchards. Fans are hungry for ordinary magic. They want a princess who runs a repair cafe every Saturday, who collects stories from people waiting for solder to cool, who fixes lamps and then uses them to light a block party supper. They imagine a royal who fails publicly and returns the next week with a toolbox and cookies, an apology written on the receipt book. They want stories where courage looks like calling City Hall and asking for a tree, and where the finale is a street lit soft and safe. The shipper galaxies orbit in predictable and inventive ways. Some crave slow burn letters between a navigator and a baker who writes in cinnamon. Others choreograph friendship-first romances where the first kiss is an epilogue, not a victory. Many insist on arcs that respect singlehood as holy work. A queen who marries her craft and raises apprentices instead of heirs. A sovereign whose great love is a community garden. The debate rarely spoils the feast. In the comments, people pass recipes and recommend playlists for imaginary weddings and equally imaginary breakups. Crossovers are inevitable in the dreaming. Fans host summits where riverside chefs trade recipes with snowbound engineers, where wayfinders teach ballroom dancers the physics of turning, and where aging monarchs discuss succession with kids who bring better ideas. A shared universe appears that is less about cameos than mutual aid. If one realm has surplus lanterns and another needs night fishing light, a caravan sets out. If one has spare ice and another needs cold storage for vaccines, the road remembers how to help. Children, meanwhile, supply details adults would never invent. They demand prosthetics that sparkle in wheelchairs built like chariots. They design crowns that double as nightlights for kids who fear storms. They propose villains who reform because somebody saved them a seat at lunch for a month. And they require epilogues where bullies learn to repair what they broke. In their versions, every montage includes snack breaks and naps, because even destiny needs graham crackers and a blanket. Meta dreams get wilder. A princess steps out of a screen during a power outage and helps a family cook soup on a camping stove. Another leaves graffiti under a bridge to recruit teenagers to restore a riverbank on Saturday. A third runs for local office in a story that refuses to be a musical, and then at the last possible moment sings anyway. Because sometimes the city needs a hymn. Fan theories treat the fourth wall less as a boundary than an invitation to bring myth down to street level, where potholes complain and get fixed. Not all predictions are bright. Some dream a story about a crown losing legitimacy and earning it back by standing in line at the clinic, by apologizing with policy, by paying reparations in land and time instead of speeches. Others sketch a labyrinth where the heroine learns to spot propaganda in flattering music and chooses truth even when it costs the spotlight. The community cheers not the coronation, but the audit. People make noise in the square because the numbers finally make sense. Fan work keeps studios honest. When speculation proves more generous than the official map, the comments become a syllabus. Artists with power listen, borrow carefully, hire the dreamers, and credit them in the light. That is the happiest ending to any theory thread. A drawing taped above a bunk bed becomes a scene. A playlist becomes a score. A child's cardboard tiara becomes a prop. And the night the film premieres, that child and their family sing so loud, the credits blush. AI, VR, digital storytelling. Princesses in immersive worlds. Princess stories will not only be watched, they will be walked. In living rooms, classrooms, and parks, headsets and rooms full of projectors will turn carpets into coastlines and ceilings into constellations. A child will step into a lantern festival where every light responds to breath. The narrative will be spatial, and choices will ripple like oars. AI will serve as orchestra, dramaturg, and attentive stagehand. A conversational companion, kind, bounded, trainable, will remember a favorite lullaby and transpose it to the key a family sings best. It will adjust difficulty on the fly, turning a chase into a puzzle when a player needs gentler pacing, and turning exposition into a sing-back call and response when attention wants melody. Most importantly, it will decline to be the hero. It will point the spotlight back to the child. Procedural tales will feel handcrafted. A princess game will generate a village that genuinely remembers that yesterday you fixed the well and that tomorrow is your friend's festival. Merchants will greet players by name. Stray cats will lead them to shortcuts once they have earned trust. Storms will cancel parades, forcing creative indoor versions with quilts clipped as sails. Replay will not mean repetition, but repercussion. Children will learn systems thinking while still believing in wonder. Virtual parks will extend the castle's lullaby across distances. Projection-mapped neighborhoods will host pop-up parades that flow across screens like migrating birds. AR overlays will guide families on lantern walks through real streets, translating local history into scavenger hunts, overlaying holographic bridges where real ones once stood, and asking elders to record a story at each stop. When travel is possible, reservations will include accessibility plans written by AI that reads, "Needs compassionately." Quiet routes, rest spots, audio description preferences, allergy-safe menus, emergency exit rehearsals presented as games rather than drills. Creative tools will braid children into the credits. Kid-safe engines will let players block in scenes with blocks, import household objects as props with a camera glance, and rehearse dialogue with puppeted avatars. Machine learning will harmonize off-key courage into choral beauty without erasing the human wobble that makes it adorable. Schools will host festivals where student-built kingdoms exchange premieres, a treetop opera staged in Ghana, a snow market comedy from Krakow, a canoe-born courtroom from Cebu. Royalty will mean hosting night after night. Ethics must grow as fast as render speeds. Designers will treat privacy like a sacred geisha. No secret scraping. No selling bedtime to the highest bidder. Consent dashboards will be readable by 7-year-olds. Every camera's purpose will be visible. Every microphone will be an opt-in instrument, not a spy. Algorithms will have elders. Community councils, parents, teachers, librarians, disability advocates, artists, and kids will audit models the way food inspectors audit restaurants, publishing plain language reports that parents can trust and children can question. Localization will achieve tenderness. AI translators will handle idiom, rhythm, and cultural metaphor, then hand the last mile to human artists. Singers in Nairobi, Seoul, and Oaxaca will record versions that feel native, and fans will make mashups that braid dialects without flattening them. Kids will choose to hear a scene in grandma's language and read subtitles in their own, or reverse the pairing to practice. For sign language users, expressive avatars will perform with timing that respects the beat. Preservation will become participatory. Volumetric capture will archive not only stars but audiences. Intergenerational recordings of families singing an aria on a couch, labeled with consent, stored in a community vault. Future scholars will study how children improvise during outages, which mechanics created inclusion, which jokes aged well, which needed retiring. Studios will open their source on old worlds the way cities open parks, inviting modders to maintain them when official servers retire so memory remains playable. Design will slowly abandon the extractive loop. Instead of Skinner box compulsion, systems will reward pauses. A bedtime app will dim itself after a song and invite drawing or breathing. A quest will succeed only after the player chooses to rest a character who is clearly tired. Points will accrue to kindness, not grind. Escort a nervous NPC across a bridge. Repair an instrument. Leave snacks for night shift workers in the harbor. Metrics will favor retention of delight rather than minutes spent. Hardware will grow gentler. Headsets will be lighter and kinder to hair. Haptics will be friendly rather than forceful, teaching weight and warmth without shocks. Parents will cast to walls easily without installing a new vocabulary. Controller-free capture will read wheelchair motion as heroism and fingerspelling as spellcasting. Safety will include generous borders, chaperone views, and a giant friendly pause that stops the world rather than the child. Stories will talk to the real world with care. An AI character might text a gentle reminder to water seedlings only if the family enabled garden mode. A VR realm might donate a percentage of festival sales to coastal libraries hit by storms. Seasonal events will align with local calendars, celebrating solstice in Lapland and harvest in Laos with equal dignity. The engine will not be a monoculture. It will be a commons tended by many gardeners. Finally, authorship will be taught as stewardship. Kids will sign scene cards like scientists sign lab notes, listing helpers and citing sources. AI will be credited like a good tool, never like a ghost. When conflicts over ownership arise, courts will consult communities to define fairness, remembering that bedtime is not a marketplace first. If the century earns a miracle, it will be this: immersive princess stories that feel personal without being extractive, that feel vast without being lonely, that let households write themselves home, expanding representation, more voices, more cultures. Representation will cease to be a special episode. It will be the air the crown breathes. Studios will treat specificity as hospitality, building worlds with cooks, midwives, mechanics, elders, and jokers who speak in accents true to their streets. When a story borrows, it will borrow like a good guest, announcing itself, taking off its shoes, asking how to help clean up after dinner, and leaving recipes behind. Geography will widen the map beyond postcard vistas. Sahel winds will whistle through palaces built to breathe. Andean markets will set waltzes to charangos and panpipes. Archipelagos will sketch plots in tide charts. Megacity districts will host festivals under flyovers, painted with saints and skateboarders. Royalty will look like a sari in a vote-counting hall, like a parka at a polar archive, like braids coiled for a welding mask, like a woven hat shading a rice terrace. The camera will linger on hands, kneading, weaving, calibrating, because culture lives in verbs. Religion and ritual will be treated with reverence and play. A princess may pause an action scene to remove her shoes before entering a shrine. A festival day may move a political meeting to a courtyard filled with lamps and laughter. Advisors will veto lazy syncretism and propose truthful bridges. The lullaby will learn the word for God in many languages and say it softly. Language work will stretch beyond subtitles. Writers will compose dialogue that belongs to mouths accustomed to code switching, proverbs, and puns. Jokes will travel both ways. A line written in Yoruba will keep its music in English. A quip born in Cebuano will arrive in Arabic with honor. Children will toggle dubs on the fly and collect phrases like seashells, knowing exactly which tone a grandmother uses when she warns with love. Disability representation will deepen into infrastructure, not tokenism. Scenes will include ramps and quiet rooms because the world does. Characters will use mobility aids that glint with pride, eye-tracking interfaces that look like jewelry, and service animals treated as colleagues. A deaf audience will watch a queen sign to a crowd and feel the thrill of bodies answering an applause that looks like wind through leaves. As characters age, the camera will honor canes and medicines as it honors swords and potions. Indigeneity will lead. Stories will be made by the people whose cosmogonies they reference. Wills will be written to keep control with nations rather than executives. Sovereignty will appear as land back on maps, as credits that list language keepers by name, as premieres held beside rivers with elders blessing the story's travels. The crown will become a treaty object, restored to communities that choose how and whether to share it. Gender expansiveness will become ordinary. Non-binary royalty will inherit not a dilemma, but a tradition. Trans heroines will be written with joy, challenge, romance, and respect. Wardrobe will cooperate with euphoria and practicality. Pronoun changes will be milestones treated with the same ceremony as a coming-of-age festival. Children will watch and learn that a name can be an instrument tuned over time. Migration will shape epics. Refugee princesses will steer stories that honor displacement without glorifying trauma. They will carry recipes and lullabies across borders, build coalitions in transit, and win not by conquest, but by consortium. Joys of diaspora, messy laughter, multi-accent tables, invented holidays will mark the happiest scenes. When home is rebuilt, it will include the neighbors who showed up, the new families that formed at the edges of grief. Economics of representation will be visible. Studios will publish equity reports for pay, credit, and ownership. Merchandising will pay artisans whose motifs it quotes. Parks will contract local performers and teach visitors to clap on 2 and 4 when the band asks. Kids will tour costume shops that source fabrics ethically and see receipts pinned like badges. The royal budget will become a moral document. Education pipelines will be permanent, not press releases. Scholarships will carry names of community mentors. Apprenticeships will pay living wages. Internships will include childcare. Writers' rooms will welcome aunties and scientists. Casting sessions will welcome street poets and sign language actors. Feedback screenings will occur in community gyms where the smell of popcorn carries questions past shyness. Notes will be thanked in credits, not discarded backstage. Global collaboration will make polyphony the default. Co-productions will allow multiple centers of gravity instead of one dominant hub. A Pacific studio will lead on ocean logic. A West African studio will lead on rhythm and proverb. A Scandinavian studio will lead on winter light. And the script will learn to bow to each in turn. Differences will be instruments, not obstacles. There will be missteps. Sometimes a film will rush a culture into collage. Sometimes a costume will repeat a wound. Sometimes a joke will misread a room. Apology will be procedure, not panic. Fixes will be made publicly. Kids will learn that repair is part of representation, not a scandal that ends it. Finally, representation will mean presence in play. Toy aisles will keep pace with screens, skin tones, hair textures, mobility aids, cultural dress, and quiet, everyday clothes equally available. The costume corner will include hijabs and kippah, turbans and sun hats, crowns and hard hats. Cookbooks will explain the story behind a spice, then list substitutions and allergy notes that keep every kid at the table. Children will build castles that look like apartment blocks, longhouses, yurts, and stilt houses, then populate them with friends. What it means to endure 100 years. Timelessness and change. 100 years is a century of bedtimes, markets, theaters, wars, droughts, road trips, and porch swings. A century of babies learning breath to songs their grandparents learned to hum in harder seasons. To endure is to change without losing the sentence you began as. The princess lineage survives because it keeps adjusting its verbs. Wish became work. Work braided with joy, joy widened into welcome. The melody learned to make room for new instruments without forgetting the hand that wrote the first line. Timelessness for these stories is not sameness, but recurrence. A warm kitchen, a risky journey, the courage to apologize, the stubborn hope that neighbors can be better tomorrow. These scenes return with new costumes because they are true about people, not because the brand insists. We keep watching because memory needs rehearsal. Each decade rehearses what love should sound like when spoken aloud, and each decade upgrades the choreography that protects it in public. The sense of time inside the films has changed too. Early tales moved from trouble to triumph with the breath of a waltz. Later tales lingered in the tunnel before the light, showing the work of grief and repair. Children learned that the next right thing could be small. Adults learned to let heroes rest on screen without calling it filler. The lullaby discovered minor keys and used them gently. Evolution did not cancel origin. It conversed with it. Domestic scenes, the sweeping, the cooking, the sewing, shifted from assignments to choices, from confinement to contribution. Romance stepped down from the balcony and joined the town hall. Adventurers stopped asking for permission. Slips signed by fate. A crown became an instrument for distributing courage, not a proof that one person deserved more bread than another. Endurance required humility at every level. Animators humbled themselves before physics and before feelings, listening to fabric, listening to pauses. Songwriters humbled themselves before breath, leaving space where a child could join. Executives humbled themselves before audiences who wrote better ideas in the margins. Parks humbled themselves before wheelchairs and strollers and the complicated choreography of families that need rest. It also required stubborn joy. Holidays arrived inside hard years and still threw lantern light across squares. New babies received names and lullabies. Grandmothers waved from balconies when hugs had to wait. The crown did its best work when it reminded households that tenderness is a renewable fuel. You can run on it for a long, long time if everyone contributes a little. What changes next will not be the heart. Advances will rearrange frames and tools. Plots will share more power with councils. Songs will speak more languages. Gowns will carry more pockets. Credits will list more kinds of labor. But the work of lullabies will stay stable. Regulate breath. Locate courage. Invite community. Bless rest. If a century of princesses distilled into 4 verbs, those would do. Time's test is also ethical. Did the stories create more room in the world? Did they make children braver and kinder, adults humbler and funnier? Did they teach apology without humiliation, and boundaries without meanness? Did they protect wonder from being mined into noise? These are the questions future crews will pin above their monitors when a deadline tries to make a shortcut look wise. Finally, endurance means handing the crown to whoever needs it next without clinging. The archetype belongs to many peoples, kitchens, and streets. If tomorrow's child rewrites the stanza you loved, bless them and learn the harmony. We do not guard the light by cupping it tight. We guard it by lifting it where more hands can reach and steady it together. Memory makes endurance practical. Keepsakes, well-loved dolls, programs, worn park maps, serve as small archives families consult when life tilts. Digital libraries will preserve animators' pencils and demos alongside fan quilts and classroom projects, proving the canon was always a collaboration. Critique will keep functioning as care. When communities ask for better, they are saying the story matters. Every retelling is a vote to continue. Every retired trope is gratitude upgraded into wisdom. Thus, the century mark is not a finish line, but a relay exchange, a breath shared before the next runner flies. For the road. Final bedtime reflection. The crown never fades. Close your eyes and picture a table set for 100 years and one more. Lanterns hang beside paper snowflakes. A map of rivers lies under a bowl of oranges. A small crown rests among pencils, thread, and a stethoscope. Some seats wait for latecomers. Some hold the memories of those who taught us where forks go and where kindness sits. The room is warm without hurry. The doors propped. Tonight the kingdom is not a place far away. It is the habit of making room for one another's light. A child climbs onto a chair with knees that still bruise easily. They whisper a wish that sounds like a wind chime. Let tomorrow be kinder. Let school feel like a welcome. Let my friend forgive me. Let the dog stop stealing socks. A parent listens, humming the first bar of a song they learned when they were small. A song that survived bus rides, exams, losses, rent, headlines, and the relief of laughter in kitchens. The melody has grown up with them. It knows how to tuck blankets in without scolding. Across the table, elders compare lantern designs. One prefers netted shells, another paints constellations. A third knots prayers into the handles so wishes won't slip away in the night breeze. Aunties trade recipes on napkins. Cousins organize a procession. Someone assigns the littlest cousin to carry the very first light, because traditions must fit tiny hands too. Every job matters, and the jobs rotate like night and day. Outside, the city hums. Trains exhale. Bikes chirp. In an alley, a projector throws a river onto bricks, and neighbors gather in borrowed camp chairs to watch an old story outlined on newly cleaned walls. Someone passes around citrus peels and cinnamon for sniffing, because scent remembers faster than words. Children point at reused bottles strung like constellations and declare, solemn as judges, that stars are just future lanterns waiting for strings. Far away, where the tide keeps appointments nobody controls, a canoe drifts in moonlight. A princess, or perhaps simply a person, who used to think you needed a title to be brave, steadies the paddle, and listens for fish bones clicking like beads. They practice the small speech they will give tomorrow at the market about shade and benches and how to share the last mangoes without meanness. They breathe. The canoe breathes back. The water says what water always says in a voice children recognize. Go kindly, return, bring stories. The crown on the table begins to glow the way metal remembers sun. It is not jealous. It does not decide who deserves. It is a reminder device. When you pick it up, it runs a checklist you can hear with your fingertips. Have you eaten? Have you rested? Have you asked for help? Have you made room for someone else? Have you repaired the thing that broke? If you answer no to any line, the crown suggests soup, a nap, an apology, or a phone call. It wants you whole, not impressive. Bedtime is a rehearsal for gentler mornings. We dim lamps to train our hearts to trust darkness. We tell stories because stories tell us back. You are brave enough for tomorrow and tender enough for tonight. The best tales end not with victory trumpets, but with kitchens restored, streets swept, friendships mended, and blankets warm. They end with a soft chorus that says, in many languages, we will help. Listen, there it is. A hum like bees, like distant trains, like tides gliding along the edge of sleep. Now the lights truly lower. Someone stacks plates. Someone checks locks. Someone opens a window 2 fingers so night can breathe. Children line their shoes like boats, all facing east. A last lantern goes out at the door, and the room glows by memory alone. The stories take their posts, one by the kettle, one by the door, one at the foot of the bed, guarding against the ordinary monsters. Loneliness, hurry, shame. Sleep, traveler. The crown does not slumber, but it is lighter than it looks. It will keep its watch without fuss. Tomorrow you will carry it in whatever shape you need. A question, a joke, a sandwich for a friend, a vote for the quiet good. If you forget, the lanterns will remind you. If you trip, the chorus will wait. And when you wake, the table will still be set. The map still patient. The river still speaking like a very old friend who never asks for anything except that you listen and then try again. Outro and They Dream Ever After. Gentle recapping of every era. We have walked a century by lantern light, wave light, firelight, and the small, faithful glow of nightlights, tucked into rooms where stories learn to breathe. At the beginning stood a girl with a broom and a song. The golden dream opened its window with Snow White's clear dawn, Cinderella's midnight mercy, and Aurora's rose and thorn sleep. Virtues stitched of patience, kindness, and the faith that goodness survives. Storms. Those early melodies taught the rhythm of hope. They bent the world toward gentleness without losing humor. Then the house learned to wait. The silence and transition years felt like wintering. No new crowns for a time, but many hands tending embers. Parks, records, books, and television kept the hearth warm while artists sharpened pencils and the culture rearranged its furniture. Mothers who had grown up with cottage songs taught them to children who would one day dance to brass bands and drums. A lineage survived between dishes and homework. The gap was not emptiness, it was compost, and from it, a spring would rise. A decade later, the Renaissance woke like spring tide. Ariel asked the sea a daring question and traded fear for possibility. Belle built a library of compassion inside the castle, where pride had once locked every door. Jasmine vaulted a wall, demanded voice, and invited the law to respect love. Pocahontas listened until the river taught diplomacy. Mulan carried family honor through snow and into a city that learned to bow to a daughter's courage. Songs did plot work. Jokes carried philosophy. Villain showstoppers gleamed with camp but never hid the lesson. Into the millennium the studio searched. Experiment followed experiment, and the Princess Banner became a bridge that kept the kingdom open while routes were scouted. At last, Tiana set a pot on the stove, rolled up sleeves, and married ambition to love in a kitchen whose windows faced a listening city. Hand-drawn light returned to the screen like a benediction. The lesson cooled on the sill like a pie. Dreams rise when work and community warm them together. It felt modern and classic at once, like a jazz standard rediscovered by a brass band. The revival of magic threaded lanterns across the sky and red curls through highland mist. Rapunzel painted her prison into possibility, then cut a golden tether to free truth. Merida split an arrow, tore a tapestry, mended both, and taught a kingdom that apology and choice can share a throne. CG found candle warmth. Theater met pixels in a handshake. The duet of consent and agency wrote itself into the score. The old waltz learned new steps without stepping on anyone's toes. Next, winter and water taught different breaths. In the Ice Age, Elsa unlearned concealment and learned belonging. Anna translated loyalty into the courage to spend the last of her warmth for love. Moana found the line where a reef gives way to open swells and rethreaded a people's name across the ocean. Sisterhood replaced courtship as the central chorus. Villains looked increasingly like brittle habits rather than caped strangers. Communities, not just couples, received redemption arcs. The lullaby learned minor keys and resilience. The modern kingdom lived through hush and reopening. Screens at home flickered into theaters, and stories learned to be portable without shrinking. Raya gathered shards, trusted first, and turned enemies into neighbors. The crown evolved into a toolkit. Ladders, pots, ledgers, pocketed gowns, and royalty meant hosting, mending, and listening. Parks reopened like lullabies sung outdoors. Parades learned to wave with space. Castles kept their promise to be architecture that heals crowds. Cultural echoes braided everything together. Songs became household first aid. Castles became global nightlights. Dolls and capes became instruments for practicing dignity. Mothers, daughters, sons, and grandparents traded verses across decades. The banner stopped being a cue and became a choir. Other studios answered back with their own crowns, and the archetype traveled kindly, changing color without losing contour. And then we allowed ourselves to look forward. Tomorrow's princesses step into laboratories, gardens, and councils with the same poise earlier heroines brought to ballrooms. They measure success by shaded benches, safe crossings, repaired wells, and festivals where every accent belongs. The throne is a workbench. The coronation gift is a toolkit. The anthem is a list of shared verbs. When the century turned, the story kept its promise to widen rooms without thinning love. Imagination became urban planning and neighborliness. Each era rehearsed the same sentence in a new octave. Love invites, listens, and builds. The instrumentation shifted. Harp to horn, lullaby to anthem, hush to laughter. But the motif stayed bright. If you hum through the timeline, you can feel how patience toughened into resilience, how kindness acquired boundaries, how courage learned to apologize without shrinking. That is the miracle we followed. Not a march from simple to complex, but a spiral that returns wiser. The melody did not discard its roots. It kept faith with the beginnings. The point was never to replace yesterday with today. The point was to braid them. Snow's broom still sweeps the hearth before Tiana serves gumbo. Cinderella's midnight self-respect sits beside Merida's argument and Elsa's consent. Aurora's waking is cousin to Elsa's loosening of the glove. Ariel's curiosity stands at the pier waving to Moana's canoe. Belle's book lantern lights a desk where Rhea writes a treaty clause that tastes like soup shared. A child who knows those connections will face a loud world with steadier feet. Consider also the places between eras, the pauses where teams sharpened tools and families kept singing anyway. Those interludes are part of the story. The kingdom breathes between choruses. We close the book one night and open it later to find the characters waiting with better questions and funnier jokes. Continuity doesn't mean speed. It means keeping the light on. And so the recap is not a museum tour, but a recipe card smudged with butter. It tells you what worked, who tasted, which spices were added, which steps needed patience, and where the burn risk lives. It invites you to try. If a century of princess tales has taught anything, it is that hospitality is our oldest magic. The crown sits best on heads that know how to make space at tables and room on maps. Closing the circle. Snow White's first dawn to Rhea's world of trust. We began with a window opening on birdsong and a girl believing that singing could tilt a day toward mercy. The frame was simple. Sweep, sing, hope, endure, and kindness would call kindness back. Even then, the power wasn't naivete. It was clarity. Goodness is not a costume. It's a craft. Snow's dawn glowed because she practiced goodness until it became weather in the room. Across the middle of the century, the window widened into a door. Ariel leaned on its sill and asked for more, voice tasting salt and possibility. Belle carried a book through it and met a home that needed learning. Jasmine looked down at the rules written on its hinges and rewrote them in sunlight. Pocahontas stood between threshold and forest, listening until the river translated strangers. Mulan tied a ribbon, picked up a sword, and returned with a country that finally recognized its daughters. The door remembered that the room was only the start and opened into streets where fairness could breathe. Later, a lantern festival lifted the sky, and a red-haired rider split an old target in two. Those scenes taught that freedom is not escape, it is belonging without erasure. Kisses and crowns slowed down to let consent and apology speak. Fans noticed that their laughter felt kinder, that their tears left less residue of shame. The circle that began at a cottage now included a library, a tower that became an art studio, and a lane where mothers and daughters learned to mend without surrendering themselves. Then snow arrived in summer, and we learned that fear can freeze a city and still be unlaced by love that refuses to leave the room. Doors that had been closed from the inside found their keys in a sister's stubborn knock. Right behind that thaw, the ocean remembered an old name and called it through a teenager with steady hands. She returned a heart and a people to each other with a song that sounded like a genealogy. The circle grew seaworthy. Its edges scalloped like waves instead of walls. Finally, we reached a river cracked into petals, and a young guardian decided to trust first. Rhea's bow is the echo of Snow's broom, a tool held in service of a house larger than any one room. The circle closes not by shrinking, but by touching its beginning with its present. Where Snow welcomed strangers to a table, Rhea invited rivals to share soup, until the broth remembered it had always been for many. Trust, once a private virtue, became public policy. The recipe scaled up. None of this erased the old mornings. Instead, it crowned them with context. Snow's dawn matters more, not less, when placed beside a community that debates law with warmth. A child hears the early song and also hears where it leads, toward keys passed to many hands, toward voices layered rather than soloed, toward doors propped open because neighbors deserve an easy entrance. The cottage is still holy. The city square is holy too. The circle is choreographic. It teaches the same steps with new partners. Step 1, greet. Step 2, listen. Step 3, work. Step 4, rest, because tomorrow wants you whole. Repeat with different tempos. Waltz in a cottage, swing in a market, hula on a canoe, reel on a cliff. Parade step down a main street with lanterns strung like constellations. The steps hold because the floor is kept by love. If you stand at the center and turn slowly, you can watch the eras pass like seasons in a single grove. Buds, blossom, fruit, and seeds carried by birds who learned the tune. The closing of the circle is not an ending. It is a promise that the grove knows how to renew. Snow's apple is remembered without fear because children also know where to plant orchards and how to share pies. Raya's gem glows not as an idol, but as a reminder to bring your shard and lay it down. And when you look back one last time toward the first window, you will find that it still opens on birdsong. The music has more harmony now, and the broom leans beside a ledger, a toolkit, a map, and a bowl. The girl at the sill smiles because she recognizes the visitors. Curious mermaid, book-bright neighbor, tigress with a laugh, diplomat of rivers, soldier with a blossom hairpin, lantern maker, wild archer, ice queen, summer-hearted sister, chief's daughter, dragon's friend. The circle closes, the table is set. The dream continues in every child's bedtime story. Night drifts in, careful as a librarian, closing blinds. In every city and village, in skyscraper corners and farmhouses with tired floors, the same choreography begins. Toys retreat toward boxes, dishes stack, a bath remembers to be warm, and a small voice chooses one more chapter. Screens dim into lamps. Lamps mellow into firefly halos. Breaths align with the patience of a page turning. The kingdom's longest ritual is not a parade, it is bedtime, and the dream passes its torch hand to hand. The stories adapt to the room. In one apartment, a caregiver translates a favorite scene into the family's language and adds a joke only this house understands. In another, grandparents on a video call take turns voicing sidekicks until everyone is laughing. In a shelter, a volunteer whispers a song that knows how to walk softly around hurt. In a ward, a nurse times medicine with a chorus so courage rides each swallow. Everywhere, the tale puts a hand on a shoulder and reminds a small body that their feelings matter and their body is safe. Children answer by editing. They swap heroes midstream, turn villains into neighbors who are hungry, relocate ballrooms to playgrounds with chalk crowns, and declare that the dragon is tired and needs a snack. They assign themselves quests that look like tomorrow's tasks, telling the truth at school, offering a seat on the bus, asking forgiveness for a sharp word, choosing to share the swing. The dream teaches rehearsal. The day tests it. The night returns with notes that praise effort and suggest kinder experiments. Objects collaborate. A blanket printed with lanterns becomes a sail. A toothbrush is a sword that only fights plaque. A nightlight counts as a watchman posted at the city gate. A doll rides the pillow like a loyal guard. A crown on the nightstand keeps the oath without fuss. Did you repair what you could, it seems to ask? Did you rest? Bedtime rarely answers with perfection, only with direction. Try again. Parents and guardians improvise rituals. Gratitude inventories whispered into hair. 3-breath pauses when worry clings like burrs. A final storyline that swaps happily ever after for practice ever after. Lullabies serve as glue. Some households sing ocean songs, others sing winter waltzes. Some hum instrumental themes that have become the family's heartbeat. Dogs sigh, radiators tick, the metronome of the world slows. Sometimes a story is a new one, half invented at the edge of sleep. A child will ask for a princess with a skateboard, a chef who befriends a comet, a librarian who moonlights as a lighthouse keeper. The adult, tired but game, will accept editorial notes from a small director and discover, as all storytellers eventually do, that the best line arrives when you listen, not when you push. The dream knows the way because love does. Tomorrow's plot points take root in tonight's improvisations. Across neighborhoods, you could map bedtime by window light. There, a paper crown silhouette nods along with a chapter. There, a shadow arms a horse made of a laundry basket. There, someone practices a speech only the stuffed animals will hear tonight, but that will bloom into a brave sentence at tomorrow's assembly. The kingdom needs no borders because it travels by breath, in-out safe. And when sleep finally takes over, the stories keep their patrols. They stand at doors like gentle guards, open pantry doors to hungry imaginations, straighten crooked frames of self-image, and oil the hinges of tomorrow's choices. No one notices them working, which is their favorite compliment. Morning's first footsteps will disrupt them, and they will step back smiling, knowing they are needed again at dusk. The dream's continuity is a civic service. Final soft farewell. Close your eyes. The kingdom waits in your dreams. Close your eyes, traveler. The lanterns are ready, the oars are stacked, the skates are drying by the door. The library has left a small lamp on above the shelf where your favorite page lives. Somewhere a castle checks its clock and arranges its shadows to look friendly from your window. The square has been swept. A pot cools on a stove where someone hummed as they stirred. The kingdom is not far. It is the distance between your last waking breath and your next steady inhale. Close your eyes, dreamer. Let the crown rest on the nightstand. It knows how to keep watch without shining in your face. Let the heroes you met tonight return to their homes, where they too wash dishes, fold capes, untie braids, and laugh at nothing much. Let the villains put down their scripts and find soup waiting, because most of them were hungry. Let the animals choose warm corners. Let the river rehearse a song you will remember in the morning without knowing why. Close your eyes, dear heart. If you sailed, the ocean will keep time for you. If you skated, the ice will glitter until sunrise. If you argued well, the tapestry will hold its mend. If you trusted first, the gem will glow softly under your pillow like a nightlight that believes in you. If you did not manage any of that, sleep anyway. Tomorrow's map leaves wide margins for notes. Close your eyes, little sovereign. Feel the bed lift you like a boat. Feel the blanket tuck like safe harbor. Feel the air smooth your forehead. The chorus you love is standing in the hall, humming only loud enough to kiss the edges of the dark. They do not demand you sing along. They promise to stay until your breathing writes its own lullaby. Close your eyes, and if you need a companion, invite one. A snowman with excellent timing, a horse with a perfect comedic disdain, a dragon who tells jokes when the wind sounds serious, a ray of light from a grandmother's star. They will fit. Dreams are generous with seating. The only ticket required is your willingness to look kindly at yourself. Close your eyes, because somewhere a baker princess wakes early and will need customers who slept. Somewhere a voyager checks knots and prefers that her friends arrive rested. Somewhere a queen drafts law and hopes her people feel safe enough to disagree. Somewhere a child in another city is falling asleep to a song you also know, and the harmony wants your note. Close your eyes, yes now, and let the kingdom step softly into the room you have made by trusting the dark. It brings quiet torches, blankets that smell like summer libraries, and a map with a corner lifted, so you can peek at tomorrow without fear. It brings a chair for every friend, and one more for the friend you have yet to meet. Close your eyes. The kingdom waits in your dreams. It is ready to be built again in the morning with your hands and your laughter and your splendid, ordinary courage. Sleep well, friend.